W. This Skidmore team, also an area that they're not great at, but when we talk about, you saw in that last RPI game, 20-point fourth quarter swing, it's the three ball that leads to those situations because it's simple math. 2 points is less valuable than 3.
Absolutely, and again, it's going to come down to the defense too in this one. When you look at the Skidmore team, they can get pretty hot and they can get going. They're a team that they're not great at shooting the three ball, but they're also not forcing it and not taking a lot of three-point attempts. What does that mean? Well, it means they're driving to the bucket and they're scoring twos. Ithaca allows a lot of points within that three-point arc. So again, when we look at it, it's going to be a game of defense for Ithaca. They've got to step up and be prepared for Skidmore, and they can't let this thoroughbred team get hot.
Absolutely.
They can't let that thoroughbred team get hot indeed. But I like that point, Max. I want to circle back to it real quick. That three ball, this thoroughbred team doesn't take a lot of threes. How do they limit that real quick?
How do they limit that? They're simply stepping up. I mean, it's not really a matter of limiting, but when you see that an opportunity is going to be there defensively, step up, shut it down, at the very least, contest it. That's the way to limit the makes.
Well, it's time that we send it to a break, gentlemen. When we come back, we'll look more into this thoroughbred squad. Don't go anywhere. Pre-game coverage continues after this quick break on ICTV Bombers Live.
One of my favorite things about being a newscaster are the people you meet along the way. Seems like everybody has a story to tell.
Of what their lives were like in the past.
Or what they want tomorrow to be.
So you can get to know your community a little better.
And every week, we get to share these stories with you.
Good Day Ithaca on ICTV News 607. Every Friday at 10 a.m. and Sunday at 6 p.m.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Eleanor Patterson.
And I'm Sydney Watson.
Newswatcher is live every Thursday night at 7:30, keeping Tompkins County residents up to date on all things local and national news.
And bringing you your weekly local weather forecast.
And all the latest sports on the South Hill, East Hill, and nationally.
Thanks for watching, and have a good night.
Welcome back from that break into Studio B here on the South Hill. I'm your host, Ethan LaFave, joined alongside Nikita Lohman and Max Raymond. Gents, we teased it earlier in the week. Who is the players on this Skidmore team that the Bombers need to look out for?
I've got my eyes set on Claudia Schneider. She can play some guard. She can play in the front court, too. Standing at 6 feet tall, she does it all. On the season, the numbers are strong, 9.4 points per game. Great efficiency. She leads her team in field goal percentage and rebounding, so she's strong on the glass. But the last 4, she's really cranked it up a notch as the season has gone down to the final stretch. She's averaging almost 12 points a game, 54.8% from the field. She's continuing to clean that glass. Max, Madison Meyer, the leading scorer for Skidmore on the season, she's hit a bit of a rough patch. Schneider stepped up. That's where Ithaca has to look. She's got to be the person the Bombers slow down.
Absolutely, but they've also got to be ready for the defense that Skidmore is going to bring, especially Ruby Kropp. She has 68 steals on the season. That's nearly blocks on the season. That's nearly 3 per game, as well as 16 steals. She is an incredible defensive player. This Ithaca team needs to be ready for her when they're driving to the bucket and trying to score offensively.
Yeah, Max, in that restricted area when you're going up against that Skidmore team, it's almost like a fairy tale where there's a troll standing at the end of the bridge saying, "You shall not pass," because when you meet Ruby Kropp at the rack, it's not going to work out in your favor as an offense.
Yes, indeed, Nikita. You have to be watching her, especially around that restricted area. But I think it's time that we look at some specific player breakdowns from the last time Skidmore and Ithaca faced one another, which was on December 6th. The one and only Frenchman, Anthony Labonte, has us covered with yet another big board segment. Anthony, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Ethan. And let's take a look at those plays in the first contest between these two teams. That's going to indicate what happens going forward, especially in this game here today. We'll start off. Sophia Martinez is the one that's taking the ball forward, and she's going to pass that one back out to Sarah Hastings. We're going to take a quick timeout on this one. Something you have to understand is that Coach Raymond originally was running a player-on-player coverage. What that means is you have one assignment to one person. However, you can see Raymond on the backside there saying, hey, switch to a zone in his own sort of language. And that's why right now they're playing a little bit further back than maybe they necessarily should. And that's what Hastings and Shine are going to succeed upon, because you see Shine at the bottom right over there. She hit a pick, and she's going to start rolling on it. We'll have this one roll with Hastings moving inside, 3 over her, and she passes it back out to Shine. What happened in that situation was that Hastings understood 3 players in her face. You got to figure out a way to move this ball. You haven't seen Shine yet, so she's definitely open. Pass back, Shine hits the 3 ball. That's what Skidmore's doing. But of course, it was an Ithaca victory. So let's look at those plays that gave Ithaca the lead. Tori Drevna moves inside. They're playing this one tight. There's 2 players inside the zone for Ithaca, and that gives a tough battle between the Skidmore players to figure out who am I supposed to cover, because both sides are going to move out. And for any young ball players that want to make it big, you got to look at Grace McNamara there. She was using her pivot foot, going boom, 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 all in the span of a little under a second to then pass it back out here, where she's going to find Natalie Tucker at the top of the key to hit a big 3 for the Bombers. And, you know, passing is a key factor in all of these games, and that's what they do so well here, especially Natalie Tucker looking for Zoraida Iqbal-Seta. She goes from the point. She gives it to Iqbal-Seta. Timeout there. Look at this real quick. Iqbal-Seta was wide open for a catch and shoot, and she decided, you know what, there's someone going out to my outside, about to come in and try and block this, uses her peripheral vision, finds Madison Gill for the 3 ball, and Madison Gill, what else does she do but hit nothing but net? Ithaca, if they want to win this game today, they're going to have to look at that sort of passing and moving around to try and find the open person. Meanwhile, for Skidmore, if they're going to try and work their way around, it's going to be those pick and rolls. It's going to be trying to tighten up their defense, because while they have one of the best defenses in women's basketball right now in the Liberty League, it's something where they've been struggling hard against teams that shoot the 3 ball, just like Ithaca did there. Both sides looking to get a big victory as we enter towards the end of this one. Ethan, I'm going to send it back to you and the rest of the guys to continue talking about why this matchup is going to be a tough one for the Bombers.
Thank you, Labonte, for that incredible big board breakdown. But guys, what is Skidmore's biggest weakness heading into this one?
Well, undoubtedly, their biggest weakness is their 3-point shooting, and whether lack thereof. Their top shooter, Madison Meyer, 67 3-point attempts. She's only making 17%. After that, it's Carpenter, 64 attempts, 32% made threes. This team just doesn't seem to shoot the 3 ball, nor do they make it when they try it in the first place.
Yeah, Max, I want to reiterate the point on Madison Meyer. She leads them in attempts. The percentage, look, it's barren. It's not where you want it to be. And the depth isn't there either. You've got one player with double-digit 3-point attempts who's shooting above 33%. That's right around an average clip. You've got one. I want to keep to the theme of shooting, but we're going to the free throw line. I know, shocker, I want to talk about free throws again, but it's a big issue for Skidmore. I hinted at it earlier. They're shooting 62.5% from the stripe. That's worst in the Liberty League. And the same point to that same note of 3-point shooters, a lack thereof, it's the same from the line. You've got 8 players with 10-plus free throw attempts on the year, 1 above 69%, and that's the free throw line. Again, that's a below-average clip, and they're not even reaching that. With 8 players, only 1 doing that, that's just not where it needs to be. That's where Ithaca has an advantage today.
That's not where it should be at all, Nikita. But with that being said, this is the final week in both the women's season and the Liberty season as a whole. The Liberty League has a very interesting playoff race starting to break out, which is why we need more information out of the Liberty League from women's analyst Jonathan Falco on hand. Falco, what is going on around the Liberty League, my friend?
Thank you, Ethan, and hello, everyone. It feels so good to be back in front of you once again for another weekend of Liberty League women's basketball. The Liberty League tournament race is starting to heat up. Gee, so is the studio. Regardless, let's jump right in. We start with 2 teams that earned conference victories last weekend, in RPI and St. Lawrence. The Engineers are sitting in 3rd in the conference, but with the Saints sitting right behind them at 4th in the Liberty League. who's going to come out on top in a matchup that could stir the pot as the season nears its end. Next up, we check in with Vassar, a team looking to snap a 3-game skid as they take on William Smith. Can Sierra McDermott and the Brewers turn up the heat and cook up a big-time win? Will the Herons swoop into Bristol Gym and escape with the dub? We'll figure out tonight. The red-hot RIT Tigers look to ride into the Liberty League tournament hot as they face Bard College, where the opportunity to win 11 games in a row is at stake. The Tigers have been dialed in for weeks, but the streaks are meant to be broken after all. Could the Raptors snatch their first in-conference win of the year this late into the season? And finally, the #1 team in the Liberty League Union squares off against Clarkson. We'll see if the Golden Knights stun the conference and take down the Garnet Chargers. All these games tip off at 5:30, but it's time to pass the rock back to the guys at the desk. See you all at the half.
Falco, amazing breakdown. Even though the Bombers won't play against Skidmore this playoff run, because obviously they're not going to be in it, how far can we expect Skidmore to go in the playoffs? And is there a chance, guys, for them to win the entirety Liberty League playoffs?
Ethan, to answer this question, I consulted the numbers, and the numbers give a resounding no. They cannot. You know why? Since 2018, every Liberty League champion has these 4 stats in common. I call it the Fantastic Four. Points per game, net rating, field goal percentage against. These teams have all been top 4 in points per game, top 3 in the rest of these stats. You want to know how many of those Skidmore has? 0. These other champions, and we're going back 8 years. This isn't a tiny sample size. They've got none of those traits. This is a solid team. They could win a playoff game, but the game of basketball is not about upsets. It's about who's the top dog year long. The Thoroughbreds, they just haven't been there. Not to say they're not a formidable foe, but look, you've got some pristine competition at the top of this league.
Nikita, those are some great points, but I want to bring up something that our buddy Falco had just said. Streaks are meant to be broken, and I think that all of those stats and numbers that you brought up, all those streaks are going to be broken this season, and I believe that Skidmore can go and win a Liberty League. When you look at this team, they're not top 3. Defensively, that's because they're number 4 in all major defensive stats. 4th in points allowed, 4th in field goal percentage against, 4th in 3-point percentage against, that is in the Liberty League. And again, this team, they don't shoot a lot of threes, but they can make the 2-ball quite well and at a high click. Nikita, I think that this Thoroughbred team is prime and ready for a run. It's all about who gets hot late. I think Skidmore's due to get hot.
Yeah, Max, this is a strong defensive team, but look, as Max Kellerman said, when the UFOs are pointed down, the aliens have the death beam pointed at the universe. Who do you want taking the shot? I don't know. There's really not anybody that jumps out on this team, and that's what playoff basketball is all about. When teams have that added intensity, there's so much half-court offense that you need to create with your primary ball handler. I mentioned Madison Meyer. She's their leader in points per game. She's only 11th in the conference, and the inefficiency has been glaring. Only 37% from the field. Again, 17.9% from beyond the arc. She can create a shot, but she can go hot and cold. You can't count on her. And everyone else, they're not really creating their own shot. That's my biggest concern with this team.
No, but when it gets down to the wire and you need a stop, I know I'm calling Ruby Crop to go out and make that play. Certainly, they might not be able to have that standout player, but then again, offensively, that gives you almost an advantage, wouldn't you think, Nikita? Because when it gets down to the wire, everybody in the whole stadium is going to know who's going to be taking that shot. Well, not with Skidmore. It could be anyone on the court taking that last-second shot for the win. So certainly I think that gives this Thoroughbred team an advantage.
Look, Max, the depth gets you to the dance, but it's the stars that take you across the finish line. Skidmore, they have the depth. There's a reason time in, time out, year after year, the teams with the best players win in basketball. Depth is great, but again, it can only take you so far.
It can only take you so far indeed, Nikita. But guys, a quick on-the-spot sort of question. Obviously, the Bombers are going to be missing the playoffs this season, but how can they look towards the future and maybe build a team next year that can contend in the playoffs?
Well, I think that a lot of it's going to come down to this underclass class, and when we'll look at some of the production that they're bringing, Madison Gill, she's a sophomore. Kenzie Perluke defensively has been a defensive sub. She's done a good job stepping up. Tucker, also a sophomore, and Burnett, too, when we talk about the size. So I think that there's a lot of great depth, and even at the top, there's Iqbal said, she's a senior, but otherwise, when we look at Drevna and McNamara, they're both juniors, they'll be coming back. So a lot of great returning players to look ahead for next season.
Yeah, I think the future is bright. Look, you said it at the top of the air, Lefebvre. This is a one in a lifetime kind of season. This is an anomaly. Dan Raymond teams, they get back to the playoffs. They win a lot. You can Google him. His win percentage, I want to say it's up around 75-80%.
1 in every 4 games, Nikita. Dan Raymond wins 1 in every 4 across his career. Sorry to cut you off. Keep going, though.
I appreciate the tidbit right there. Look, these teams win. There's been some changes. A lot of players left. They graduated. We're going to talk more about that later in the show, but I think there's not a lot to be super concerned about. You've got players like Mary Burnett. I think Natalie Tucker is someone who could really come on strong. And this is what it's all about down the stretch. I think look for this last weekend there to be a lot more run from some of the younger players.
A lot more runs indeed, Nikita. It's time for a quick break in the action. Don't go anywhere. When we return, we'll take a look at the quick upcoming games for the men's game. Tip-off for the women's game is right around the corner. Bombers Live pregame continues when we return.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you important entertainment news. The Director's Chair is now in its 28th season and is airing on Tuesdays at 6 p.m.
The Director's Chair has a group of brilliant panelists to discuss your favorite movies and exclusive interviews with local filmmakers who dive deep behind the scenes about their projects.
We also have an exceptional news team to bring you the latest about the film industry. And who knows?
Maybe you could be on the Director's Chair.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Two milligrams of fentanyl can be lethal. A lethal dose is in here. Who gets it, I won't know.
It's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable. The sad reality is, fentanyl is being mixed into everything now.
More kids should know.
Greetings, weary traveler. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. What is it, you ask? Oh, well, it's game over. ICTV's one-stop shop for gaming, tech, and entertainment news. On it Wednesdays at 7:30. Now, good luck, adventurer.
Hey, guys. What should we do tonight?
We've got playoff baseball going on. We got to tune into that.
What? No, we should definitely do a poker night, guys.
Guys, we should go to the movie theater. Come on.
Guys, come on. Grab your trunks. Let's go to the beach.
Where?
What beach?
Where?
The beach is right
Which
here.
beach?
Come on. It's 20 minutes down the road.
You know what we have to watch? Hold that thought.
Ooh.
That's it. We should all tune in Monday nights at 8 p.m. to Hold That Thought for live sports debates.
Haciendo planes eres el mejor. ¿Recuerdas los 90 minutos mejores planificados de tu vida? ¿O aquel aniversario sorpresa para las bodas de oro de tus padres? Te llevaste oro en planificación. De la misma forma en la que planificas para esos momentos, planifica para protegerte a ti y a los tuyos de un desastre natural. Inscríbete para recibir alertas locales. Prepara un kit de emergencia y haz un plan de comunicación familiar. Proteger a tu familia es el mejor plan que puedes hacer.
Welcome back from that break. Max Raymond, Nikita Lohman, and I'm Ethan Lefebvre. Guys, game 1 of this doubleheader will be underway in just a little bit, but it's time we talk about the men's basketball team that will play after the women's. The men's team tipped off against RPI last Saturday, February 14th, and lost 70-82. What happened last game against the Engineers, and what's to call for this loss?
Well, it was kind of a trend that we've been tracking throughout this whole season, and it's kind of the collapse or the lapse of a second half real performance. When we look at the numbers, 50% from the field, 55 from 3. That's what the Bombers team were shooting in the first half. In the second half, they were shooting 35% and 21 from 3. The first half, Ithaca was outscored by 2. In the second half, RPI outscored Ithaca by 10 points. Really, when you talk about even being either down or up at half, the inability to make an adjustment, make a change, and have a comeback and have sort of a second half presence is just kind of been missing from this Ithaca team this season.
Yeah, Max, and the reason why specifically against RPI that second half lapse was so wide, it was the interior. When you stepped inside that three-point arc, the numbers are jarring. I mean, RPI, the Engineers, went 28 of 36 on all shots inside the three-point arc. For anyone who can't do that quick math, that's 77.7% for an entire team for the game. The points in the paint disparity is about as large of one as I've seen in a long time. RPI had 56, the Bombers had 26. Yes, I know Ithaca likes to let it fly, shoot the three ball, But this is not a number that you see a whole lot. RPI, they were able to impose their will. Anytime they wanted to get to the rack, they could. Ithaca couldn't stop them from getting downhill.
No, and this Bomber team really has been struggling. When we talk about the kind of lack of size, even with the men's team, it's something to take note of because they are kind of lacking a little bit. They're going to need to kind of find a way, especially we talked about Lubrov. He only played 5 minutes and then was not able to continue the rest of the game. So for this Ithaca team, finding a way for somebody to kind of step up in that role of Lubrov. I know they don't have the size, but certainly I would hope that they can find a way with game planning to make up because that was a big loss for this Ithaca team.
Yeah, guys, they're not going to have the size again today with Evan Cabral also being out, which was just told to us moments ago. So how does that also change the lineup and change the game planning for this Bombers squad?
I think when you look at Evan Cabral going out, Tommy McKiernan has to be the guy that fills his stead. He's just gotten his first 2 collegiate starts with Evan Cabral's absence. But I think you can look to this RPI game where Evan Cabral was also out. He was sorely missed. I know we talked a lot about the defense, but look, it was still a 12-point game. You score a little more, and that's the gap being shut right there. There were no players that scored more than 13 points for this Ithaca team. When you have a guy like Evan Cabral who can get a bucket on any given possession, he makes your offense easier. The Bombers, they just kind of have to grind more. They need to work more for every basket, and that's what leads to these points, Max, where in the second half you see a 15% drop in field goal percentage because you have your rock, your dependable guy who any given play is going to get you what you need.
He will be missed for sure indeed, Nikita. Jalen O'Neal didn't have a fantastic flashy game against RPI, but he is a player that could really step out against the stretch for this Bombers team. Our very own Devin Jarvis had the chance to sit down and eat some hot wings with him. So Devin, what did you guys discuss?
For more coverage on Bombers Live, we welcome you into episode 1 of Heating Up, presented by Wings Over. Right here on the South Hill, we now welcome junior guard Jalen O'Neal. Jalen, thanks so much for joining me.
That's no problem.
So we got some hot wings to eat today. A little bit different than the ice bath interview you did last year. How do you deal with spice?
My grandma's pretty good at it, so I'm hoping that I am too.
Okay, well, let's get into this. We have our first one as cruising altitude. This is not too bad, like buffalo, but we'll get into it. All right. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all.
So I think we're going to work our way up here. We got to go through all wings. But you've always had a flair to your game. From the second you stepped on campus, didn't get a ton of minutes your freshman year. We really saw that sophomore year. Where did that flair come from for you?
I've always prided myself on defense and just, like being a spark plug. Coming from high school, like I knew my role was going to change a little bit getting to college, but I kind of tried to bring that same intensity and pride into college, and I think it's done very well for the last couple of years. So.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. So awesome seeing you on the court. You got that flair. Seeing you do some great moves. Full court defense, always tough to play against. As we continue to talk here, let's go to wing number 2, hot lemon pepper.
Let's do it.
This one's going to be a 3 out of 4 spice level, so a little bit worse. That one wasn't too bad. Definitely more.
A little bit. That's good though.
Yeah.
Still really good.
You would think you would eat that like regular with how spicy it is?
Starting to kick in a little bit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Got some water, got some milk. I think water's supposed to make it worse, but who on your team is doing the worst in this challenge?
Oh, I'm not gonna lie. Probably have to say Tommy McKiernan.
Yeah?
I'm gonna go with Tommy McKiernan.
Okay. Well, Tommy's having a great season so far. Maybe we got to bring him on later.
Yes, sir.
You guys had a fantastic season last year too. You win the Liberty League championship. Walk me through that entire experience, being able to, kind of prove what people thought about your team wrong and reach the highest highs in the conference.
Well, last year, we started out as an underdog. We kind of prided ourselves on being the underdog, so we approached every game the same way. And I think it just paid off in the end. We stuck true to the culture we built. We were very connected, had a lot of good chemistry. We made it as far as I think we possibly could have in the tournament last year, and then had a great season.
It was super fun to watch. How did winning a championship 1 year ago kind of change your guys' perspective on what you could achieve going forward?
Well, last year, I'm not gonna lie, after winning a championship, to start off the year, it didn't start off as we hoped. I guess kind kind of gave up that underdog mentality a little bit, but we're kind of gaining it back as we go throughout the rest of this season. Hoping to kind of keep that mentality going forward, and I think we can cause a lot of havoc going on throughout there.
Absolutely. You want to see if this last one causes some havoc?
Let's do
All
it.
right. This one called Afterburner, full spice out of 4, preemptive milk swig. I think that's a smart choice. I'm going to try and do it raw. We'll see.
Here we go.
Cheers.
Cheers.
That's different.
Yeah.
It's definitely a little bit more. I think we're gonna have to finish this last wing, just for the tradition of it.
You want to finish that?
We have to finish it. Yeah.
All right.
Let's take a couple more bites, and I got one more question for you. This is not easy though.
I'm sweating. Oh, I got 2 bites left. I broke both.
I'm surprised with how I'm composing myself in this. You know, it's part of the job, though.
Yeah, it's good. Let's finish it.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, cheers. I got a little bit bigger of a bite here. Oh, okay. You got the wings done. Last one for you. You've got such a tight junior grade, so many people in that class from top to bottom. I gotta know, which guy are you not taking on a desert island with you, and which guy are you trusting your life in their hands taking on that island with you?
Who I'm not taking on that island with me in my grade? I love you, Evan Cabral, but yeah, you can't go with me on that one.
Good at basketball, not as good of an island partner? Okay.
Common sense, use a little work. Who I am taking with me, I said this before, I believe. I'm trusting Alex Pender with my life in that situation.
I mean, Alex is, you know, the vocal leader for you guys on the court. He's been phenomenal. Sounds like a good partner to choose.
He's a big outdoorsman, so.
Oh, there we go. Big hiking guy.
Yeah.
There we go. Well, Jalen, appreciate you coming on. Yes, thank you very much. Good luck this weekend, and yeah, we'll see you down the line.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for that red-hot interview, Devin, but I think it's time for a quick look around the Men's Liberty League. In studio is our Men's Liberty League analyst, John Frieders.
It's been a wild ride in the Liberty League this season, and for some, this weekend determines whether or not they'll be playing another game. For others, this is an opportunity to secure a home playoff game or even a bye. The first game on the slate is Bard at RIT, 2 teams towards the bottom of the league fighting for pride at this point. Will today be the day Bard secures their first league win of the season with the duo of Lucas Tovar and Max Fry, or will RIT protect their home hardwood? Should be an entertaining game with no playoff implications in sight. But speaking of playoff implications for Clarkson Golden Knights, it's do or die as they need to win both games this weekend and have Ithaca and Hobart lose both theirs. The first task lies in a road trip to number 2 ranked Union, who has been dominant this season. Jack Plesser has been one of the league's best, averaging well over 22 points a game and 7 boards. Plesser has been charging through the Liberty League and looks to take care of business tonight per usual. And then speaking of the top teams in the league, number 3 Vassar looks to play devil's advocate in a trip to Hobart, who needs a win to stay in the playoff race. Hobart has lost 8 of their last 9 games, but will look to lean on Monty Ned and Alex Mesh, who both average over 15 a game. Offense is important, but defense is just as critical against Vassar's Avery Lee and Shea Fitzgerald, who are 2 of the league's finest. Last time these teams squared off, Fitzgerald and Lee combined for 38 and look to run it back tonight in Geneva, New York. For the final game in league play tonight, it'll be a 4-versus-1 matchup with top-ranked RPI on the road in Newell Fieldhouse to battle St. Lawrence. The Saints will be playing for a chance to host a first-round playoff game against a hungry RPI team who's looking to secure a first-round bye. Last time these teams met, overtime was required, with RPI slipping past SLU 65-62. Get your popcorn ready, because this is going to be a fun one. There's your race around the Liberty League, and I'm excited to check back in with you guys with score updates at the half. Back to you guys at the desk.
John, I will indeed be getting my popcorn ready for that race. Such a tight one, as you discussed, with almost all of those games having major standings implications. But looking ahead to the men's game later tonight, fellas, how will the Bombers defend against Aiden Roy and Joey Skoric?
Well, I want to start with Joey Skoric because he is the key. He has the potential to seriously burn the Bombers. He stands at 6'10", big, tall stature. When he's gone up against guys who don't have a ton of size, don't have that height and weight to combat him, he's been dominant. Against Slew, 13 points. Against Clarkson, they don't have a starter above 6'5". He went 21 points, 9 of 9 from the field. Fortunately, the Bombers have Chris Laseth. No David Luberoff, but Max Laseth at 6'5", 230 pounds. He's got that weight. He can hold him down on the low block. I think he is paramount to slowing down Skoric.
Absolutely, and also, on top of the scoring, Skoric, big rebounder too, and Laseth, he did a good job stepping up for Ithaca last season when they were lacking in size, looking for that dog mentality that they had last year, bringing it out tonight in order to get the win. As for Roy, he's a big-time shooter, not making it a lot and often, but he's shooting it enough to the point where he's scoring a lot.
Yeah, Max, and you see on the screen there, 26.7 three-point percentage. What that tells me, look, you can sag off. If he's in the pick and roll with Skoric, play under. Don't let Joey Skoric roll to the basket. Let Aiden Roy get a little space, get him to think about shooting that three ball a bit because, look, for him this season, it just has not been a high percentage, high quality shot. Don't let him get downhill. Don't let him get to the line where he's the third best free throw shooter.
Don't let him get to the line, indeed, there, Nikita. It'll be fun to see how that matchup against Skidmore will go. Tip-off for that one begins after the women's game at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, so stay tuned for that matchup. But it's time that we send it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere because pregame coverage of Bombers Live continues when we return.
First-year college students adjusting to their new lives, then bam, all student IDs malfunctioning. Inconceivable. Unless it were an act of sabotage. I, Private Eye Lucian, am going to unveil the truth, and it's going to happen today.
Dear Lord, what is going on here?
We're wasting time. We have to get a move on.
Oh, right. Watch the show.
Mom, did you really need to buy 2 can openers for our emergency kit?
I can't help it. They're 2 for 1. What's this?
We need to keep our family communication plan safe in case of an emergency.
Thanks, Tita.
We should think ahead to keep Mom and Dad safe when it floods this year. I've got an evacuation route loaded in my phone.
I've got an updated list of Dad's meds.
And I've got just what we need to get them to take this seriously.
Start a conversation with your family and plan together for emergencies.
Welcome back from that break. I'm Ethan Lefebvre alongside Nikita Lohman and Max Raymond. Transitioning back to the women's game, guys, where tip-off begins in just a little bit. The last time the Bombers faced the Thoroughbreds was on Saturday, December 6th. The Bombers won that game 69-54. Fellas, how do they replicate those results from December 6th?
Well, it's all about the shooting, and, well, shooters were shooting last time out. Ithaca, they were shooting 41% from the field, 45 from 3. Tucker, 16 points, 75% from the field. Gill, 15 points, she was shooting 50% from the field. Drevna, 13 points, she also had 8 rebounds. This team, they couldn't miss the basket if they tried.
Yeah, Max. And Maddie Gill, who's been one of the top-notch three-point shooters all season long. You saw it against Skidmore. It's going to be very nice having her back in the lineup tonight after missing a little bit of time. But going to the defensive side of the ball, it was one of the usual suspects. Grace McNamara, stocks were up. The business was booming. 5 steals, 2 blocks. She was getting it done. I think we're going to see her scoring uptick more tonight because that's the trend we've seen recently. But look, that defense is hounding at all 3 levels of the floor. Also, Skidmore, they struggled from the free throw line. I've talked about it time and time again, but look, they went 14 of 24 from the charity stripe. Ithaca can foul and kind of get away with it tonight.
Absolutely, and again, when we look back at this game, really one way to describe it was cruise control for Ithaca. 2 lead changes the whole time. The Bombers, they were just kind of in control the whole time.
Yes, they sure were. And look, in a season that there hasn't been a ton to really grab onto, latch on and say, this was the performance we can build off of, that was a great game, and I think that confidence rolls into this matchup because they already have had success against this opponent on the road.
Yeah, guys. Well, gents, the Bombers will not make playoffs, as we discussed earlier, and this will be the first time since the Bombers joined the Liberty League that they will miss playoffs. And a big reason to point to that is losing all their seniors from last year. And Anya Watkins, Emma Waite, and Annabella Iorio, to just name a few. Guys, how does the impact of losing these veterans impact this Bombers team right now?
Well, I think beyond losing a lot of the depth on this team, you really lost pretty much the entire front court. Watkins and Iorio, they held it down. Anya Watkins, a monster on the glass, standing at 5'11". Annabella Iorio was a bit more of a scorer, but she stands at 6 foot. And where the presence, where they are lost, is that intimidation factor. When you drive into the paint, sort of what we see from Rudy Kropp with Skidmore, you saw a lot of that last season. Teams did not shoot well against Ithaca. Defensive presence was immense. A .371 opponent field goal percentage last year against the Bombers. This year it's up to 41.5. That is the worst mark in the Liberty League. You're going to need to find players to slide up at the end of this year going into next year because it's just tough to replicate and replace that in such a short time.
Absolutely, the size a big factor, but also let's not forget Emma Waite and her playmaking ability that she was doing, moving the ball around, orchestrating this offense. Not only was she a bucket, but she was also, again, a leading assister. A lot of this offense moved through her, so to completely shift your offensive scheme away from these two bigs plus Waite to a new system, it's definitely going to take some learning.
Yeah, Max, Emma Waite was kind of the heart and soul of this team. The rock flowed through her, the leader in assists. There's not a ton of primary ball handlers who are really facilitating this season. One player, though, that I think in these last two games going into next year very well could step up, grow into her role on the team is Natalie Tucker. This is the guard who can take the smaller Emma Waite role, swinging the rock, shooting the 3-ball. This year, 33.3 from beyond the arc. That's percentage. Third on the team in assists per game. Look, this was her first year getting legit a lot of runs. She's gotten a lot of games in the starting lineup, so more of that seasoning is absolutely key. I want to see, Max, we already saw a great game from her the last time these two teams played. I really want to see her get a lot of run tonight.
Absolutely, and the Bombers are going to need pickup and somebody to pick up the load when it comes to the defensive production, and somebody that I'm kind of looking to, Kenzie Perluke. She didn't get too much action last year, but this year played in 20 games as a defensive sub, and she's second on the team with 30 steals. She's proven that she can do it, and I believe that another season now, once this is completed, next year she'll grow quite a lot, and I'm excited to see how she plays and what her role turns into in the coming seasons.
Well, guys, we talked about those seniors, but I want to talk about today's game. Give me a player from each of you that you think that can step up, fill the presence, maybe fill that paint void a little bit, and get the Bombers back into the win column.
Well, Nikita brought her up earlier, and that's Schneider for the Thoroughbreds. Looking at her season stats, 40% from the field, 9 points per game, 5 rebounds per game, leading the team in that stat category. But she also produces defensively, 2 steals a game, getting an assist as well, moving the ball around. But to go on top of all that, she's red hot, 11 points per game over the last 4 games and 7 rebounds, 54% shooting from the field. Man, you've got to be ready if you're Ithaca for Schneider to go out there and absolutely ball, Nikita.
Nikita, who is your pick?
I got to go. I'm staying with the Bombers, and I'm not overcomplicating this. This is the player who's going up against Claudia Schneider. It's Grace McNamara. She's got to continue the forward momentum because she has been on one as of late. Last 3 games, 17 points per game. She's making 2 out of every 3 shots from the floor. She's getting rebounds. She's getting steals. She's a presence. She's got her hand in every part of this Ithaca team. It's simple. This is the marquee matchup. I think, and Max, I think you'll agree with me here, the winner of the McNamara versus Schneider bout is the team that's going to win this game.
I totally agree, Nikita. When it comes down to it, you're looking for your playmakers to make plays, and those are the 2 playmakers right now for IC and for Skidmore.
Yeah, and also another note, sort of shifting gears just a little bit here. When you're looking at the disparity in records, the Bombers, more towards the bottom of the conference. Skidmore, they're fighting, trying to jockey for some playoff positioning down the stretch. when you're playing against a team who's above you in the standings, again, as I mentioned earlier, you need to control the rock. This is something that Skidmore is great at forcing. They force you into mistakes. 20.9 turnovers per game Skidmore is the beneficiary of. That's the best mark in the Liberty League. They've got the second most steals. Zoraida Iqbal has got to handle the rock tonight.
When we return, we'll go over a few more quick points before it's game time at Ben Light. Bombers Live pregame coverage continues when we return.
In a world where policy changes our everyday lives, it's important to stay informed.
With our ever-changing government.
On an international stage.
Around the United States.
And right here in Tompkins County.
Evening in America brings you real news, insightful conversations, and the facts you need to know. Tune into ICTV's premier political news show, Mondays at 8:30 p.m.
Nick, we have to get back.
Back? Back to where? Like at a specific time or something?
I'm talking about the show, Nick. Roommate Rumble. Sundays at 7 on ICTV. The show where two sets of roommates square off to see which pair of roommates will go down as champions in college television history. We're gonna be late.
But I forgot my roommate.
Where we're going, you won't need. No, we might actually.
I'm a different kind of threat. You can't call the cops on me. I don't even have to break in. I'm invited.
And then Kinder.
It's true. It's happened, and it's coming back.
Yeah, okay, when?
Thursdays at 6:30.
Sure, and where is this happening?
ICTV.org and Spectrum Channel 16.
Big Red Face Off. It's back. So lace up those skates. It's time for Big Red Face Off.
I've decided to give you free rein on your first assignment.
Could I maybe do something on the burglaries?
So, where do you want to start?
Well, detectives always start off interviewing the victims. Come up with a list of questions that we ask everyone.
Compile common things between them.
Welcome back into the ICTV studios for our final stretch of pregame for Bombers Live coverage. Before we send you courtside for Ithaca and Skidmore, Max Raymond, Nikita Lohman, and I'm your host, Ethan Lefebvre. Guys, previewing the Skidmore game today, who are we looking for and what do the Bombers need to look out for today?
Well, I think that one crucial thing that I want to pick up on that, Nikita, you left off with, talking about Skidmore and the turnovers that they force. But for Ithaca, I don't think that they should be too weary and let that alter the game that they play. The Bombers, they're first in the Liberty League when it comes to assists, averaging 14.83 per game. This Ithaca team loves to move the ball around, and they find a lot of success doing so. So I know that Skidmore loves to bring on the pressure defensively and force some of these turnovers, but Ithaca, they've got to still stick with their game plan and still move the rock around.
Max, that's very well said. I think a lot of teams, they get into a matchup against a top-tier opponent, and they feel like they need to switch up what has brought them success. No, the Bombers cannot do that. I think what you need to do is trust Zoraida Iqbal. When we left off, I mentioned she's got to be the one controlling the rock because she has been the primary ball handler. She's the seasoned veteran of this group. She can pass it out. She knows what the good looks are. She drives downhill. She kicks out. She's going to be able to get these Skidmore defenders sort of out of those typical passing lanes. I think one player who could be on the benefiting end tonight, Simone Pintinelli, because the season is coming down the stretch. She hasn't had a lot of playing time, but Dan Raymond called his microwave. She can heat up. She can hit some shots. Zoraida Iqbal to Simone Pintinelli, book it. That's going to be what to look out for tonight,
That's
Max.
your pick to click. You know what? I'm going to go with Natalie Tucker as somebody that I'm excited to see play. Again, we're talking about down the stretch. We're talking about looking ahead. Tucker is somebody, a sophomore, who Raymond has also talked highly about. So I'd love to see and excited to see the performance that she can go out and put on today.
You know, Max, why don't we just stick to this theme? We're talking about players that Dan Raymond has spoke highly of. He speaks highly of a lot of his players because, look, they're here for a reason. Another one, Mary Burnett. When we talked about in that last discussion, you know, just the lack of size because all these forwards, the front court was gone. Mary Burnett, only a sophomore. She's had time. She's shown some of those flashes. As I said earlier on this pregame show, 19 blocks. I think she's going to get a lot more run tonight. Maybe look for her to score a bit more.
A player that the Bombers need to look out for is Tori Drevna. Her offensive touch has been seen all season long, averaging the most points on this Bombers team with 12 points and 5.4 rebounds. Our very own Colin Martin had the chance to sit down with Drevna to discuss her impact and what she's seen from the Bombers offense thus far in the season.
Putting the student in student athlete, we go from the court to the classroom. I'm Colin Martin, and class is in session. Joined at the table here by the junior guard for Ithaca women's basketball, Tori Drevna. Tori, thank you so much for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Well, if you can't tell by my job here, I'm a sports media major, and we can do the classic icebreaker. Tori, tell me a little bit about your major.
So I am an AP RMC major, so that's in the Park School, and it's a long acronym that stands for Advertising, Public Relations, and Marketing Communications. So I do all sorts of things within that, yeah.
Well, let's talk about the marketing. As a student athlete, have you noticed that the way you play, or rather being an athlete, makes marketing kind of part of what you do? You're kind of a walking billboard in a way.
I mean, I guess I never really thought about it like that, but yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's a really hard question to answer.
It can be difficult. Well, let's talk about one thing you definitely know about advertising is the pitch, and that's a big part of recruiting as well. I know you're in your junior year, it's been a while. Coach Raymond has been doing this for a long time. What was his pitch to you to come to Ithaca College, and how did he sell you on it?
Yeah, so I came up here on 2 different visits, one in the fall and one in the summer. And yeah, he just told me, we came to the Park School and we met with the dean, and yeah, I learned a lot about this major, so I think that's kind of what brought me into the major side of things. And then on the basketball side of things, he just always talked about how this program is a winning program, and I came from a winning program in high school, and I wanted to be a part of that again. And I knew how good the players were here, and I met some of the girls on the team, and they were super welcoming. So yeah, that's kind of really what drew me in.
You're part of a team with a lot of different backgrounds, play styles. I wanted to ask, which one of your teammates do you think is the most marketable?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'd probably say Grace McNamara. If you've ever watched her play, she is a fan and a master of the turnaround jump shot. She loves that shot. So we like to call her LeBron James on our team because of that shot. So I'd probably say her, yeah.
Since we're on the topic of Grace, I have to ask, maybe a little bit away from the marketing side.
Yeah.
How often does she practice that shot? She pulls it out like 5 times a game.
I know. She said that she just started doing it this summer.
Wow.
Just practicing it this summer, and I was like, I swear you've been doing that for your entire life. But yeah, she just said this summer, and yeah, like when we'll go and we'll shoot around, like she'll just do a few and I'll guard her, and you know, it works in the game. So I'm like, you go for it, girl.
Well, if Grace is the most marketable, who would you want to help you run the ad campaign? Who would be your partner on this team?
That's a good question. I would say Maddie Gill.
Okay.
Yeah, she's super creative when it comes to like video production and advertising and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, she's good. She's really good with that sort of stuff. So I think we'd make a good team on that.
I could see that for sure.
Yeah.
Well, they're tuning into this on Bombers Live. There's sort of a market for, hey, come watch D3 college athletics, come watch the Ithaca Bombers play basketball. Tori, you have the stage. What's your pitch? Why watch the Bombers today?
Yeah, I would just say we're a super fun group of girls to watch. We're a young team. We have a lot of potential. And yeah, I would say that just D3 women's basketball and women's basketball in general is just flourishing and evolving in this day and age. And yeah, I'd say we're at this rate equally as fun to watch as the guys too. And we have a lot to bring to the table. And yeah, it's a fun watch. So yeah.
Well, Tori, thank you so much for stopping by the classroom. Wishing you a good rest of your school day.
Thanks so much. Thanks. You too.
Thanks, Colin. Another fantastic interview, but we're here in the presence of greatness. Jonathan Falco is here at the desk, so you guys know what time it is. It's Liberty League Pick'ems times. Guys, who do you got across the board for the Liberty League coming in on playoffs? Falco, we'll start with you.
All right, thank you so much, Ethan. It's great to be back on here with you guys at the desk. So we'll get right to it. Starting off with RPI over St. Lawrence, excuse me. I have better defense, beating better offense there. We go to Vassar over Williams-Smith. We have RIT, one of the hottest teams in the Liberty League, defeating Bard. Skidmore over Ithaca, because I think Skidmore, they're in the Liberty League tournament right now. They're going to try and prove it to the rest of the Liberty League that they can potentially make a run. And last but not least, the #1 team in Liberty League Union defeating Clarkson.
Interesting, Falco. I'm going to go a little bit differently than what you had. I've got SLU, Vassar, RIT. Then I'm going with the Bombers over the Skiddies. I think Ithaca's got what it takes to pull out the win. And to round it all out, I'll finish with Union. Nikita?
Look, I'm going to be honest, guys. My picks aren't the most exciting this week. I've got RPI over SLU, Vassar over Williams-Smith, RIT over Bard, Skidmore over Ithaca, Union over Clarkson. Keeping it simple. We're on the same page here.
We're on the same page, Nikita. I love it.
So then, Max, that begs the question, why are your picks so different? Explain them right now.
Well, I just believe in this St. Lawrence offense, really. I'm seeing what they're kind of cooking up and how they're kind of playing this season, and I'm just a believer, truly. I'm truly a believer in this SLU offense.
Well, I'm a believer in defense. I think Nikita is as well. When you talk about RPI, one of the better defenses in the entire Liberty League, I think I'm going to trust them over a red-hot St. Lawrence offense.
Well, great choices, fellas. Sadly, that's all the time we have today for our Bombers Live pregame coverage of women's basketball. For the entire studio crew here, Anthony Labate, Jonathan Falco, John Frieders, Max Raymond, Nikita Lohman, and I'm Ethan Lefebvre, we're going to send it on out to Ben Light Gymnasium, where Colin Martin and Brad Romano have the call with sideline reporter Johnny Lisi. Ithaca, Skidmore, up next.
When people are fed, futures are nourished. They can connect with the world around them, unlock endless possibilities, and thrive. Join the movement to end hunger. Volunteer. Advocate. Donate. Go to feedingamerica.org/act now.
Welcome back to Newswatch.
The CDC faced another round of cuts.
Covering news around Ithaca.
Tompkins County Chamber has elected a new vice president.
And across the country.
Typhoon ravaged Mexico last week.
All you need to know about your weekly weather and your favorite entertainment.
With updates from all your favorite teams. All that and more every Tuesday at 7:30 and 8:30.
We are taught you don't talk about your problems with nobody because you could get in trouble. And I've been through a lot. Anxiety, depression, sexual assault. When I decided to get help, my life changed. And the mental health box, that was one of the big tools. Accepting help means that we are allowing somebody to bless our life. It's freeing. We got stronger together. Love your mind.
Where's Griffin? We're about to start any minute.
Riley! I've seen it. Okay,
seen what? And what's with the hair?
The future. I've seen the future. After Hours is still hilarious. The bands are even awesomer, and the monologue is even sillier, and the field segments are wacky as crazy.
Okay, but seriously, the hair.
Well, the bob is very in the future. Trust me.
Some things never change.
After Hours, Monday nights at 7:30 p.m. Season 23, same time, same place, new stuff.
Game crew, but now we're at the casino. It's time to put all your chips on the table, all cards pushed into the center, because it's Ithaca Bomber basketball as they take on the Skidmore Thoroughbreds. It's a beautiful day in Ithaca, New York, and an even more beautiful sight up here on the catwalk. I'm Colin Martin, joined by your analyst for the evening, Brad Romano, on a day that means just a little bit more as well. We're celebrating breast cancer awareness here in Ben Light Gymnasium. I see the shirt on you, man. I see the tie on me too. You know we had to be decked out for something like this, but in the meantime, it's a game here at Ithaca College which has different stakes than usual. The Bombers out of the playoff picture for the first time in a long time, and they can't work their way back in over the next two games. So while it might not mean much on paper, Brad, What do you want to see from the Bombers tonight and tomorrow?
Colin, it might seem pretty obvious, but I just want them to work hard and play hard. Look, 2 games left on the schedule. They are out of the Liberty League tournament. They have no chance at it. And with that, the players could get unmotivated, maybe not wanting to play when there's nothing at stake. But that's the exact opposite of what they should be doing. Going into next season, you want to leave with a good note, with good victory. And that's what they got to do in these 2 games. Get the job done and get the win.
Well, you saw it on the screen right there. Let's throw it right back up again. The last 10 games for Ithaca have not been the way that you would expect a Bombers team to operate. 2-8 over the last 10. Both of those wins come against Bard. They blew them out back on January 17th, and they just saw them again over the road weekend. That's a Bard team with only 1 conference win. We talked about them the last time we were on the air. But this Bombers team has struggled so far, and it's really kind of that look towards next season that's fresh on the mind of a lot of these players.
Yeah, you know, you go back to that graphic of the last 10 games. That's not normal for this Ithaca team. You go back the past couple of years, 17-1 in conference play for 2 straight years, and now the only team they're beating is the arguably worst team in the Liberty League Conference. It just goes to show this is a different season for the Ithaca Bombers that we're not used to. But the season's not over yet. You got 2 more games to get some conference wins on your schedule.
Well, on the other side, it's a Skidmore team that competed towards the top of the Liberty League for years on years. Back in those early 2020s, well, Brad, you were still in high school, but I remember this Skidmore Thoroughbreds team running through the Liberty League. They kind of took a step back. They brought in a brand new coach, David Bostic, and it feels like this season he's really put some life in this squad.
It's kind of ironic how both of these teams have a lot of rich history, but it's a different look for both of them. But Coach Bostic knows what he's doing with this Skidmore team, a really passionate guy that wants this team to have fun with it, have good energy, and that's what we've been seeing in the later stretch of the season. You look at their last 3 games against Bard, Clarkson, and St. Lawrence, they've all been wins. They've all been racking up wins, and it comes now to this. You have Liberty League tournament chances. You got to beat this Ithaca team that on paper may not seem the best, but we know they're going to come out and play.
Ithaca, a well-coached crew. That's what Coach Bostic said as well. Skidmore currently 5th in the Liberty League. As you know, 1 and 2 get the bye in the first round, 3 and 4 host, and they have a real chance to jump St. Lawrence for that 4th spot. I talked to Coach Bostic. I said, are you thinking about that, thinking about getting that home court advantage? He said, man, of course I am, but I can't let the girls know that. They got to take it 1 game at a time, and it all starts right now.
It's a difference between a coaching mindset and a team mindset, but it's good that you have both, because when you have both, that's versatility, and Bostic's got that.
Well, both teams are lining up for the national anthem on what will be a very special day here in Ben Light Gymnasium. The Ithaca College Bombers look to pick up win number 9 on the season, potentially work their way into 7th in the conference. Meanwhile, the Skidmore Thoroughbreds are hot on the tail of returning to the top of the Liberty League. It's going to be a heck of a day. I just can't wait to get going.
2 teams with opposite things going on right now. Could this be a trap game for Skidmore? We will see.
Well, we're finally going to find out as we tick towards the national anthem. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's Liberty League women's basketball here on Bombers Live.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Greetings, weary traveler. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. What is it, you ask? Oh, well, it's game over. ICTV's one-stop shop for gaming, tech, and entertainment news. On it Wednesdays at 7:30. Now, good luck, adventurer.
El impacto de una comida va mucho más allá de alimentar nuestro cuerpo. Porque cuando las personas se alimentan, sus futuros se nutren. Todos merecen una vida plenamente llena. Y con tu ayuda, podemos acabar con el hambre. Únete al movimiento en feedingamerica.org/haz tu parte.
One of my favorite things about being a newscaster are the people you meet along the way. Seems like everybody has a story to tell.
Of what their lives were like in the past.
Or what they want tomorrow to be.
So you can get to know your community a little better.
And every week we get to share these stories with you.
Good Day Ithaca on ICTV News 607. Every Friday at 10 a.m. and Sunday at 6 p.m.
When people are fed, futures are nourished. They can connect with the world around them, unlock endless possibilities, and thrive. Join the movement to end hunger. Volunteer. Advocate. Donate. Go to feedingamerica.org/act now.
Welcome back to Bombers Live. Ithaca women's basketball on the way. Well, you see Skidmore starters. Let's show you Ithaca's. Check this out.
Zoraida Ikaboseta, Falls Church, Virginia.
Maddie Gill, Soames Elementary School.
Tori Drebna, St. Killian Parish School.
Grace McNamara, Jenkins Sharks.
Avery McPeak, Easton, Pennsylvania.
What a five, what a look at those. But I want to say one specific name one more time. Brad, let's talk about Grace McNamara. While this Ithaca team has been on the downturn, it's been McNamara in the month of February that has been so special.
It's been phenomenal play from Grace McNamara. You look at the season comparison from January to February, you look at the points, it only got up by 1, but it's the last 3 games that have been special for Grace McNamara. All double-digit scoring, phenomenal play from her this entire stretch. 20-4 against Bard, 12-6 against RPI, 19-7 against Clarkson. It's that mid-range shot that Coach Raymond said she's been practicing nonstop, and we're finally seeing it come to play.
McNamara's last 3 games, her 3 highest scoring appearances in her entire career. You saw them visually for the Skidmore side, but let's break down their starting lineup as well. It's Sophia Martinez, Maddie Meyer, Claudia Schneider, Melissa Severino, and Ruby Kropp. I almost got tumbled up on Madison Meyer because I already wanted to get into my story on her. One of the primary defenders in the Liberty League, and not to mention Ruby Kropp, well, she leads Skidmore history in blocks. They got 2.
It's a very good defensive duo that Coach Bostic loves, and we're going to see it here.
As we line up for the opening tip, tipped out to Severino, and it's Skidmore ball first.
Skidmore's got to try to get a home Liberty League tournament game. Tonight's the night to secure it.
It's the Bombers in their dark alternate grays. Down low, it's Schneider who goes up and gets fouled by McNamara. She'll head to the line. It's Skidmore in those all whites with the gray italics.
And Schneider's going to try to get to the paint just as much as she can. You know, 15th in Liberty League scoring, 11th in rebounding, multiple games where she's had 10 or more rebounds. Got to be careful defending her.
Well, we'll see it here as Schneider gets to the line. She's tallest player on this team. She'll knock through the first. Right up there with Jenny Shine. They have 2 very dominant bigs. She's averaging 13 and 8 over the last weekend. On the season, it's a little under 10. Second one rolls around. Ikaboseta with the board. Gets caught up towards midcourt. It's going to be a jump ball forced on the ground by Meyer. That's what Coach Bostic's talking about. She'll dive on the floor any given play, Brad.
Coach Bostic said without Maddie, the defense is completely different on the floor. When she's on the floor, the entire team plays better on the defensive side, and you just saw it right there.
It's going to be one of the toughest individual tasks that Zoraida Ikaboseta has seen all season long. Gill gives it up to McNamara, who's guarded by Martinez. Travel called. 2 back-to-back possessions that have been tough on McNamara.
And it's going to continue to be tough because this Skidmore defense goes out and plays tough. Already early on, we're seeing the issues with this defense, and it might only get worse, but still plenty of time.
Meyer, 10 steals over the last 2 games. She just forced a jump ball. She's been struggling from 3, but the defense has kept her on the court. Ruby Kropp gives it right back up to Meyer. Down low, Schneider. McPeak forces her out. McNamara finds the ball right on her back. There's the steal. Now here come the Bombers running. On the dead ball, you got to watch out for that Skidmore full court press. But in those situations where you can get your stops, Brad, it gets you a chance to get into your offense a little bit more smooth.
You don't want to go too fast on the offense here, especially with a fast-paced defense that Skidmore has.
Drevna hooks up a three. That's good.
That's what we need to see from Drevna the entire game, though. You got that three early on, but can you keep it the pace that you did in the first half of the season? But a great shot by Drevna.
Bombers take the early lead. Tori Drevna, one of the premier defenders in the Liberty League as well. We'll touch on that later. Down low, McPeak gets a hand on it. She's fighting and gets the ball right back.
That's what we need to see from this Ithaca front court, being aggressive in the paint. When you don't have that height advantage, you got to get that hand out.
Bombers flip it back over to Ichabal-Seta. Steps into a three. No good. McNamara tips it around, but Severino steps out of bounds.
Drevna and Ichabal-Seta, when you think about this Ithaca basketball team, the two scorers outside of McNamara, that's who you think about. The past couple of games, though, it's got a bit downhill.
See Tori Drevna's stats on the year, averaging up to 12 points. She is in the top 10 of multiple different Liberty League categories. Can she do it again? No good off the side of the rim. Hauled in by Kropp. Now here's Skidmore. They don't run too often on the offensive ends. They are so fast defensively. But in the fast break is a category where Ithaca has struggled all season long. Severino down low, guarded by Grace McNamara. Schneider gives down low, looks to Kropp, has the mismatch on Ichabal-Seta and is forced to travel. A handful of great defensive possessions for the Bombers.
A handful of great defensive possessions, more specifically in that front court, causing travels, causing turnovers. They're doing it all, and if they keep it up, it could cause havoc.
Here's the first iteration of the Skidmore full court press as Megan Drury checks into the game for the first time today. Gill's left wide open. She'll let it fly. No good. McNamara's there for the rebound. Down low, scoops it back up. That's tough.
McNamara, she's known for the mid-range, but she's aggressive in the paint as well, and she can do it all.
Skidmore moving fast again. Drury. Jump ball called as McPeak gets a hand on. Avery McPeak has been all over the place defensively so far.
Raymond talked about Avery McPeak was spoken about by Coach Raymond. Coach Raymond talked about the stats aren't going to show it with Avery McPeak, but she is someone that brings so much energy to this team, even when she wasn't a captain in her first 2 years. She was a quiet captain that turned into a vocal captain.
Maddie Meyer started every game this season. She goes down low and forces a block call on Zerada Ichabal-Seta. 23 for 23. She plays over 23 minutes a game, averaging over 11 points as well. Now, the three ball hasn't been falling for her, but she has been so special for this Skidmore team, who's worked their way into real Liberty League contention. Drevna forces a turnover on the inbound. Meyer steps out of bounds.
It's almost like Meyer didn't even know she was out of bounds. Just grabbed the ball, but that 1 foot slightly out of bounds there, and that 1 foot will lead to a turnover, and that's what happened.
Sometimes your teammates set you up a little bit. You inbound the ball, you're standing out of bounds, you say, hey, don't pass me the ball again.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? Dead ball on the floor, foul called on the floor. Going to be a couple subs for Skidmore. Checking in for the first time today, Sarah Hasty. She'll take the place of Meyer. She's joined on the floor by Martinez, Kropp, Drury, and Schneider. It's the same 5 starters for Ithaca, no substitutions on their side yet. Zerada Ichabal-Seta finds Gill in the mid-range. Nice pink kicks over McNamara, no good. Now the mid-range, bread and butter, no good. Sophia Martinez with the board. Martinez and Ichabal-Seta kind of fill that similar role for a guard. They're so crafty they can swing the ball around. When they keep possessions clean and don't turn it over, they're 2 of the best in the league. McNamara goes stumbling. Martinez can't cash in.
Martinez and Ichabal-Seta can also both score if they want to too, but they're not score-first players. But if they need a bucket, they got it.
2 reliable guards. Martinez only a sophomore. Ichabal-Seta in her senior year. Finds Drevna outside. Another deep shot. That's pretty.
Perfectly set up play there. Almost didn't go in for the Bombers, but McNamara able to get the ball right off the tip, and it led to that 3 from Drevna. Drevna's red hot early on.
They're going to say she had the foot on the line. That's going to be cashed as a 2 on the floor. It's a 7-1 game. Ichabal-Seta with the rip. Here come the Bombers flying over the top. Drevna, left side, right hand. That's smooth.
It's the turnover issue for Sophia Martinez. Averages 4 on the year, and we're seeing it right there. A great pass by Ichabal-Seta, not taking it, sees Drevna, a perfect opportunity, and they're red hot to start off this game.
The Bombers have struggled in the first quarter in the past. Against Skidmore, that was where they shined. Biggest emphasis for Coach David Bostic of Skidmore was to not let the Bombers get hot at home. They're doing well so far. Skidmore begging for a bucket. 7 seconds on the shot clock. Ichabal-Seta forces the jump ball. It goes Bomber way. These seniors today, Brad, have shown up in bunches.
It's funny, we thought this was going to be an exact opposite of how the defenses play. Skidmore's known for their aggressive early out-the-gate press defense. That's been the opposite. The Bombers are doing that, coming out the great aggressive. They're usually very aggressive, but it's a different type now.
Ichabod Seta, McPeak, and Gill check off. Natalie Tucker enters the game. She'll be joined by Lily Wolaber as well as Simone Pintanali.
Natalie Tucker had her best game of the season against Skidmore with 16 points. Keep an eye out for her.
Pintanali out on the right side finds Tucker. The Skidmore 2-3 switches into a man-to-man look often. The Bombers will be able to get threes on it if they can convert and make passes like these around the arc. Thoroughbreds are flying all over the place. Wolaber wants the one-on-one. No good. Blocked by Hasty.
And you see this 2-3 zone from Skidmore. Their eyes and their court vision is crazy. They're locked on defenders. It switches. They're locked on that defender. They practice this a lot, and you can tell right now.
4 seconds on the shot clock. Tori Drevna, no good. Rebound brought in by Audrey Bowen.
You see that Drevna has the confidence in her three, has already made one and a far two.
Here's Martinez getting shifty. Left-handed finish, no good. Bowen goes over the top to keep Skidmore with the rock. Drury goes down. McNamara says, oh no. Hits that one straight out of bounds.
Swatted that right away. No, 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 not today. Grace McNamara, what a play.
Timeout on the floor. Bombers lead by 8. And it's been all Ithaca so far. But we talked about that defensive duo for the Skidmore Thoroughbreds. It's not your everyday. You see the leader in steals and blocks make up the same front court, and it's not the same person. They got 2 different types of ballers. Ruby Kropp, the center. Look at that. You aren't stunned by the points, less than 5. Then you see 3 blocks per game. Holy Toledo. Madison Meyer, on the other hand, with almost 3 steals a game, and she's a bucket. That's really tough to plan against.
Well, they say defense wins championships, and in Liberty League tournament play, that could win them a game. Because when you have a duo like Meyer and Kropp, like you just said, are able to get blocks and steals, 2 of the most important things on the defensive side. That's cash money.
The best way to run your defense is when the other team can't get a shot off. And Brad, I know you play some pickup a little bit. I'm right there with you. When I'm going back to the basket and you rip the ball away from me, I get discouraged. I'm not making a whole lot of shots after that. And when you swat my stuff out of bounds, I get real angry. That's what they've made other teams feel like all year.
A lot of people think basketball is all about the physical game. It's mental too. Those steals can lead to the mental, as you just said. And if your head's not in the game, your play's not going to be in the game.
I would never let you block me. You know that?
We'll see.
Bombers lead by 8, less than 5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Baseline inbound. Tucker goes flying. Bowen can't cash in the right-handed finish, and Tucker gets her get back with the board.
I'll tell you what, Tucker being that short in the post, giving her 100% effort, that's what you want to see in a game like this, and she's been doing that all season. It's effort every time.
Drevna almost fired that one up from Schenectady. She pulls back, and now the Bombers move it around. Tucker thought about the deep shot, passed it down low. Bowen swats it out of bounds, but can't give chase. Bombers will pick up again with 12 seconds on the shot clock.
Tucker's a great shooter, and considering she had her best game against Skidmore, I feel like you sometimes have to take those threes, and why not let it fly?
Tori Drevna, 9th in the Liberty League in assists per game, gets the inbound to Tucker. She can also splash them from deep. Drevna, no good. Martinez with the board. Now Bowen has a clear lane, right-handed finish, nearly loses the rock. Drevna with the swat.
Something woke up inside Tori Drevna. Phenomenal block right there. Didn't get her hand up early. It's like she knew when she was going to take it right here. The vision, swats it. Her hand didn't even go up that much.
Bowen had it on the way up. Bowen has plenty of size on Drevna, but she just got the little tip on the way up. It's masterful stuff on the defensive end. Skidmore still only with 1 point here in the first quarter. Zoraida with the tip. She finds the ball. They do it again. It has been a special defensive day for the Bombers. McPeak checks back in. She's in the high post. Ichabod Seta, Wolaber, McPeak, Tucker, and Pintanali is the 5 for the Bombers. Ichabod Seta guarded by Martinez. McPeak looks down low, not a whole lot of options. 8 seconds left on the shot clock. Step back. There's the swag from Zoraida Ichabod Seta.
Pass first, but can score as well. Contested too. Didn't care. A great mid-range shot. And Coach Raymond said it best. Ichabod Seta does many things that not many other players at the D3 level can do.
I don't know how they teach that. The points, rebounds, and assists, they've been down this year, but it's still that classic Zoraida Icabal-Seta. You're going to see 2 games of greatness from the senior this weekend. Hasty gets down low, beautiful rip move, and that kind of broke the ice for Skidmore, who needed a bucket bad.
Hasty got 4 starts early on the season. Since then, has transitioned into a 6-man kind of role. 8 games with 5+ rebounds, can be good in the paint as well, and can contribute for this Skidmore team who needs points right now.
Hasty, a talented player. She played incredible against the Bombers when they went to Skidmore. 9.7 boards. It's above her usual repertoire. She's definitely someone that knows how the Bombers work and knows how to expose that. Ball's tipped down low. Williber finds it. Pincinelli, wide open. Why not let it fly? Rolls around the rim just barely. Would have been a huge shot.
She's one of those players where if she just gets one of them to knock down, she could be red hot.
Down low, Schneider left wide open with the right-handed finish. That's how Skidmore wants to use their size today. They're not going to go back to the basket time and time again, but they're going to take that mismatch every time.
Yes,
Martinez picks up the block.
Just about to say, Schneider against Tucker. I mean, that's a mismatch waiting to happen in the paint right there. I feel like Ithaca has to switch things up. You have to have someone with a little bit of height guarding Schneider, especially in the paint, or else she's just going to lay it up and in, which she just did.
You have to agree with that take, but at the same time, this Ithaca team doesn't have a whole lot ready to go. We're going to see a substitution right there that might help. Mary Burnett checks in for Wilbur, kind of eye for an eye, but it's the rare 2-forward rotation that the Bombers run with Mary Burnett and Avery McPeak now.
It also doesn't help that the Skidmore height on this team is much taller than an average team, so you got a huge mismatch on height there.
Turnover on the inbound. There's Meyer. Who else? Left-handed flush. That's good.
Skidmore on a bit of a run now, worrying for the Bombers off to a red-hot start. Not about how you start, about how you finish.
In the full court, it's Schneider on Icabal-Seta. You would think she want to take her straight to the basket. Skidmore's miscommunicating. Pincinelli was left wide open, but Burnett instead dumps it down to McPeak. Left-handed finish, fouled on the way up by Schneider. Avery McPeak will get to the line for the first time tonight.
It's a good play by McPeak, although it's not a huge height advantage. Shine's doing a good job guarding her, but McPeak doesn't throw it up. She goes under and up to confuse the defender, and now she's got 2 free throws.
Gives us a good chance to talk about Avery McPeak, and I really loved our conversation with Coach Raymond. He said that the fans, they don't see what she has meant to this program. She's a really special young woman is what Coach Raymond had to say, and Coach Raymond, just like really everyone should, believes she'll be on to do great things post-basketball. She's been a captain since her junior year, and the stats, she'll provide you some boards, she'll shoot well from the field, but it's really what she does off the court that makes her so essential to this team.
And it's not even just the year she's been a captain. It's been her first 2 years as Yale. It's just when she's went from a quiet leader to now the vocal leader in her upperclassmen years. But even when she wasn't that main leader, she was always there, and it's showcasing now.
It shows some versatility of a player to be able to do that. Well, it's 12-7 here at the court with 2:10 left. Take that scoreboard down. Bombers lead by 5. Burnett with Martinez on her. It's a size advantage, but she's so far away from the hoop. 9 seconds. Icabal-Seta throws that one to no man's land. Coach Bostic with the one-handed catch, saying Odell Beckham Jr. That one goes out of bounds. Bomber turnover.
Burnett went right into the paint when then Gill had to transition all the way to the three-point line. Didn't get there in time, though, and a miscommunication leads to a chance now for Skidmore to get even more hot than they already are.
It could be a low-scoring affair today. Only 12-7 here in the first quarter. Bombers usually put up a boatload of points, but the Skidmore defense is tough. Schneider gets swatted by Drevna. They call the foul late. Tori Drevna, when she's had the ball in front of her, has been her best defensively all day.
We know how good Drevna is on the offensive side, especially in that first half of the season, but her defense gets really overlooked.
Look at this replay here. Back to the basket. Martinez dumps it down. Drevna does get hand on wrist there. Good call, but so close to another swat. At the line, it's Claudia Schneider. She's had a good day so far. Last time she came out first to the Bombers, she had 12 points and a board. Martinez stepped over the line on the free throw, so they'll call no on the make. Coach Bostic doesn't like it on the sideline, and Schneider checks out now for Sarah Hasty, the junior. Bombers lead by 4, less than 2 minutes to go here in this first quarter.
Now's the time where you need a shot. It's 12-8, Skidmore's on a run. You got to get something here.
Meyer hounds Icabal-Seta. McPeak now down to Burnett. Guarded tightly by Jenny Shine. Loses the rock on the way up. Martinez is there to find it.
They're right there on Burnett in the paint, and she really can't do anything about it when you have 2 tall players on you.
Martinez moving fast. She dished it up the court to Hasty. It went off her hands.
You see Ichabal Seta right now and how vocal she is as a leader. She's known for a quiet leader, but if she's got to speak up, she's going to. And that's what she's doing, trying to get the whole team on the same pace with her.
Bombers move past half court. Ichabal Seta shrugs off the defender. Gill looking for her first bucket. That should have been easy, but instead rolls out. A rare Gill miss. She missed last game out on the road against RPI. She's back today. Just needs to get into the flow of things here. Could have given the Bombers an extra advantage.
A clear path to the rim, but sometimes it's just unfortunate with those missed layups.
Wide open look for Bowen. Left-handed finish. Rolls around and in the bucket. Skidmore's made it close.
The screen from Bowen was the reason that shot happened. Good aggressiveness on the screen.
Drevna steps into a mid-range. No good off the front rim, but Burnat's there to pick it up. Now it's Gill. Ichabal Seta. Drevna wide open. 4-3. No good. Burnat there. Puts it right back up and one.
And that's what Burnat needs to do the entire game. Get the rebounds, put it up, draw contact with two defenders on you, up and in.
And sometimes hanging around the rim isn't too bad. Look at Burnat right here. Drevna misses the three, but it bounces right back down to Burnat. Great heads-up play, catches the foul behind her, and still with the tough finish.
And when she put it up for the basket, looked like the player on Skidmore ran right into her. That's what caused it. It's good IQ.
Burnat to the free throw line. Her shot is good. Bombers lead by 5. 24 seconds on the clock. There will be no shot clock. Skidmore looks to value this possession heavily, you would think. Ruby Kropp back into the game with Claudia Schneider. Maddie Myers back in, and Martinez just got the inbound from Hasty. So there's your 5 for Skidmore and what could be the last shot of the first quarter. Sophia Martinez, the sophomore, leads this offense, but it's Meyer who can get some buckets. She goes down low, now into the corner. Here's Martinez. Corner 3, no good. Ichabal Seta with the board. Bombers have 4 seconds. Towards half court, behind the back. Give it up to Drevna. Deep shot, 1 foot, rolls around the rim, no good. A first quarter that started on a hot Bombers run leaves them with a 5-point advantage as we exit it. You got to see this again. Ichabal Seta, whoop, where do you go? Now over to Drevna, 1 foot, a little bit of sauce, just out.
I'm getting Gordon Hayward flashbacks from that shot, barely just missing. Would have been a huge buzzer beater considering the scenario that Ithaca is in, where you started off red hot, you let Skidmore back in, you wanted that 3 at the end.
Oh, national championship, Ithaca Skidmore, it's really the same vibe to me. I like this a little bit more.
Always got to love it more. It's always a great day to be a Bomber.
Yeah, it's gritty around here, man. I don't know if Gordon Hayward had that kind of grit. Some may disagree, but it's been 5 points that separate these two teams. It's been an incredible look so far into what 2 different Liberty League teams can do. And we talked about the prowess of Skidmore coming into this season. Last year with Coach Bostic, now Brad, don't get me wrong, they were good, but they weren't great. Now at this point, it's been 2 squads that have kind of revitalized themselves. Is that the right word?
I think it's fair to say that. We talked about it in the pregame, but it's very coincidental that both these teams have always historically been really good, and now they're both kind of in a reset situation of what do we do? And now they're both going at it against each other to figure out what they could do.
We'll see what they do here in the second quarter. Coming up the floor, it's a new Skidmore 5. Hasty drops Gill. She stays on her feet just barely. Kropp swings around the horn. It goes the wrong way.
You see Martinez there kind of shrugging, not really knowing what happened on that play. Had a good cut, but the pass didn't work between both of them. And that's what's been going on this entire game. Miscommunications between the thoroughbreds that are not allowing them to get this lead.
Bombers go up the court. Maddie Gill finds McNamara. Corner 3, no good off the back rim.
We're seeing confidence in these 3-point shots, but it's just not rated and pouring yet.
Driving down to the lane and fouled hard as Meyer by Ichabal Seta.
It's a clear foul there by Ichabal Seta, pushing her body into the defender. And now 2 free throws here. You want to see the play right here. Driving to the paint, Ichabal Seta jumps up, and when she jumped up, it just went boom right into the player. And now 2 free throws from Meyer.
Well, you saw that half-court heave from Tori Drevna as Meyer gets to the line. It's a good time to talk about Tori Drevna around the Liberty League. Now, February hasn't necessarily been her month, but look at this year. She's still top 5 in the conference in steals, top 10 in assists, and knocking right on the door of that top 10 in points and rebounds. She's been a really special player for the Bombers. I remember last year, this time of year, she came on as kind of one of those streaky sophomores that this team often has. Now she's bona fide, one of the best players in the conference, Brad.
And with the cold scoring streak, it's not really that worrying because she's got a whole year left on this season, for next season, where you don't really have to worry about it that much.
Gill nearly loses the handle. Meyer cashing on 1 of 2 free throws, making it a 4-point game. Skidmore has not been scared to put guards on bigs for the Bombers as long as they're far away from the rim, and it's worked so far. Trying to fire up a mid-range and swatted by Kropp. Well, that's the Saratoga Springs Block Party is what you want to call her. That's kind of an Emerald City route artist sort of nickname. But
the party might just be getting started because Kropp is a block machine. We saw it right there.
Single-season Skidmore block leader with 68. Drevna's 3 at the buzzer, no good, but McNamara's there. Ithaca keeps the possession alive.
McNamara's done a great job on the offensive rebounding. That might be her 3rd or 4th of the game. An underlooked highlight there.
McPeak trying to create some space down low. Ichabod has 5 seconds left. What can she do? Get in the bag, swinging around to Gill in the mid-range, fire it up, no good. McNamara's nearly there again. She goes diving on the floor. Jump ball forced. Brad, you said it. Wow. Bombers keep possession still.
It's like teleportation. McNamara was just on the arc, and then it's just like a flash where she speeds right there for the offensive rebound. You see the shot be taken, and boom, McNamara out of nowhere, like an RKO.
An RKO, a little bit of Ant-Man. It seems like she almost shrinks, gets low to the floor, and picks it up. Well, the Bombers with 2 empty looks, but then they keep it going with offensive boards, forcing a jump ball. And bring out the mop.
Looks like we got some maintenance work. Yeah.
Maddie Meyer can do it all. She's
versatile on the court and sweeping. I mean,
she's much better on the court,
yeah.
too. Well, she did the job as she's been doing it all day, not only keeping this game close, but making sure that it's safe to play as well. Safety first, Bombers fans. 13 seconds to go. Ichabod said it goes low. Carry called. Oh, man, you got to be objective, but that looks smooth to me.
And that was a good opportunity for Ithaca to get a shot that they've just been desperately needing. They're still holding on to the lead, but it's not comfortable anymore. Skidmore's missing on their opportunities, but if Ithaca doesn't start knocking down shots, Skidmore's just going to eventually get some more.
Martinez misses the shot. It's picked up by McPeak. McNamara thinking too many steps ahead, a costly turnover on what could have been a big possession for the Bombers offense.
It's 2 in a row that we're seeing the same thing. They just aren't connecting. You see McNamara clapping her hands after that one because she knows that should have been an easy path to the lay, but it wasn't.
There's one thing about this Skidmore defense throughout the whole entire season and even this one. It's been forcing turnovers. That full court pressure helps a lot, but even in the half court, they do it well. Doesn't help when you're Ruby Kropp and you throw it right out of bounds, right back, though. Tough look.
Ithaca's really kind of getting lucky with the offensive play that Skidmore has because they are having so many opportunities, but it's a back-and-forth game of miscommunication at the moment, it seems.
Tucker, held up by Meyer, will give it up to Drevna. Bombers got to get it past half court. A step back from Gill gets her there. Bombers offense hasn't really responded to this Skidmore look yet. Not a lot of buckets in the half court. Burnett faces the basket. Long 2, no good.
That's the confidence you do want to see from Burnett, though, in situations like that where you have an opportunity, take it. So it's good that she's doing that.
Down low is Meyer. Right-handed finish, no good. Drevna had the board. Gill might have tipped it out of bounds. She does. On the court right now for the Thoroughbreds, it's Ruby Kropp, the Liberty League block leader. Maddie Meyer, the Liberty League steals leader. Melissa Severino, senior presence, as well as Stella Cranini. Joined out there with Claudia Schneider in the front court. Down low, Kropp's wide open, left-handed finish, that's good. Now it's only a 2-point game here in Benley. The Bombers came out hot. Another steal forced. That one's Severino who gets hands on. Stella Cranini thought about speeding things up. Hezzy moved down low, sees McNamara, will change her mind. Severino sees 2 defenders. Down low, pass tip by Burnett, now blocked in the air. Almost a steal, certainly a block, and she gets the board. Here come the Bombers. Drevno gives it down to Burnett. McNamara in the mid-range now. Burnett, one dribble, left-handed flush, no good. Fouled on the way up, she'll hit the line for 2.
Burnett's getting into a flow rhythm on the defensive side. We saw the clean block on the offensive side. Goes to the line for 2, and you need these 2 free throws right now.
Mary Burnett, a special player. We talk about Ruby Kropp often this game because she's one of the best defenders in the Liberty League. She leads in blocks. It's very notable. Mary Burnett is a bench player on this team who plays just above 13 minutes a game, and she's 7th. She's right up there as well. She's a defensive presence. When the offense gets flowing, she takes care of the ball. Really good things happen for this Bombers team.
Coach Raymond said there are few players more gifted in this region than Mary Burnett.
Missed the free throw there. Here's Martinez looking to draw out the offense. Audrey Bowen checks into the game. Finds its way back to her at the top of the key. 10 seconds left. Missed Martinez on a cut to the basket. Graniti picks up her dribble, guarded by Tucker. Now Martinez, hounded by Drevno. Left-handed finish, no good. McNamara plays some great defense and scoops the board. Now the Bombers find trouble. They've been cold, haven't got a bucket in minutes. Those Burnett free throws broke some things up for the Bombers, but it's been ice cold here in the second. Tucker has some space, left side, that's good.
We talked about it, her best game of the season was against Skidmore with 16 points. You see her knock down a 3 right there, which has been inconsistent the past couple of games, but that's the first. We could see the second, the third, many more.
When Tucker gets in a rhythm, she is so impactful for this Bombers team. Had a great game the last time the Bombers saw Skidmore. Burnett with the steal. Ben Light starting to get more enthused into this one. Tucker wants to keep momentum going. Could Gill's 3 help? No good. Tucker's chasing the rebound. Nearly out of bounds, ball still anyone's to get. Schneider picks it up, moving in rhythm. She'll slow things down. Bombers bench begging for a travel. They won't get the call. Bostic gives Martinez the play from the sideline. Down low, Schneider, swatted by Burnett. Talk about a broadcaster's curse. That's a broadcaster's blessing, I'd like to call it. You talk about Burnett's stats. Now she gets a timely block. Look at this one. This was smooth. Down low, Schneider left hand. No, ma'am.
Hand comes down with the ball. Hands were up the entire time. Throw it in Burnett's way. You're going to have some skill in your layup.
This game's turnover battle has been quite close, only separated by a handful. But the reason Skidmore is here in this position where we're talking playoffs is because they've been the best in the conference by a wide margin, 4.39 turnover margin. For anybody at home that doesn't know what that means, they're usually causing the other team to give up the rock a lot more than they are. Playing safe, sound basketball, that's a winning brand.
It's a whole number ahead of Ithaca from 4 to 3, and it goes to show this Skidmore team gives effort. And Coach Bostic talked about the defense on the Skidmore team, and he said, I want them to go out there and have fun. Defense is not a fun thing to do, but if you make it fun for these girls to go out there and play defense, they're going to do good, and they have.
Tucker splashed a 3 on the last time down. I talked about her last game. Let's give you a full look. 16 points, that's her career high. 4 boards, she was hitting everything. 75% from the field as well. Natalie Tucker was such an impactful player in that Skidmore game. She got starting run when Zoraida came back from injury and started working on the bench. But Natalie Tucker will be one of those key players we're talking about for the Bombers for the next 2 seasons after this one. She has energy, and she forces a turnover right there. Broadcaster's blessing, book it.
Well, Coach Raymond said that she's adding something to her game every game. We know she could shoot, but look at on the defensive end. You see it right here. Tucker's causing a turnover, and she's shooting the ball well. It's both sides that are doing good things.
I mean, that's just heads-up defense. You force Drury to just take a step out of bounds. Very similar to the opening possession of this game. Down low, over the top. We talked about that turnover margin as well, so I guess we hit both key points in about 25 seconds after. Out of bounds, Skidmore takes over. Sophia Martinez, a sophomore out of West Hampton, New Jersey, had 8 turnovers and 4 personal fouls the last time these two teams played. By far her least efficient game of the season. She's been quite good outside of that, averaging nearly 10 a game. Skidmore looking for a bucket. Could it come from her? It might be Audrey Bowen. Now over to Severino in the corner. Left-handed dribble drive. Bowen, long 2, high, arcing and good. Now here come the Bombers looking to break a press. Burnett holds on to the ball. Pintinelli, her first 3-point attempt. Of course! Beautiful shot, smooth form. I like every single part of it, Brad.
It's Raymond's microwave, and now she's heated up. So now we might be able to see more of Pintinelli's 3-point game.
Severino guarded by Pintinelli. The 2 1-5s go back to the basket. Martinez fades a screen. Smooth move, mid-range shot, laser beam, no good. Playing tough defense on Drevna. Tucker looks up and finds the ball right in her hands. Fakes down low. McNamara, mid-range, bailout, nearly Hall of Fame, rolls around the rim. 7-point separation, 3 minutes to go here in the second quarter. The freshman Megan Drury, guarded by the sophomore Tucker. Skidmore, 5th in the Liberty League, 2 wins this weekend, and the St. Lawrence loss could put them 4th and mean playoff basketball in Saratoga Springs in the first round. Drury in the corner, no good back rim. Drevna's board. Ithaca in the 8th seed. These 2 games are only for moral victories, but they count on the stat sheet all the same. The Bombers don't want to go out with losses. Very important here on their home court as Burnett cashes in on the mid-range.
Great ball move, both Drevna and McNamara. Drevna's fake shot pass to McNamara, dumping it out to Burnett. A beautifully executed play. And we're going on a run now as the Ithaca Bombers.
Bombers looking for a double-digit lead. They haven't had one since 11-1 earlier in this game. Bowen, that'll be a 3-point shot if it goes. No, Drevna with another rebound. That's 2 straight possessions where she's there. And now she's moving fast, coast to coast, doing the most, no good.
It's something Drevna struggled with the past couple of games, these layup opportunities that won't fall in. It's something that we're not used to seeing from her.
Such an efficient outside shooter in her career. It's not like her as Martinez knocks in a tough one.
Martinez, 17th in Liberty League scoring, 14th in assists, 6th in steals. We talk about Drevna. Martinez has versatility too.
Tucker is left wide open. No good. Skidmore picks up the rebound. Drury will slow things down. Ithaca College led by head coach Dan Raymond in his 26th season. One of the all-time wins leader in the Liberty League amongst active head coaches. Drury goes down, throws it right into the stomach of Pintinelli, and Tucker goes diving on the floor.
That was thrown basically right into Pintinelli, where it was kind of just, you're throwing it right into a defender. You got to expect that to happen.
Yeah, look at this here. Credit to Pintinelli. She had to gear up for that one. Drury's looking to pass it baseline. Pintinelli's there, kind of eats it up a little bit. Some substitutions for both squads. Willie Wilbur, Avery McPeak, Natalie Tucker, as well as Maddie Gill and Simone Pintinelli are the 5 on the court for the Bombers. Madison Meyer notably checks back into the game with Ruby Kropp for the Thoroughbreds. Stella Corneli also as well as she receives the ball. Down low, off the backboard, no good. Sarah Hasty's back as well. Pump fake Hasty. Down low, over the top. Boy, we talk about some turnover margins, but it seems like back and forth, both teams have been losing the ball quite a few times.
Skidmore's just been doing it a bit more. That's why you see the 24-17 lead for Ithaca, but Ithaca could be at more right now if it wasn't for these turnovers, and you see it right there again on an inbound pass.
Some miscommunication for the Bombers. Been using that word a lot today. Both teams here not playing their best offensive game by any stretch of the imagine, but the defense has been up to par of what you expect. Pintinelli shows some physicality. Gill hits the floor. Ball stays Skidmore. Kropp goes up. McPeak with beautiful defense. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Meyer fires a 3, no good.
Haven't really seen Meyer got into her groove yet, and it's the second quarter about to be in halftime. A bit worrying if you're the Thoroughbreds.
Been an offensive engine throughout the season, but Again, 2 for 19 from 3 over the last 10. Conference play hasn't been where she's got her buckets. Lilleberg gets the bucket right there. Strong right hand.
That's what you want to see from the first year. Strong, effective, going up and laying it in.
Shot clock off. Skidmore with the ball once again. 14 seconds to go. Halftime coming up after this. Hasty goes baseline, sees 2 defenders. Left-handed finish, won't go. Gill with the rebound. Ball would stay Bombers, but the shot clock is off. The game clock says 0 after the second quarter, and it's halftime here. What a half for the Bombers on the defensive end. That's what stands out the most. You finish it off here with a stop. And Brad, that's been very indicative of what the Bombers defense has done all half long.
The defense always gives effort, but it's the finishing that we haven't seen. And today we're seeing them capitalizing off their defense from the steals and blocks.
Well, before we get you to the halftime show, Ethan Lefebvre, Max Raymond, and of course Nikita Lohman as well. Look down there. They're looking to see if there was a 1/10 of a second left on the clock as the ball went out of bounds. So they'll discuss. Regardless, Brad, I think if there is time left. I don't know if Ithaca can get a shot off.
It's like, you don't want to say it, but it's pointless. It's a 1/10 of a second, but you know, maybe somehow you can get something off, but it'll be interesting to see what happens in this situation, but you kind of just put your hands up and go like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not a I don't care because every second matters, but if it is 0.1, you need 0.3 to get a shot off.
Yeah,
that's the thing there. So watch this. It goes out of bounds, and I guess they're saying if it went off Gill's foot, maybe a Skidmore ball, then it starts to matter a little bit more. It's not a half-court heave. Let's look at that one more time. Ball hits the floor. Ah, man, it's a tough angle there. It could have been off the knee of Gill. It could have been Hasty getting a hand on it. It's tough to see in that tangle.
It's like could have been, should have been, and look, maybe somehow you get the shot off. If you're Skidmore, it's better for you, but it's 26-17. Like, it's just interesting to see. There's not really much else to say here.
They're going to the court. Nobody's going to the locker room. It's 0.4, so it matters. You can get the shot off. You can get the shot off.
We saw Luka do that with 0.4 in a game winner. Let's see if it can happen here.
I love your expansive NBA knowledge, Brad. Gosh. Gill doesn't even try, and we can go to halftime.
About it.
What a game. So Ethan Lefebvre, Max Raymond, Nikita Lohman, get ready because we're finally coming to you now. Let's get to that original point real quick. 26-17, heck of a defensive first half for the Bombers.
Heck of a first half for the Bombers. We saw big effort, especially in the paint. And the front court has been a problem for the Bombers this entire season because of the height problem. But what they're doing is they're getting their hand out there and they're poking those balls away. And it's been effective the entire first half. But it's all about the second half and continuing that. And you have to hope they can.
The Bombers started off fast. Now it's about how they can bring that energy into half number 2. It's been a good one here at Ben Light Gymnasium. The Bombers are looking for a feel-good win at home. We'll send it to the halftime crew here on Bombers Live.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Eleanor Patterson.
And I'm Sydney Watson.
Newswatcher is live every Thursday night at 7:30, keeping Tompkins County residents up to date on all things local and national news.
And bringing you your weekly local weather forecast.
And all the latest sports on the South Hill, East Hill, and nationally.
Thanks for watching, and have a good night.
El impacto de una comida va mucho más allá de alimentar nuestro cuerpo. Porque cuando las personas se alimentan, sus futuros se nutren. Todos merecen una vida plenamente llena. Y con tu ayuda, podemos acabar con el hambre. Únete al movimiento en feedingamerica.org/haz tu parte.
In a world where policy changes our everyday lives, it's important to stay informed.
With our ever-changing government.
On an international stage.
around the United States.
And right here in Tompkins County.
Evening in America brings you real news, insightful conversations, and the facts you need to know. Tune into ICTV's premier political news show, Mondays at 8:30 p.m.
Welcome back into the ICTV studios for Bombers Live women's basketball halftime coverage. On a very rainy South Hill day, Ithaca is ahead at 26-17 to the Skidmore College Thoroughbreds. That's Max Raymond and Nikita Lohman. I am your host, Ethan Lefebvre. Guys, the Bombers have changed their D. They started off in the first quarter with the 2-3 zone and have now moved to a 1-on-1. What are the reasons for that change? Nikita, we'll start with you.
You know, I love it, especially considering where we are in the season. You look, this hasn't been the Bombers' year. But look, this last weekend is for development, throwing things at the wall and seeing, hey, something just might stick. You show them that 2-3 zone, and it was working like a charm. I mean, they were forcing turnovers, kind of flipping the script on the Skidmore team that we talked about, really forcing the issue, forcing mistakes from their opponents. No, today, Ithaca, they had their foot on the gas early on. And Max, when you flip into that 2-3 zone, you flip from that and then you go one-on-one coverage. It's almost like, you know, a disguise in football where you've got a safety up top and then you slide him down into a linebacker's position. Skidmore, they don't know what they're dealing with. They don't know. At any moment, they could flip from zone to man, back to zone. You're throwing a lot of looks at them. They don't know how to adjust.
Absolutely. Skidmore's really struggling with kind of finding their own groove. We love to talk about rhythm and getting to your own flow state. Well, that's what Ithaca's in. And they're doing a great job of switching up their defense to prohibit Skidmore from even having a chance to consider a flow state. Nikita, you got to love what they're doing, as well as McPeak and Burnett stepping up. We talked about the lanes. We talked about driving to the paint. Well, Burnett and McPeak denying any sort of real paint opportunities for Skidmore to go run through.
Absolutely. I mean, they are that presence down in the paint. You get some of your bigger players, get them to make their presence felt. We talked about a lack of intimidators, players that really set off opponents from feeling a little bit of risk when it comes to driving into the lane. No, today there's been an issue because, for one, if you drive down there, you're probably not going to get a great look because there's going to be a contest. And even if you do, before you even get down low, the ball might get stolen because Ithaca's aggressive. They're hawk-eyed.
Oh.
They're ready to jump, almost like they're trying to get a pick six on defense.
Absolutely. The ball hawk mentality is out. We saw Natalie Tucker forcing a great turnover. This Bomber squad's going out there looking to play, and they're making plays, and it's all up and down the board. You saw Tucker. She had a big-time three as well later on in that second quarter. So everyone up and down this roster, they're getting reps, getting opportunities, and they're making plays.
Guys, that's enough about the defense. I want to talk about the offense. It's been a game of runs through the first half. We saw Ithaca get their turn right as the first quarter opened up. And then in the second quarter, Skidmore kind of put them on their heels with their run. What have you seen from this, and how do we think this is going to impact the rest of the game? Max, we'll start with you.
I think that it could be a potential kind of tell of what is to come as this game kind of moves back and forth. But I think a great kind of answer to why we kind of saw these runs was that change in the Bombers' defense. And I think that there was maybe a little bit of confusion and a mix-up of, are we sticking with zone? Are we switching to man? I think maybe Skidmore started to pick up on the zone, and that's why they went on the run, and that's why Ithaca switched to man. Either way, Nikita, it was back and forth, but the Bombers, they certainly went on a run to finish it.
Yeah, they sure did. And I love what you said about Skidmore trying to finally get some comfortability. And then Ithaca switches on him. Again, at the flip of a dime, you don't know what to look for. Now Skidmore, they're in the locker room for halftime saying, well, we don't know. Are they going to come out in zone? Are they going to be one-on-one? But also going back to your point about the runs, back and forth, flip-flop, the big reason for that, it's what we've mentioned. It's the turnovers, because that's the quickest way that the game can snowball on you, because the best offense is great defense. You steal the rock, you get downhill, you get 2-on-1, 3-on-2, whatever numbers advantage you want. Ithaca was able to foster those opportunities early. But look, they're not blameless in the turnover game. There's been a little bit of sloppy play. You had a run in the second quarter where the Bombers had the lead. The momentum was kind of in their favor. They were up, I want to say, by 5 points. And then you saw a pair of costly, unforced turnovers, which flipped it back to Skidmore.
Nikita, you talk about the turnovers. I think it's now that we turn it on over to our Liberty League men's analyst, Jonathan Falco. Falco, what do you have for us?
Thanks, Ethan. Although one half of action is done across Liberty League, none of these games are out of reach yet. To paraphrase a certain Super Bowl winning coach, you can't win in the first half, but you absolutely can in the second. For now, let's recap the first half across the Liberty League. The number 3 seeded RPI Engineers are looking to create some space in the standings as they lead number 4 St. Lawrence 30-25. Santa Smith is shooting for the Stars in this one, scoring 11 points in the first half. We have a tight matchup over in Geneva, New York, as William Smith is knotted up at 21 with Vassar. A lot of game left to be played, though, with both offenses feeling nicey so far. The RIT Tigers are taking control against Bart early on, up 35-15 on the Eagles. Caroline Henderson and Sydney Pearson have 8 points each, and the Tigers' offense is rolling early on. Lastly, miracles could happen for the Clarkson Golden Knights as they're only down by 1 point against number 1 seeded Union, 34-33, and Addie Key is looking to find the keys to victory in this one, scoring 14 points thus far, and a lot of action is still left to be played. We had a miracle on ice, maybe a miracle on the hardwood in that one. A lot of back and forth action, but it's time to flip it back to the guys at the desk. Gentlemen?
Falco, amazing insight as always. But guys, I want to talk about the young players that have contributed in this one. Let's be honest, the young guns have really came out in this one for both squads. Nikita, what do you think and who's your pick?
Well, you know, I think what I've loved about this game so far is, again, on the theme of trying things out. You try out a new zone, you give these young players opportunities. One who has caught my eye, Simone Pintinelli. We talked about her before the game. Dan Raymond calls her his microwave. She's been heating up a little bit. She hit a big 3 there in the second quarter. Another one, Max, Mary Burnett. We talked about her defensive impact, but, you know, I think she's kind of trying to step out of that comfort zone a little bit. We've seen her pull up, take some 15-foot jumpers, try to get some more activity. We've talked about her defense, but now's the time to see and stretch, see what you can do offensively, because, look, these games are about development and getting more reps.
Absolutely, and for me, I really like Natalie Tucker. She's going out there. I talked about her in the pregame as my player, as a pick to click, and I'm going to stick with it. I'm really going to stick to my guns, stick to my guts. She's already showing up and making some great plays in the first half. I think that's going to continue and move on into the second half.
Yeah, Max, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We've seen those opportunities. We've seen the looks get better and better. Natalie Tucker, those 3 balls, they've been falling, even the ones that aren't going in. They've been great looks. Mary Burnett, defensive impact. And I'm going to give myself a little pat on the back. Simone Pintinelli. We saw that 1-3. I still think we're going to see Zoraida Icabal-Seta give her some great looks to win them the game.
I think that really when we look ahead to the second half, this third quarter is going to be crucial. When we look at the last matchup, the third quarter was the one and only quarter that Skidmore had outscored Ithaca, as well as that was Skidmore's best quarter, shooting at the highest percentage of the entire game. So for Ithaca, got to come out red hot and prepared going into this third quarter.
Got to come out red hot indeed, Max. Sadly, that is all the time we have today for our Bombers Live halftime coverage of women's basketball. For the studio crew, Jonathan Falco, Max Raymond, Nikita Lohman, and I'm Ethan Lefebvre. Sending it back on out to Ben Light Gymnasium, where Colin Martin and Brad Romano have the call with sideline reporter Johnny Lisi. Ithaca, Skidmore, third quarter, starting in moments.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you important entertainment news. The Director's Chair is now in its 28th season and is airing on Tuesdays at 6 p.m.
The Director's Chair has a group of brilliant panelists to discuss your favorite movies and exclusive interviews with local filmmakers who dive deep behind the scenes about their projects.
We also have an exceptional news team to bring you the latest about the film industry. And who knows?
Maybe you could be on the Director's Chair.
We are taught you don't talk about your problems with nobody because you could get in trouble. And I've been through a lot. Anxiety, depression, sexual assault. When I decided to get help, my life changed. In the mental health box, that was one of the big tools. Accepting help means that we are allowing somebody to bless our life. It's freeing. We got stronger together. Love your mind.
Greetings, weary traveler. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. What is it, you ask? Oh, well, it's game over. ICTV's one-stop shop for gaming, tech, and entertainment news. On it Wednesdays at 7:30. Now, good luck, adventurer.
3 first-year college students adjusting to their new lives, then bam! All student IDs malfunctioning. Inconceivable. Unless it were an act of sabotage. I, Private Eye Lucian, am going to unveil the truth, and it's going to happen today.
Dear Lord, what is going on here?
We're wasting time. We have to get a move on.
Oh, right. Watch the show.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Some big shots in that first half of action has led to a 26-17 Ithaca Bomber lead, but in a large part, it's been the defense as well. Ichabod came flying in. She's been doing it all game, and we're back here on Bombers Live for half number 2. In one of the only scenarios in Liberty League history, you can say the Bombers have a chance to play spoiler. I'm Colin Martin, Brad Romano back here for half number 2. Brad, we talked about in that first half, the turnover differential. It's been one that leads Skidmore way all season long, but now the Bombers are winning it?
It's like hot potato, Colin. I'm serious. It's turnover after turnover. 6 turnovers for the Bombers, 14 for the Thoroughbreds. This Ithaca defense has been causing havoc, especially in the front court, but they got to keep it up in the second half.
Well, Bombers fans, you deserve an apology because in the first half, you didn't hear from the third member of our broadcast crew. That is unacceptable. We're going to send it down to Johnny Alicia right now. We hope we can make it up to you. Johnny? Sorry for the technical difficulties. I'm frustrated. I'm running off saying, Johnny, come back, but not the case. We're going to try again later. Thank you, Johnny. We'll get that sorted out. But in the meantime, it's just me and Brad up here, and it's just Ithaca Bomber basketball getting ready to be played.
Ready for second half action in a game that is not going the way we thought it was going to go, but not in a bad way by any means. But this Bombers team, as we were saying for pretty much the entire time, has been causing turnovers. But Skidmore has a lot of opportunities at the rim, too.
Well, Tori Drevna in that first half, 7 points, 3 for 11 from the field. And Tori has been such an incredible player. We showed you earlier in the broadcast, she's top 10 in about everything. But it's a new year and not really a fresh start for Tori. The three-point percentage has gone up, but she's been lower from the field. She's dropped in points, dropped in assists. The defense has gone up. You can tell it just by the steals alone, but the offensive output's been different for Tori Drevna.
Something to think about with Tori Drevna is when Zoraida Ichabod wasn't in the starting 5, not only was she the scorer, but she was the ball handler that was controlling the offense. You bring Ichabod back into the starting 5, and now she has the role of controlling the offense and being that primary ball handler. You have to wonder, did that affect Drevna's entire play style? Because ever since we've seen Ichabod go back into the lineup, that's where this cold streak kind of started for Tori Drevna.
It's a really good point. She was more of that off-ball scorer her sophomore year. Freshman year didn't get a whole lot of run. And then she really fully embraced that full point guard role. But the thing is, when you have a guard like Zoraida Ichabod who gets the inbound right now, it's hard to not put them both on the court. They're so talented. We'll see if the Bombers can come out flying in half number 2. Gill goes baseline, finds McNamara through the trees with the hammer. Gets to the line and one.
5 offensive rebounds on the game, but she is also cooking in the scoring game to start off this third quarter. Up and in right there, you see from McNamara. She can't be stopped in this second stretch, Colin. It's insane.
I don't know enough soccer players to give you a soccer reference, guys, but that one bounced off like her leg. She had a juggle move, picked it up, gets the and one. Can't cash in on the free throw, but that was smooth.
Want to get that free throw. Either way, though, you're up double digits now, the largest lead of the game, and that's either way positive for Ithaca.
The Thoroughbreds only shot 3 for 14 from the field in that second quarter. 7 total points. Struggling offensively for a team who in their last time out against St. Lawrence was raining in threes. Martinez struggled the most. She goes down low and Ichabod, no good.
Martinez really hasn't found her groove in this game. 1 for 8 from the field and 3 turnovers. The turnover issues have always been there for her, but in this game, it's turnovers that really shouldn't be happening. It's a bit sloppy from her.
Ball rolls into no man's land behind the bleachers. Zoraida Ichabod knows this gym like the back of her hand. She was able to pull it out. Zoraida Ichabod probably has spent more nights in this gym than maybe anyone else on human history, not named Dan Raymond. She is a hard worker. She'll give it up to Drevna. McNamara in the mid-range now. Burnett waves her hand saying, shoot the ball, that's why.
automatic from mid-range. Grace McNamara, it's like she has something like a magnet where she's just sticking there. It's like her foot just plants in the mid-range.
It's a heat-seeking missile as Gill gets the steal. Drebna will slow things down. Good choice. Bombers didn't have the numbers. Bombers winning that turnover battle. They're not fouling as much. They have just the same amount of blocks and steals. I really don't think this is a lucky streak. Drebna, right-handed finish. Great offense.
Maddie Gill's known for being a sharpshooter, but her passing game is overlooked as well. A good pass to find Drefna in the paint, who didn't have a defender right up on her, running behind her, but it wasn't enough time.
Meyer steps into a mid-range J, no good off the front rim. Ball's tipped around on the ground. McNamara hits the floor, trying to pull it back out. Pass down to Zoraida. Bombers take control. Now watch out here. The Bombers might have numbers. Ichabal Seta finds McNamara. ZI sees two defenders. And the Bombers move slow. Drevna's three lines it up. Can't knock it down. McNamara is there as usual. Right-handed finish, no good. McPeak's there now. Jump ball, Skidmore takes over. Every time the Bombers miss a shot, Brad, they have someone else ready to follow it up immediately. That's been the most impressive part to me.
Colin, that's McNamara's 8th rebound of the game, and what's crazy is that most of these rebounds have been on the offensive side, which you just don't expect, but it's the spark from McNamara, and we're now seeing it in the rebounding game. We know it was there from the scoring, but now it's in a different aspect of the game in rebounding.
Bombers with their biggest lead of the night. They lead by 15. They're on an 8-0 run. Started with that last bucket of the second quarter, and now they've scored 6 straight here. Drevna with the poke. And they get it out of there. A little bit dangerous for a moment. The Bombers force another turnover. They've been all over the place. Skidmore still scoreless in the second quarter, rather the third quarter. So they only put up 7 in the second. Gill goes downhill, no good. Now here come the Thoroughbreds running, keeping pace. Left-handed finish. Bowen can't connect, but she gets fouled and will head to the free throw line.
A lot of players would have just took it up right when they got the ball, but Bowen takes one dribble, immediately shifts to the other side, and that faked out McNamara, and McNamara had no choice but to draw contact there when someone switches to the other side of the paint.
We talked about how this Skidmore team got so tough. It's because they started this season playing some of the best teams, not just in the New York area, in the entire country. Look at this schedule. They have Williams, they have Trinity, Bowdoin, Middlebury, teams that are competitive in their conference, some of the best conferences in their leagues every single year.
We talk about the New York area, maybe not the state area, but they went to the city against NYU, the #1 team in the country.
They went up to my hometown. They went to Bowdoin, Maine, took on the Polar Bears. I can't believe it.
Went from a city to suburban as you can get.
I would not want to go to New York and then go to Maine after. I love my Mainers. Drevna goes down low. McNamara, signature move. They collar LeBron because of that shot. She can't connect, but they stay offensive.
They call LeBron. I'm thinking Kobe with that spin fadeaway.
That's kind of what I thought.
Yeah.
Tori Drevna, and we sat down. Class was in session. We talked a little bit about the APRMC major, fellow Parkey, and then we talked a little bit about Grace McNamara's shot. Drevna can't believe it either. But she does it every game, and Coach Raymond says it's become her signature thing, so you see why she takes it.
It's like someone's controlling her, and they press the spin button, and she just does it every time. I mean, it's unexplainable that it just works.
It's a broken move. Drevna hits the lane, 8 seconds left. Over the top, McPeak can't find it. Now here come the Thoroughbreds. Bowen cashed in on one. Martinez, line drive. Gill with the board. That one free throw from Audrey Bowen is the only point of Skidmore's third quarter. Bombers lead by 14. Ichabal Seta getting shifty. No look, down low. McNamara, muscle up. Can't connect.
A lot of contact there. Maybe could have looked for a whistle. No call, though.
Martinez, scoop down low to Schneider. It's a big size advantage on Ichabal Seta. Can't use it. McNamara's there with the board again.
That's an underrated aspect of Ichabal Seta's game. We know that she's a playmaker, but she can guard the 1 through 5, and with the height that she's at, that's insanely impressive. But it's the aggressiveness that comes with someone like Zoraida where she's able to do it.
She forces Drury to pick up a defensive foul on the floor. Watch out for McNamara on double-double watch.
Yep.
She's picked up her 9th rebound. 6 points now.
Not sure if McNamara has a double-double yet, but
double-double watch, not yet. She's getting there.
No, not sure if she has one on the season yet, but looking to get there right now.
Good point. It would be easily one of her first. Just started consistently getting into double digits in the scoring aspect recently. She's looking for 8 points here on the shot. Has a chance to get it at the line as she's fouled.
Just talking about the double-double, and now's a big chance for her to get. That would be 8 and 9 on the game. You want to go back to the Bard game for Grace McNamara, 20 and 4. You go to the RPI game, got close, 12 and 6. Clarkson, 19 and 7. 19 and 7. Got really close in that Clarkson game, but if she knocks both of these down, it could be the closest yet. No jinx there, thankfully.
I would have been mad for you.
Yeah.
GMAC gets to the line, averaging just about 8 points a night. The boards have gone up and up. She's touching double digits time and time again. That might be a category that rises heavily in 2026, 2027 when she's a senior.
Very efficient as well, 49% from the field, which that's very good for Ithaca.
She's 49% from the field when she takes those crazy mid-range. She's not scared to take a jumper, right?
Yeah, 49% from the field, and you think, oh, she's just taking layups. No, she's taking shots that Coach Raymond says, oh my gosh, why are you taking that? And then she takes it, and he's like, oh, okay.
When you're taking inexplicable types of shots, but you're shooting darn near 50%, that's why you get to take them.
Yeah.
Hard illegal screen on the ground. Pintinelli's picked up off the court by Tucker. The Bombers bench cheering, and here's why. This is hustle. Tucker stays on, pick move from Meyer. Pintinelli hits the deck. Look at the teamwork here. She pops right back up, not even thinking about it.
I think the reason Meyer was confused there is I don't know if she was even trying to do a screen in that scenario, but it was kind of made for her to fail in that situation.
It's kind of those rub moves on the handoff. It can be difficult. Burnett nearly loses it. Quick pass to McNamara is picked off. Hasty checked into the game just a moment ago. She gets the steal. Meyer looks down low. Hucks up a three, no good.
It's Burnett's 6th rebound of the game, 6 and 6. Not the only one on double-digit watch is McNamara. Burnett can get there too.
Bomber setting up the offense. It's Tucker, Pintinelli, Burnett, McNamara, and Gill. Finds Pintinelli, deep three, and the contact!
That popcorn's popping in the microwave. Those chicken nuggets, they're getting hot. The microwave is done. Pintinelli's got 2 in a row. Count it, 2. My goodness.
I might want to call her the air fryer because she gets hot out of nowhere. She's not in her head. Deep three, way downtown, and the contact. Oh, boy.
You saw that head go back. Clear contact there. But that's what you want to see from Pintinelli. We know that that's what she's capable of, knocking down threes after threes. And it's raining and it's pouring, Colin. But Pintinelli's not snoring.
Feeling a little bit of swag as the Bombers are knocking on the door of a 20-point lead. And this game actually means a whole lot for Skidmore as well. Skidmore currently 5th in the Liberty League, trying to make that playoff push. They're locked into a spot, but they could fall down to 6th. They could jump up to 4th if they win these two and St. Lawrence drops one. Now, the Bombers are outside. It won't mean too much to them. But if you look at the Liberty League standings, Skidmore is in a dangerous spot if they drop both this weekend. It doesn't get easier after this. They have RIT next, who's 2nd in the conference. Union has been so exceptional this year. Outside of that, Bard and William Smith, well, they've been beating up on each other. Clarkson had a pretty solid season. You saw them the last time you tuned into Ithaca basketball on Bombers Live. And then RPI and St. Lawrence having signature years above their usual pedigree.
It's interesting, you know, because Ithaca, this entire season, we have really not seen this play at all. And now we're seeing it, but they're eliminated from the tournament. But you still, going back to that pregame, it's games like this where you have to give energy, because think about next season and the players that are coming back, that are playing another season after this. You're going to want to ride off the games that are this recent, and this is going to be one of those games where going into next season, you're going to have momentum.
Yeah, Brad, you asked for this. These games, well, they can't get you into the tournament. If you ask anyone on the roster, you'd probably rather win 7 Liberty League games than 5.
Yes.
You don't want to go out and lose these. Yeah. You know, for the seniors here, it's their last time. For the underclassmen and juniors, it's, hey, how do we build towards next year? It's exactly what you wanted.
Yep.
And the Bombers have made this one a game that surely counts. Skidmore still ice cold, only 1 point in the third quarter. Meyer has a chance to make it 3 as she gets fouled by Natalie Tucker.
Tucker had the right idea of getting her hands up, but they just didn't get up there in time where, Meyer was just able to get up there and draw contact.
Well, you look at it here on the hard foul. Meyer, spin move, left-handed finish, no good. But she gets fouled on the floor. Maddie Meyer, 12 for 67 from 3 this season. Struggling as of late. I keep mentioning that 2 for 19 in the last 10, but it's so uncharacteristic. She has a double-digit scoring performance in 14 different games this season. That free throw only made it 4 today. Has a chance to get halfway there on this second one.
A solid rebounder as well. Grabbed 10 boards against Union on February 6th. In this game, only 1 rebound.
She connected on it. She has 5 now. 1 board. Bomber struggling with this press. Jump ball called. Man, they put Natalie Tucker in a headlock.
Yeah. Not really much Tucker can do there. It's like...
And it was a great press, don't get me wrong. The correct call. But Tucker saw a lot of contact there for no whistle on the floor. Look at that. Over the top. You get a little bit of both.
A little bit of chain wrestling right there. Kind of hard to do anything.
You're the WWE guy. You've seen it all before.
I don't really got a comparison for you on that one.
Bombers don't need it. Drevna's going to travel on the pass over towards the baseline. So much physicality. I love calling games like this where the physicality's up because you pull these niche references that I've never heard of. Might catch them tomorrow, too, when Vassar rolls into town for a Liberty League Championship rematch. That's on the horizon tomorrow. Meyer takes it all the way. Boy, there's no answer for that.
Pintinelli switched back, but that wasn't a good idea maybe.
Quick turnover, down low, Schneider, easy. That's a quick 4-point swing.
You look at the lead, Ithaca's still sitting comfortable, but this is not what you want to happen because now all the momentum is on the Thoroughbred side.
Drevna sees 2 defenders, picks up the rock. McPeak thought about firing a deep 2, uncharacteristic. Pintinelli, red hot, rolls around, down!
We're switching from a microwave to another at this point. Bring the crock pot or the air fryer out. Anything you want, it's going to heat up.
2 deep threes from Pintinelli. A signature third quarter performance. Out to the corner. Meyer will pass up an opportunity to even up and instead take a smooth right-handed finish from the left side.
You got the 3, but it's still going on. It's still a 41-26 lead. Skidmore's creeping up.
Pintinelli with 2 threes and a free throw gives her 7 across 10 minutes of action. Drevna down low, right-handed finish, easy money.
Those 3s from Pintinelli are now showing the entire team to get better. Drevna with the clear layup right there.
At least get fired up.
Yeah.
Carditi nearly drops Pintinelli, but short on the J. Oh, and she's going with a full head of steam now. You can see the confidence. It's radiating. The 2 forwards, Burnett. She's out there with McPeak as well. Tucker likes the mid-range, back rim. There's a fight on the floor. McPeak can't get it. Lands in the hands of Maddie Meyer. Burnett chasing all the way from baseline to baseline. Tips that one out of bounds. We're going to see some new players out on the court for both sides.
This has been a great game from Burnett because the entire season, Coach Raymond has said, when she's on, she's on. It's just the inconsistency issues, but it's been consistent from her the entire game. And look, looking a little bit ahead of next season, they're going to need that center to step up and be in the paint. And Burnett can be that woman to do that. She's showing it right here.
The Bombers in the forward department, you have versatile forwards, but you don't have that true center mold. Outside of Burnett next season, it's very likely that she will be this team's starting center next year. She's been getting a run. It's been inconsistent minutes. Pintinelli grabs onto the jersey of Drury, who goes down to the lane. But Burnett, no doubt about it, Brad, you just said it. She's going to be a very important piece to this team next season. And Pintinelli checks out. Simone with a special handful of minutes. Not going to forget that one if you've been in this gym today. It makes it a 17-point game. The Bombers hung around that 15-point mark for a long time. Hasty looks to make it 15 again. Foul on the floor. Martinez has a conversation with the referee. Not much to convince him on as Hasty's already to the line. You got what you wanted. Drevna checks out. McNamara checks in. Look at this play here. caught up on the way up. That's tic-tac, but it's the right call. On the court for the Bombers, Zoraida Ichabal-Seta, joined by Maddie Gill, Grace McNamara, Lily Wollaber, the first-year student, and Avery McPeak.
Skidmore's been good with the free throws, same as Ithaca, 7 for 10 now. Only missed 3, but in this scenario, you got to knock both of them down.
Hasty does just that on the second, knocks it down. Less than 2 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Traffic on the far right side. Finds the sure-handed hands of Zoraida Ichabal-Seta. Slowing things down, yo-yoing the rock in her right side. Wollaber, mid-range, wide open. Can't connect. Bouncing off the hands of a couple thoroughbreds and going out of bounds. Even when McNamara doesn't get the board, she's forcing somebody else not to get the board.
Yeah, Bowen was basically facing the opposite way of where she wanted to go, and kind of McNamara made her lose the ball out there. Ithaca keeps it.
Leading scorers for the Bombers so far, Tori Drebman with 11 and Simone Pintinelli with 10. McNamara, fadeaway. Jay can't find it. And here comes Martinez. She's going to move quick. Hezzy move, attacks Gill, right hand, foul on the way up.
And that was really just her looking for contact there, not really a shot where it's going to go no matter what.
Yeah, Coach Raymond on the sideline is signaling travel. He's yelling it, too. If our mics were extended far enough away from our face, you'd hear it.
He's got a combo of yelling and shaking his head no sideways. When you got a combo that vicious, if you're a ref, you're like, hands behind your back.
It's kind of like when your parents are mad at you. It's I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. I don't want Coach Raymond to be disappointed in anyone, but clearly at the near side referee for that decision. It sends Martinez to the line. She knocks her first. Sofia Martinez played FIBA basketball on the U16 Puerto Rican national team. She averages just around 10 points per game. A cool story. Grew up in New Jersey, came to Skidmore with Coach Bostic. Really talented player. Foul on the floor. Stays Ithaca. Yeah, but playing FIBA national basketball.
Going from Puerto Rico to my hometown of New Jersey, now here at the South Hill. I mean, we're here at the South Hill from Skidmore. It's an interesting story, as you just said. It's always cool to see stories like that and how they come about.
So many people come from so many different places. It's one of the most talented divisions in all of Division III basketball. Zoraida Ichabal-Seta was fouled on the floor, got to the bonus, knocked the first. Hey, she comes by way of Falls Church, Virginia.
Yeah.
4th in the Liberty League in assists is Zoraida. Coach Raymond says she's just one of those players that leave you with those aha moments. She says after this week, or Dan Raymond says after this weekend, when she's gone, what's going to miss the most is just the special things she can do on the court. That says a lot for Coach Raymond, too. Also off the court, I know quite well in terms of loving Zoraida Ichabal-Seta. Yeah. They got a great relationship going. Pass kicked out of bounds. It was McPeak who got the toe on it. Drebna will step back into the game for McPeak. This is a set you don't see too often. It might not be notable when you think about this team usually, but you and I have seen a whole lot of Ithaca women's basketball, Brad. Lily Wollaber at the 5 spot. No other forwards on the court. Usually when she's there, it's with another forward extended. Hasty's going to get fouled by Gill on the way up.
And you have to think a reason why she's the only forward there is she's very skilled, but also they're at the point right now where there's 2 games left in the season and you're not fighting for a tournament chance. So why not have her only be the only forward out there? Why not have her as a first year, put her in a situation that she's never been in, that she might have to be put in for next season?
Absolutely. Yeah, Lily Wollaber has been a player that's really impressed me for this young crew. You'll see the foul there. Left-handed finish. Hasty, to her credit, is really good at getting those fouls called. She'll connect on the second one. Wollaber, first-year student out of Averill Park, New York. She had a mixed weekend last week. She struggled against a really good team. Played really good against Bard, who has had trouble this year. But across the course of the season, she's got more opportunities than any other first year on this team. Drebna hauls it in. Bomber swinging around the key. Drebna's high pass is tipped into the air. Gill finds it. Left-handed finish. Goes strong. You heard the as she gets fouled on the way up.
It's a great play by Maddie Gill because most players would pass it out in that scenario, but she has 2 defenders right on her, and she kind of just snuck her way right to the rim and drew contact. A great play by the sharpshooter.
Checking out of the game is Hasty. Look at Gill right here. Grab the ball, straight to the rim, no second thought. Gill this season, she's played in every game except for the last time out against RPI. The last time you saw her on Bombers Live, 15 points and 7 for 20 shooting from the field. And from freshman to sophomore year, she's taken a big jump. An important player, she's hanging around 9 points per game now, was at 6 her freshman year. 3-point jump goes a long way. I'm not a statistician, but if she can get that up to about 15 her senior year, it will just only make her one of the best players in the conference.
She could be a big second scoring option when she's on. It's just a matter of being on a consistent basis.
It's been the Bombers' struggle as a team this whole season. It's what's led them here where they're at a playoff contention. But they're off. You've seen them on tonight. It explains the 16-point lead. 10 seconds to go. Megan Drury, the freshman, tied up with Drevna. That one's thrown wild off the backboard. Trying to scoop it up is Severino. She'll get the board, but shot clock violation.
Severino really wasn't focused on the clock there. Really, all she was focused on was putting it up. So hard for her to really tell when the shot clock is ending. 6 seconds now, though, for the Bombers to get something.
Bombers outscore the Thoroughbreds 20-13 this quarter. Not showing too much aggression to fire a shot off. McNamara might have got fouled right there. She'll just hold on.
Not really sure what they were trying to do there. Obviously, you're not worried about getting a shot off at the buzzer when you're up by that much, though.
16-point lead as we head into the fourth. And the story of this game has been Ithaca's defense, but the player that stands out the most is from the offensive end, Simone Pintinelli.
Yeah.
What a game for her. The most excitement, the most pop you've really heard in Ben Light Gymnasium all year is because of Simone Pintinelli. And here's her progression from last year to this one as a sophomore. Moves from 7 to 20 games played. Of course, the minutes skyrocket. Points are up. She's taken way more shots, and she's understanding her role on this team is to be a well-balanced player, but where she shines is from deep. She's taking a lot more threes.
That's what she's known for, that three-point shot. Another thing is, when we were talking about the leading scorers in this game, if you were to tell me 10 minutes ago who was leading, I would not be saying Pintinelli at all. And then not even 2 or 3 minutes later, she's one.
We should probably give some insight to the fans who maybe this is their first time tuning in. We talked a lot about microwaves and air fryers and ovens. Well, this comes from a comparison that Coach Raymond made about Simone Pintinelli. He called her a microwave. You know, it's not on all the time, but when it heats up, it is dangerous and it happens in an instant, and we saw it firsthand today.
Well, I was saying earlier, I think at this point we might be getting better than a microwave with how much she has heated up in this situation. Like, the threes are not close either. These are deep range shots. And 1-3, a 4-point play, you don't see that often in any basketball.
Incredible stuff today as the fourth quarter, and now live. Audrey Bowen flips over to Meyer on the left side. She's guarded tightly by Ikabalseta. Severino gets fouled. Now Gill is starting to get her way into foul trouble. That's going to be her third tact, but they've all been in the last 2 minutes of game action. Kind of an interesting moment right there. You can't really hear it from where we're at, but Maddie Gill is frustrated, puts her hands in the air, and Coach Raymond says don't let her get there. Mm-hmm. That's a point of emphasis there. Even with a 16-point cushion, we know how games can flip on their heads. The Bombers, last time out against RPI on the road, were outscored by 20 points in the fourth quarter. It's not just something that happens. It's something that has happened recently to the Bombers, so they got to stay in tune here.
In situations that it's not going your way, you don't want to have the mindset that it's not going to continue to go your way.
Drevna, McNamara, fade away, Jay. Gosh, she is so good at that shot, but hasn't connected on the last 3 she's put up.
I don't know if it's just you, but in my mind, I think it's automatic every time.
Now here come the Bombers running. It's McNamara and Drevna. 2-man break. She'll hold up. Pass it down low to Mac. Drevna. To Gill. Now no numbers. Ryder will hold off. Still that same lineup with Wolber at the 5 spot. 10 seconds left in the shot clock here on the offensive end. Bombers get the switch. Ikabalseta fires the 3.
Come on, downtown. Splash money from Ikabalseta. Everyone is raining threes right now, and the momentum's in an all-time high for the Bombers, maybe the most momentum they've had all season.
Bombers shooting 6 for 19 from the 3. Drevna and Schneider get tied up there on the floor.
They're both smiling. I think each of them thought that they were at fault with each other.
They were both doing the thing where you put your hands up in the air and say, it can't be me. I can't be the one fouling. But then they're kind of both fouling in that spot.
Hands up in the air like you just don't care, but in reality, they both cared.
They both cared quite a bit. Yeah. But the smiles will make you think maybe not. It's a foul on Drevna. Checking out of the game is Lily Wolber. Avery McPeak, the senior captain, back in. Stella Carnegie, freshman.
Backcourt almost.
Yeah, gets the McNamara switch, nearly pushed her back. Maddie Meyer with 7 seconds left to go on the shot clock. Right over the outstretched arms of McPeak and good.
I really think they got to start using Bowen on the screenplay a lot because all the plays that they've scored, it's been because of Bowen's screens mainly. She has that big height advantage where she could just take 1 foot out and set a good screen.
Something to look out for. McNamara has a wide open Gill, not so wide open anymore. Iqbal Seda has been hunting these big matchups. She likes being at the highest size disadvantage because she has so much speed. McNamara, pump fake on the fadeaway. Iqbal Seda steps into a mid-range, no good. Skidmore takes over. Croniti staying into this game thus far. It's 10 minutes, a little bit over her average for the usual Skidmore method. Ball rolls all the way out of bounds. Drevna hits the floor hard. Her and Schneider have been going back and forth this whole time. Maybe those smiles were a little less genuine than we thought.
In games like this where it's been physical the entire time, the physicality is not going to go down. It's only going to get more physical.
Yeah, watch this play right here. So it's an errant pass that rolls all the way to the sideline. Drevna goes down. It's actually Meyer who stuck out her leg and tripped her up. Man.
I mean, there's not really much to say about that other than you don't want to see that. You stick your leg out right there.
Yeah,
you want to hope it's not intentional, but I mean,
and look at this. They're going to go to the replay because
I think so.
I mean, if our angle looks to be what just happened there, that's got to be a technical, intentional. I mean,
100%.
Look at that down there. Bombers lead by 17. Comebacks are possible, but look, it's our sports information director, Justin Lutz, showing the replay to the two head officials there. And I would love to see it again, but we're almost getting that tiny view on the little laptop there. Yeah. Let's bring it full screen, why don't we? Let's see that play one more time if we can. Yeah, there we go. So pass is wild. Here's Meyer. I don't know. It can be give or take. That's a good angle there. Great work from our cameras. Yeah, bring it all the way back.
Here's the thing.
Stop. Look at the leg. It's out in the way, but I don't know.
You can argue that it's really just Meyer being physical running to the ball, but then from another perspective, you could say, why is her leg down so much and not fully out when she's sprinting? So from one perspective, it's a physical basketball play. From the other, it's pure rage.
Yeah, it could go either way, and it's been a frustrating game for Skidmore. This really felt like a must-win for them. They knew that it was going to be difficult, but you want to walk away with a win in this one. So sometimes emotions, get out of hand. We'll find out what the official call on the floor was. It was definitely physical, but not anything to diminish Maddie Meyer in any way as well.
I feel like right now, if you're waiting so long and if the refs are really looking at this, you have to think that there might be at least a common foul called. I think either way, there might be something. It's if it's a technical that is the thing here.
Well, they huddle up. We'll talk it over.
Interesting to see here what happens, though. I mean, 7:36 left, 49-32. Skidmore's trying to make a comeback right now, and the time's only going to tick down. So if they get a technical here, that's the worst thing possible that would happen for the Skidmore throw-up Reds. Quite frankly, any more points that are scored would be bad, but especially if it's a technical foul, because not only do you get free throws, you have possession of the ball right after that, and obviously Skidmore is down by a lot, so you're only going to add on to a lead that is big right now.
Well, we're going back and forth up here as the officials really try to figure out what they're going to call this one. Bombers tomorrow at 2 p.m. right here on Bombers Live will take on Vassar. That is a big-time game. And let's check in on Vassar right now. Wow. They're in a 1-point game with William Smith. William Smith, 1-15 in the conference, 3-20 on the year. That's incredibly interesting to see.
Well, you say in football. I mean, what? You say in football any given Sunday. It might be any given Friday right now.
Look at this replay here. Look at the angle. It's a shoulder from Meyer.
You see the way that she shifts. She shifts her entire body, and you just said it. It's the shoulder. We were looking at the leg the entire time, but it's two body parts in this scenario right now, Colin.
A lot of conversation here. It's not something that you see often, a dead ball lasting this long to discuss a call. Finally getting some chance from the stand saying, let's go. I think we all agree, but let's talk about an Ithaca big three that's coming up while we wait on the call. It's not been your typical crew as all officials head towards the bench. Let's see it. Drevna, Gill, Tucker this season averaging over 27 points per game, about 10 rebounds and shooting so well as well.
It's almost a triple-double from all of them, and it goes to show that all these players can do different things, and it all comes together. You want scoring, you look at Drevna and sort of Gill as well, but then you also got Tucker with the three-point shooting. You want playmaking, well, all of them can really playmake. Drevna's the superior one, but Tucker can also playmake too, so can Gill.
100%. And Drevna lined up at the free throw line. Flagrant foul is the call on the floor. So it goes against Maddie Meyer. Will send Tori Drevna to the free throw line. And after extensive review, Brad, I'll probably say good call.
It was building up to a climax, and here it is, but you have to think that it was going to be a flagrant. The refs were talking and talking over that for so long where it couldn't have been anything but that. And that's the worst thing that can happen right there. I know I was talking about it earlier, but now I think it gets the ball again. It could potentially take a 21 or 22-point lead against a Skidmore team that is in desperation right now in a Liberty League tournament situation.
Well, Drevna made them both. It's now 51-32 with 7:30 to go. Ichabod Seta threw that one to Maddie Gill, who did not have her head on a swivel. It goes out of bounds. And I'm keeping my left eye on the game, and I'm keeping my not-so-good right eye on Vassar Williams-Smith, which is now 2 points separated.
Bit of a superpower you got going on there.
I might need to fix my contact prescription. I'm looking really tight at this Vassar game. 19-point lead for the Bombers. If they can hold on, they move their way to 9-15 on the season, 6-11 in conference play. Maddie Gill picks up another foul. That's her fourth.
Got to be careful.
As it appears, Natalie Tucker's coming in the game. You imagine that might be a sub. She can't get to the table quick enough for the check-in. .15 seconds left on the shot clock. Martinez pushes Ichabod Seta back. They'll call a hand check on Zoraida. It's been a tit-for-tat sort of game. Both teams staying very physical. And that is Tucker who checks in now for Maddie Gill. Look at the replay here. Martinez, Hezzy pushes that arm off on Ichabod Seta. You know, a lot of this broadcast so far for me has been talking about calls and stuff. I haven't gone to referee school. You know what's funny? I took referee class. Who was my professor? Dan Raymond. He actually taught me a thing or two about how to referee a basketball game. We might have to chop it up about that after.
I know someone else who was in that class too not so long ago, and that's Johnny Lisi.
Johnny Lisi.
You guys both got that in common with Coach Raymond. I'm the only one left. I think I might have to do it now.
You might need to sign up next semester. Haven't heard from Johnny Lisi yet. Down on the sideline. We're hoping in that next media timeout we can get to him. It's a left-handed layup cashed in by Severino for Skidmore.
And you like to see the energy from the Skidmore bench there, not giving up, really cheering on their teammates. That's what you need to do, but there's Grace McNamara.
Josh Allen type full court heave. And now here's a girl that can throw a deep pass. Zoraida with a dime.
You want niche references. Cavs Wizards, Kevin Love, deep ball pass to LeBron at the buzzer. There's another one for you.
That's a little over the head too, wow. Severino comes off a screen. Foul called on the floor. It's Schneider and Drevna who get tied up every time. Schneider's a little shaky on the layup. You don't like to see that at all.
Oh, yeah.
She'll hit the bench. Hopefully she's all right.
Holding on near the thigh area.
Yeah, I mean, this is where she got hit. You imagine it's hopefully a contact bruise, but you hate to see it regardless.
Yeah, walking fine, which is good, but, you know, for sure some pain there. But seems like she asks the ref if she can come back in.
She wants to head back in. There we go. Good stuff. Well, she got to shoot her free throws, of course. Claudia Schneider in this one, 6 points, 2 for 4 from the field. And I told you I was keeping my eye out on that Vassar game. They win by 2 against Williams-Smith. Vassar is a team that is hunting to stay in the Liberty League playoff tourney.
It's funny because you have Ithaca and Skidmore that are both kind of resetting, but so is Vassar. Vassar is also known to be one of those top Liberty League teams, and look where they are right now. It's a complete shift in not just these two teams, but the entire conference.
Yeah, I mean, you're completely right. Vassar will be in this gym tomorrow. The last time they were, it was when they were the 2 top teams in the Liberty League. They took on a Liberty League championship. It was a game that went down to the wire. Vassar held on against the #1 seeded Bombers. Now tomorrow, Vassar will be locked into that 6th seed as McNamara gets the layup.
Is this basketball or football? We're seeing quarterback passes nonstop. McNamara is right there to finish it. It's simple but effective.
Now a 20-point advantage for the Bombers. Yeah, well, tomorrow when Vassar's in here, important to know, I mean, they're going to be fighting for that last 6th seed, potentially 5th seed. It's going to be an important game.
McNamara's got a double-double now on the game. So she did get her first one of the season, and it'll be one to remember for her.
Drevna slows things down. Mid-range finds Ikabalseta. Really thought she was going to pull that one for a second. You never know. So many players have range on this team. A laser beam.
That
no good from Drevna.
That shot looks similar to McNamara, too.
Well, fadeaway. Martinez gets the pick. Shine showing some physicality. Foul called on McPeak on the floor. It's the Bombers' 6th in this quarter. Buckle in your seatbelts. Maybe grab a few new snacks if you're watching on the couch, because this might be a long 5 minutes and 18 seconds here in Ben Light Gymnasium, with the Bombers already being in the bonus defensively.
You're allowed to be smarter from Coach Raymond. That's the type of coach that Coach Raymond is, because, look, they're up by 20, and he's still telling them, hey, do this better, do this better. That's what you want in a head coach. Even when you are up this big, you want there to be problems that need to be addressed.
Can't expect anything different from Raymond. Martinez back to the line, another trip there. New Jersey native cashes in the second. Bombers break the press. Martinez gets a foul on the ground.
Pushed her body into Ikabalseta there. On a fast break, you got to be careful because they're obviously very tired right now with the fourth quarter still going down.
The Bombers so far in this one, they lead the turnover battle by 5, a number that, again, we talked about Skidmore earlier. They're the best in the conference because they usually lead that margin by under 5. So that's top-tier stuff.
Tides have turned.
Absolutely. That's really been the driving force in this game. Bombers have taken more shots because they've avoided turnovers, and naturally they've made more shots. Drevna looks to line that one up. Can't find it. Bowen on the rebound.
Drevna got that first 3 of the game, but since then hasn't been able to figure it out. But she has the confidence. It's all about connecting.
Here's Drury, sticks out the arm. Travel called as her feet slide.
Little 1-2 many there, and any turnover is not ideal for Skidmore now. You got to be pitch perfect from here on out.
Every possession is going to count so much more for the Thoroughbreds. Bombers lead by 19. They kind of showed that they could lose games late in the fourth against RPI. I talked about that 20-point advantage that the Engineers got on them last time out, but it wasn't in less than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Foul called on Meyer. Expressive sign from the referee there. It's like a hugging motion. She pulled Tucker on the ground. Ikabalseta on the inbound. She'll get it right back as Drevna takes it across half court. McNamara down low. What's she going to do? You already know. Can't connect. Here's Drury, moving fast off the foot of Zarada Ikabalseta. This Bomber team in the Liberty League is now going to have their wins be 2 over William Smith, 2 over Bard, and if they can hold on today, 2 over Skidmore. There's Drevna on the pickpocket. Down to the right side. Let's go slow-mo, smooth. Can't find it. Maybe needed to go a step slower.
And again, that's what we were talking about earlier. It's the simple shots. And you obviously see Drevna's very frustrated by that because that's very uncommon for her. She's usually easily making that. Luckily, though, you're up 55-36. You see the replay right here. That's a great steal from Drevna, and there's no one ahead of her. She has a simple path and just not enough power on that almost, it seems. It seems that maybe she's tired from all the running, which makes sense because of how physical the game is.
Well, now here's Bowen putting on the track cleats. Pump fake. Oh, wow. Bombers go flying. She gets the 2. Now Ikabalseta sees 2 defenders. That one falls out of bounds. Stays Bomber direction.
Colin, it felt like 10 minutes ago there was 5 minutes left, and now it's 4:06. I mean,
I told you, man.
Yeah.
Well, there goes Drevna towards the bench. Simone Pintinelli checks back in. There's a timeout on the floor, and that gives us a great opportunity to send it down to our friend Johnny Lisi. Johnny, can we hear you this time?
Thanks, guys. In the month of February, one of the biggest contributors for Ithaca has been junior Grace McNamara, affectionately known as the Situate Swish. When we asked head coach Dan Raymond about her performance earlier this week, he said Grace is one of the hardest workers that we have, and she is absolutely best in free-flowing transition type settings where you just get her the ball because she can create shots by herself. Coach Raymond said there's a lot of shots where she looks after she shoots it and says it is not going in, but it ends up going in. Back up to you guys.
Finally, so good to see Johnny Lisi down there. Pleasure as always.
Colin, our day was going great. It's a great game, it's a great vibe, but then you bring in Johnny Lisi into the equation and it just makes things a million times better. Someone that just lights any room.
Great stuff down there. Sorry for the technical difficulties earlier. We can give you our scouts promise that tomorrow will be a much better day for Johnny Lisi fans. But for Ithaca Bomber fans, they have a smile on their face. They lead by 17 against a very talented Thoroughbreds team. Skidmore this season, if a loss here occurs, they fall to 11-13, 9-8 in conference play. They're still going to apply the press. Tucker gets caught up. Drury tips it back. Meyer finds it, runs into McNamara. Foul called. Some frustration there, and rightfully so. You get into a full court press break, you cannot pick the ball up in 4 spots. It's the corners of the half court and the corners of the baseline. That's where Tucker got caught, and they're going to pull her for that one.
Meyer foul trouble with 4 fouls on the game, and although time is ticking, still your best player arguably in foul trouble is not what you want.
Yeah, the Bombers ran into that problem just a couple of minutes ago. Gill picked up her second, third, and fourth, just about in sequence, one after the other. Meyer knocks in the first, and yeah, I mean, she's going to still run all around the court, but let's say McNamara stood straight up. Yeah. That's her 5th foul. You never know.
And you could say the reason for the fouls is the physical defense, but it's also these women are tired. It's been physicality after physicality where it's just going to wear your body down. You can't do anything about it. And maybe they're not even doing it on purpose with these fouls. They're just kind of bumping in because they have no choice.
Brad, watch this. New Skidmore press. They're not doubling up until they get to half court now because the Bombers have struggled there. Nice bounce pass from Pincinelli. Breaks it on that occasion.
And that's cool from Coach Bostic. Maybe for the next game tomorrow, maybe this is what they can do. Test it out late in the game.
It's all right, see, after this. Pincinelli was wide open in the corner. I threw my hands in the air already. Instead, Burnett gets to the lane and fouled.
You could argue this is Burnett's best game of this season. 6 points on the game, looking to get 8. I believe 7 rebounds now from Burnett. A good play. And you see it right here. Burnett catches it, puts it right up in the air, and again, that's where the stamina comes into play from the Skidmore defenders.
6 points, should be 7 boards, 3 assists, 2 blocks, and a steal. Mary Burnett in just her sophomore year. She's a 6-foot-tall forward. I talked about being top 10 in Liberty League blocks, but she's top 25 in steals as well. She's a defensive engine. The offensive numbers, it's 3 and 3 for points and boards, but if she can start being a little bit more efficient on that end, you already know the defense is well above par. She cashes in, puts the Bombers up 17. Martinez gives it up to Schneider. It's Drury on the far side. Meyer gets a touch before it goes back to Bowen. Drury gets shaken off. 9 seconds on the shot clock. Crossover, driving on Burnett. Swat, get it out of here.
Burnett really didn't even have to do anything. The hand up in the air, tilts it down a little bit, and it's right out of there. Look at this play right here. Burnett is right in the paint. Look, the arms are up already, and she didn't even have to bend down or really anything. The arms just kind of stayed in the same position they were in.
Got to watch the scouting report. Can't fire those shots up near Mary Burnett. Martinez. It's picked up by the Bombers. Martinez has struggled from the field today. Now 1 for 11. Drevna thinks about a 3. Burnett fouled on the ground. Goes against Audrey Bowen.
A chance for double-digit points for Mary Burnett on the game. Going to be hard with only 2:52 left, but could be looking at a double-double situation here.
McNamara already got hers, her first of the season. Burnett would be happy to pick it up here. First free throw, no good. So she stands at 8-6, and of course the 3 major blocks for the sophomore. Some really good stuff, and the forward play of Skidmore had been so dominant coming into this one. Coach Raymond says you can't single out just one of them. You have to pay attention to every single forward they have to offer. Mary Burnett's done a good job marking up.
Burnett now has the most points she scored the entire season. It was 8, now with 9 points on the game. That's a career high for her.
Career high for a lot of Bombers in multiple categories. It's been real good stuff, especially in this second half. The Bombers with 32 of their 58 in half number 2. Zarada had a chance to save it, but Ichabod Seta will hit the baseline.
Was going for it, and then halfway through, I think she realized there is no way, and then she just settled down and was like, yeah, I'm just going to take it out of bounds.
A business decision. Let's look back. In the first quarter, Bombers outscore Skidmore 15-10. Then the second, it's 11-7. Then it's 20-13 in the third. Here in the fourth, 12-10. Schneider goes low, swings it around, and one opportunity.
It's 9 points on the game now.
One's going to go against Severino, who went on the way up. Severino, the senior, full-time starter for this team. Not known to get too many bucks off on the offensive end, but that was pretty smooth there. She'll hit the line for the and one, or free throw.
It's 4 points for her now, excuse me.
Free throw is no good. Yeah, you could hear it there, Brad. Missed opportunity on the offensive end. 2 minutes with a 16-point disparity. The Bombers tomorrow will be back at home. We'll be back on Bombers Live. Burnett with another one.
On.
No.
Like that was, Colin, that was the latest whistle I've ever heard.
Well, you can blow the whistle whenever. I got to see this replay.
Man.
Let's pull it up, Bombers fans. Mary Burnett looking for number 4. Yeah, let's pull it up here. Martinez goes up. Burnett swings it down.
Yeah. I mean, no, here's the thing. That's a clear foul. You see the touch on the hair, but you wanted that to be clean. When we both heard that whistle, the exact same reaction of disappointment.
Everybody in the gym wanted that to be clean. I think even Skip. Nah, probably not them. Martinez gets back to the line. She's 1 for 12 from the field now.
Got it.
Couple substitutions on the court as well.
Burnett getting a well-deserved rest on the bench. What a game from her, Colin, though. I mean, arguably, I don't even know if it is an arguably her best game of the season. It's just great. Nothing bad to say.
Well, if you told me that, that's a foul immediately on the floor, they're going to get into the bonus there. Quick decision.
Yeah, you see Bostic's kind of just like,
what's going on? Yeah.
Yeah, like what are we doing? Why?
Well, to finish the thought there, if you told me that the 2 most impressive players in this game, excluding Grace McNamara, because at this point we've learned to expect that, were Simone Pizzanelli and Mary Burnett, you would not think that would be a dominant winning effort, but that's what you're seeing so far. Those 2 really came to play. 2 players that, again, are going to be really impactful next season.
We talk a lot all the time about the depth of this Ithaca Bombers team. Oftentimes, the depth isn't really showcased with the players on the bench. This was the game where that was showcased. We knew Pizzanelli was Raymond's microwave, but now she showed why she's the microwave. We knew that Burnett had the potential to be a great defensive player. Now she shows why she's a great defensive player. It's big prove-it games for these 2 players, and they sure as heck proved it.
Absolutely. Ichabod Seta goes 1 for 2 from the line, makes it a 15-point advantage for Ithaca. 1:30 and some change to go. And Ithaca will be very happy with a home dub. Schneider won't let it go that easy as she forces McPeak to foul, and she'll head to the charity stripe. Just going down the Skidmore stat board, it's not too impressive thus far. I mean, Schneider's made an impact. She'll get to the line right there. Had McPeak's back to the basket.
Yeah.
First free throw attempt is no good. Well, Meyer led the way in scoring with 13. But you saw the flagrant foul, and you saw she's been in foul trouble all night. Not going to be one of her favorites. Schneider has 7, looking to make it 8 on this free throw. Bowen has 7. That's really about it from the scoring production.
Colin, I think a big thing to highlight for Skidmore is they have not made a single three in this entire game. 0%.
I was just thinking about that. I didn't want to look down at my stat sheet in the moment. I was actually thinking about what my favorite Skidmore 3 was.
There is none.
If I had a highlight call, but yeah, we haven't seen it so far. So
that's kind of been overlooked because there's been so much going on in this game to talk about where you don't really think about the fact that Skidmore hasn't taken any threes. They've attempted 6 of them, but none of them had really fallen. They haven't tried to do it. They're not really a lot of confidence there.
Skidmore only shoots less than 5 threes a game. They'll
fair.
go a couple games without making them. Make a ball. Seta wants it. Good golly, Miss Molly. Ichabal said is not done.
Your weather forecast is hot, red hot from 3. You're not going to see any rain. You're not going to see any lightning either.
I don't know. It was raining down to me, a little teardrop, but I see the way you think. 17 points could be Skidmore's last offensive try. McPeak goes down low. Drury gets fouled. She'll hit the free throw line in the bonus.
If it's going to rain, it's going to rain money from 3, not the water that we expect.
Megan Drury, the freshman, gets to the line. Ithaca College in a championship rematch coming up tomorrow on Bombers Live. After this game, don't go anywhere. You got your 3 favorite guys at the desk. I'm talking Ethan Lefebvre. I'm talking Nikita Lohman. And, of course, I'm talking Max Raymond. But after this as well, our 2 good friends, Devin Jarvis, Jack Behan. They have the men's game covered. That's going to be another heater. That's an Ithaca team fighting for a playoff spot.
If you guys thought we were charismatic, wait till you see Jack Behan because that guy is phenomenal.
Oh, man. Got a whole lot of love for Jack Behan. This Bombers team is going to have a whole lot of love when they look back on film tomorrow for this. We'll see if they even attempt a shot here. Doesn't really matter if you do or you don't. Olivia Stevens checked into the game and got some run as well.
4 players in double-digit scoring today. Goes to show everyone's passed the rock today. It's a team effort from Ithaca and something you want to see. Come on.
McPeak with the mid-range. We'll see if Skidmore comes back with a jumper for themselves. Drury goes down low, driving on Olivia Stevens. Pass down to Bowen. Ichabal Seta with the steal. Add it to the stat sheet and add it to the box score. It's a Bomber W. Much needed for the morale of this team that was sinking. Now they are rising. And it might not be Liberty League tournament material for this team, but that is a classic Ithaca Bomber win.
We're going to take it all the way back to the pregame as we talked about. You asked me, what did I want to see from this team? Work hard and play hard, and that's what they did. A 64-47 win, and honestly, although there's only 1 game left, that's a statement win showing that no matter what scenario the Bombers are in, no matter if it's up or down, they're going to come out and give effort. As I said, 4 players at double-digit scoring.
Look at the court down there. That's KJ Cinematics, Keenan Jackson taking videos of a win. I love to see him grinding. You'll see that on the social media later with a big fat W next to it for Bombers fans. Brad, you hit the nail on the head. This was a team that had to grind. They were in a tough spot. They truly needed this win, and it was exceptional. Down on the sideline in just a moment, we're going to have Johnny Lisi talk to some leaders of this squad, some of the best in the business. He's got Tori Drevna right now. Johnny.
Tori, you swept the season series with Skidmore. What did this game mean to you?
It means a lot. Just, last weekend of the year, just to get a win for our seniors and hopefully get a win tomorrow. Like, that's what it's all about, is playing for these girls and finishing out the year strong.
And your performance, it was a tough, gritty game. What did you have to do throughout all 4 quarters?
Yeah, I just had to keep my head on my shoulders, stay grounded, trust that my shots are going to go in and know that they're a scrappy team, so match that intensity and play to their level. Yeah.
Tomorrow against Vassar, a conference championship rematch from a year ago. What do you guys have to do to beat the Brewers?
Yeah, just, I think just honestly play the same way we did today. We played really hard. We played really together. It was a full team effort, and I think when we play a full team effort, we can beat virtually anybody.
Thank you, Tori. Marty, Brad, back up to you.
Thank you so much, Johnny. Thank you, Tori. An exceptional game from a junior who has a whole lot of juice. Will be so important to this team going forward. Brad, before we send it to the crew in the studio, final thoughts for what was a shocking, very good Bombers win.
They have momentum. The Bombers have momentum, and maybe the first time all season. And although there's only one game left, carry the momentum into that next game, and you could see a phenomenal end to the season for a Bombers team that needed it.
McNamara gets the double-double. Pintinelli shines. Mary Burnett does just about everything, and it marks another win for the Ithaca College Bombers. Don't go anywhere. More Bomber hoops when we return right here on Bombers Live.
Nick, we have to get back.
Back to where? Like a specific time or something?
I'm talking about the show, Nick. Roommate Rumble. Sundays at 7 on ICTV. The show where two sets of roommates square off to see which pair of roommates will go down as champions in college television history. We're gonna be late.
But I forgot my roommate.
We're going. You won't need. No, we might actually. Let's go.
No tienes que estar en todos lados. Solo quiero que me contestes cuando te llamo.
Partes que yo mantengo solo para mí y no les cuento, pero quiero que ellos conozcan quién soy completamente.
Escucharlos es amarlos. Encuentra maneras de apoyar a tus hijos en escuchandosentimientos.org.
Hey guys, what should we do tonight?
We've got playoff baseball going on. We got to tune into that.
What? No, we should definitely do a poker night, guys.
Guys, we should go to the movie theater. Come on.
Guys, come on, grab your trunks. Let's go to the beach.
Where?
What beach?
Where?
The
Where?
beach is right
Which
there.
beach?
Come on, it's 30 minutes down the road.
You know what we have to watch? Hold that thought.
Oh.
That's it. We should all tune in Monday nights at 8 p.m. to Hold That Thought for live sports debates.
And then Kinderar.
It's true. It's happened, and it's coming back.
Yeah, okay, when?
Thursdays at 6:30.
Sure, and where is this happening?
ICTV.org and Spectrum Channel 16.
Big Red Face-Off. It's back. So lace up those skates. It's time for Big Red Face-Off.
Welcome back into the ICTV studios for Bombers Live post-game coverage of the Ithaca College women's basketball team. The Bombers beat the Thoroughbreds 64-47 by 17. Here at the desk, I'm Ethan Lefebvre, joined alongside Nikita Lohman and Max Raymond. Guys, what are our immediate takeaways from this one?
I mean, this is pretty much the perfect game that you could have asked for, especially at this point in the season. We talked about Max, experimenting, trying out different things, seeing what might click and stick going into next year. There were so many different things that clicked, but we talked a lot about young players getting their opportunities. You see that three ball, you're going to see some three balls from players like Simone Pintinelli, Mary Burnett with some phenomenal play offensively and defensively. To highlight Burnett specifically, 9 points, 8 boards, 3 blocks, but it wasn't just that. I mean, you see down low fighting. There's Zoraida Ichabal-Seta jumping up, blocking that inbounds pass, getting the steal. They set the tone early and often. They were hounding defensively. And that's what flipped the script. I mean, you see nothing easy down low right there, Max.
Absolutely. The defense came to play for the Bombers. You saw in there a couple of steals from Ichabal-Seta. She had 4, leading the way for this Ithaca team. And again, I emphasize the word team because that's what they played as today. Moving the ball incredibly well, just kind of cycling it around, finding the open teammate. But again, sticking in there defensively, they did an incredible job.
Yeah, and Max, what I find so interesting is when you look at the field goal percentage disparity, there is none. Ithaca shot 36.8%, Skidmore 34%. What's the difference? It's the turnovers and the rebounding. Ithaca wins the rebounding battle, as you mentioned, steals and turnovers as a whole. Skidmore had 6 more than the Bombers. And what does that lead to? 16 more field goal attempts for Ithaca. They were out scrappy. They were the gritty team. They were hungry today. Even with the team mathematically eliminated, they still came to play. There's some dogs on that floor.
Ooh. They did come to play indeed, Nikita. But now I think it's time we look outside of the South Hill and we throw it on over to the Liberty League with our Liberty League women's analyst, Jonathan Falco. Falco, what do you got?
Well, thank you, Ethan. But all I know is that my Liberty League picks are cooked. I got 2 games wrong today. But regardless, another fast-paced, high-stakes today of Liberty League action has come to a close. But let's take one last look around the Liberty League. And we start with a second-half comeback as the St. Lawrence Saints stun the Engineers and my picks for today, coming back from a 5-point halftime deficit and taking the win 69-62. How about Jackie Malley dropping a big 26 points, igniting the Saints' offense against a top-tier defense? The Saints take a crack at the #1 seed in the conference in Union tomorrow. In what was a back-and-forth matchup through all 4 quarters, Vassar escapes with a victory over William Smith, 53-51. While the Herons gave the Brewers a run for their money, it was Maureen Regan who led her offense to give the Brewers their first win since February 6th. I think the RIT Tigers have been listening to some Florida Georgia Line these past few weeks because they rolled the windows down and cruised past the Bard College Raptors 58-43. Sydney Pearson driving a brand new Chevy with a lift kit through the paint, scoring 12 points without even shooting a 3-pointer. And lastly, the Garnet Chargers of Union beating the Clarkson Golden Knights, turning up the dial in the second half, beating them 70-65. That's all from me. I'm going to send it back to the guys at the desk. Ethan, what do you got?
A lot of fun Liberty League games that looked like Falco, but here back on the South Hill, that is all the time we got for our women's post-game show here at Bombers Live. I'm joined at the desk alongside Nikita Lohman, Max Raymond. I'm Ethan Lefebvre. Jonathan Falco was with us earlier. It is now time that we conclude this one. Ithaca wins 64-47. For our entire Bombers Live crew here, we just got to get going, and we'll see you in the second game of our doubleheader in moments. Bye-bye, and we'll see you in a little bit. Stay tuned.
One of my favorite things about being a newscaster are the people you meet along the way. Seems like everybody has a story to tell.
Of what their lives were like in the past.
Or what they want tomorrow to be.
So you can get to know your community a little better.
And every week we get to share these stories with you.
Good Day Ithaca on ICTV News 607. Every Friday at 10 a.m. and Sunday at 6 p.m.
When people are fed, futures are nourished. They can connect with the world around them, unlock endless possibilities, and thrive. Join the movement to end hunger. Volunteer. Advocate. Donate. Go to feedingamerica.org/act now.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Eleanor Patterson.
And I'm Sydney Watson. Newswatcher is live every Thursday night at 7:30, keeping Tompkins County residents up to date on all things local and national news.
And bringing you your weekly local weather forecast.
And all the latest sports on the South Hill, East Hill, and nationally.
Thanks for watching, and have a good night.
El impacto de una comida va mucho más allá de alimentar nuestro cuerpo. Porque cuando las personas se alimentan, sus futuros se nutren. Todos merecen una vida plenamente llena. Y con tu ayuda, podemos acabar con el hambre. Únete al movimiento en feedingamerica.org/haz tu parte.
Welcome into the ICTV studios for the Bombers Live Men Basketball pre-game show. On today's doubleheader, we conclude with the 9-14 Ithaca College Bombers hosting the 12-11 Skidmore College Thoroughbreds. I'm joined at the desk by some of the top balltologists on all of the South Hill in Max Raymond and Nikita Lohman. I'm your host, Ethan Lefebvre. Gentlemen, it's been 2 whole weeks since we've talked some men's D3 hoops. Are we ready to get going?
Yeah, absolutely, especially if we can get a performance like the one we just saw from Ithaca women's basketball.
Oh, I'm so excited after watching that game. Let's get into it.
Guys, thinking back to their last December 6th matchup against Skidmore, it was 96-70. The Bombers won that one at Skidmore in Saratoga, New York. How did the Bombers win this game exactly?
Well, I think the story of the day is the two-headed monster of Matthew Zanker Evan Cabral, 2 monster days. You look at Zenker, 23 points, 8 of 13 from the field, 5 of 7 from 3. Why not sprinkle in 6 rebounds just for fun? Evan Cabral, 9 of 10 from the field, 22 points. But again, he will not be playing today, so who's going to fill into that second role, really first role, because Matthew Zenker, he's the number 1 for today. Who's going to fill that production, though, it remains to be seen.
Well, Nikita, how about Chris Lasith, who also had 14 points and 9 rebounds last time out? But a big key to that Bombers win was the rebounding game. 51 rebounds for Ithaca to 22 for Skidmore. An incredible. I don't think I've never seen a margin that crazy. Have you, Nikita?
No, Max, I don't think I've ever seen a 29 rebound disparity. I mean, to put it this way, the gap was wider than the amount of rebounds that Skidmore had for the full game. We just saw it in the women's game. When you get more boards, you end more possessions, you give yourself more opportunities, you just get to put more shots up. Even if all of them aren't falling, the more cracks you get at it, the more points you're going to put in the basket. It's just simple math.
Absolutely, Nikita. I think we could fit a Costco parking lot in that gap. Absolutely incredible.
Very well said.
Incredible indeed, Max. I love the Costco reference, guys. But what do the Bombers need to do today if they want to get back into the playoff picture and beat the Thoroughbreds? It's simple. They win today, they're in. How do they do that?
Well, I think they've got to be weary of Nick Padilla absolutely going off over the last 5 games for the Thoroughbreds. 15 points per game, 47% from the field. This guy's starting to heat up really well late, exactly what Skidmore needs as they're trying to fight their way back into the playoffs.
Yeah, and Max, on top of that, you mentioned in that 15-point per game span, that includes a 26-point bomb versus Vassar, one of the best teams in the conference. You need to tread lightly because he's feeling it. Who's going to be on him? I think it's going to be Thomas McKiernan for a lot of the day. And since coming back from injury, now we've got a 10-game sample. He's really found his groove. Didn't play a lot, but we talked about him a lot 2 weeks ago for good reason. In that 10-game span, nearly 10 points per game, shooting nearly 50% from the field, actually shooting 50% from 3, and he's swinging the rock. 4.1 assists per game. He also gets steals. Look, with Evan Cabral out, his role has grown exponentially. He's gotten his chance. He's cracked the starting 5. He will be in the starting 5 tonight for his 3rd game in a row. No Cabral equals McKiernan time.
McKiernan time. It's going to be fun to watch him, Nikita. And the Bombers need to get back into that win column again. A win tonight, and they're in. Very, very important. But again, I want to look at the Skidmore team in a bit more detail. So, what exactly makes the Skidmore team so effective in battling for a playoff spot? We now turn our attention to our Liberty League men's analyst, John Frieders. John, what do you have for me?
Thanks, Ethan. And with Skidmore traveling to Ithaca tonight, the Bombers are going to have to play their best ball to protect their home court, on top of the fact that a lot of playoff implications are at the line with both teams tied 8-8 in conference. Last time these teams met, Ithaca caught fire, putting up a near triple-digit offensive performance with, of course, Evan Cabral and Matthew Zenker dominating. They don't have Cabral. It'll be interesting. This time, though, watch Skidmore's game plan to make someone else beat them, which is exactly what Ithaca is going to have to do, right? They're going to have someone step up. And also, on defense, who's Ithaca going to find to take away some of the stars on this Skidmore team? Speaking of stars, Skidmore has one of the top freshmen in the country in Jacob Gooden. Gooden, who's just a first year, has been racing for the Thoroughbreds all season long. Although he has been fighting injuries recently, the past 4 games he's played, he's had 20 points in each. Without Cabral, the Bombers are going to have to figure out a way to slow him down and slow the rest of this Skidmore offense down. Another key contributor for the Thoroughbreds this season has been Aiden Roy. Let me tell you about this guy. He's a 6'2 guard who's been terrorizing defenses all season long with his crafty handles and his flashy passes. Recently, he struggled to knock down shots, but don't let him find his touch, otherwise you're in for a very long defensive night. The final player I want to touch on is Nick Padilla. I know you mentioned it, Raymond, but he's had 15 points in the last meeting between these familiar foes, and Padilla has really emerged as a role player for the Thoroughbreds, tallying 30 minutes in each of the last 4 games. A big increase for the young man who has stepped up, burying shots from beyond the arc and attacked the basket with pride. Lots to handle for this Bombers defense here tonight inside Ben Light Gymnasium, but definitely going to be a scrappy fight for 2 squads tonight. That's all I've got, so back to you guys at the desk.
Great breakdown indeed, John, on how Skidmore's been so successful this season. But I'm very curious at the Liberty League playoff picture as a whole now. The big board man himself, Anthony Labonte, broke all that down and more in just All that and more early in the studio. Levante, what do you have for me?
Thank you, Ethan. And let's take a look at my predictions of what's going to happen in the Liberty League. And we'll start with just the playoff teams. Ithaca, I see them with no movement in this one. This is their floor, being at the 6th seed if Clarkson doesn't win out, and that's what I have happen here. Ithaca's just been having a problem with field goal percentage. They had 64.8% allowed against RPI their last game. Number 5, I've got Skidmore staying right there. They're on a 3-game winning streak. They just beat St. Lawrence last week. They've been able to build off losing their key guy in the system, and they're going to be able to move it. That's their highest ceiling. Maybe they move down. We'll have to wait and see, though. St. Lawrence, this is going to be a surpriser to some people. I have them winning both of their games this weekend. Going against RPI and Union, the last time they faced both of these teams, it was on the road, and it was a 1-possession game. So if St. Lawrence can keep on top of it, St. Lawrence is going to be the team that gets to play next Tuesday. Number 3 is going to be some movement. I've got Union moving into the 3 spot, because if Union loses one of these games and Vassar wins both, then guess what? Union takes that 3 spot and has to play on Tuesday. And that's what I have here. With Union's loss to St. Lawrence, Vassar takes the lead. Vassar, though, they get to play against teams like Clarkson and Ithaca. Last time they played Ithaca, they only won by 3. But if Cabral is out, that's 27 points that you're leaving off the floor. So I have Vassar going at number 2. And number 1, I keep RPI there. They're a likely favorite to win the Liberty League, and they're the team that I have going all the way. Thank you, Ethan. I'll send it right back to you.
Amazing segment, Levante, but it's that point in the show. Pick'ems. What are your men's Liberty League picks for today's game? Our very own John Frieders, for the first time, is joined here at the desk with us. John, I'll give you the honors. What's your first pick, my man?
Well, first off, great to be here. Thanks for the honors. I'll take Bard at RIT. I know some people at this desk aren't going to like that pick. Give me Union at Clarkson. Union's been dominating all year with Jack Plesser, Tanner Tedesco. Then give me Vassar at Hobart. Give me Ithaca at Skidmore, or Ithaca hosting Skidmore, and give me RPI over Swift.
Max, you're up next.
I'm also going to go with Bard over RIT, going with Clarkson, Vassar, Ithaca, also winning on the men's side, and then wrapping it up with SLU. I really like Dzinski. He's red hot.
I got to go with RPI over Clarkson, Vassar's beating Hobart, RIT over Bard, controversial, Ithaca over Skidmore, and Union over Clarkson.
I like all those picks, but I'm going to go with the person I keep kind of messing with these picks. Max, I'm curious about some of your more. Explain a few of them to me again.
Well, I've got Bard over RIT. I know they haven't won a Liberty League game yet, but it just feels like it's coming. It feels like it's right there, and they're due. And this is their greatest opportunity, the team that's just above them in the Liberty League rankings.
I can respect that pick a lot, actually, now. Nikita, what do you think? What are some of your picks that are maybe off the board from the other people here at the desk?
You know, to be honest, I don't think I've done anything too outlandish here with my picks, but what I'm looking at is this Ithaca versus Skidmore game, because look, this matters a ton. If Ithaca wins, they slide into the 5. They more than likely will play St. Lawrence. I just think the Bombers know that SLU is a team they've beaten twice this year. I think they're coming out with a little extra juice tonight. That's why I went with them.
All right, I can get behind that pick as well. But John, real quick, you are the men's Liberty League analyst for a reason. So again, I'm going to trust your picks 110%. John, what are you thinking real quick? For standings implications, what is our one game to watch for this weekend?
I think the Ithaca game is the big game to watch in terms of playoff predictions, and also in terms of who's not on the court for both of these teams. Right, Evan Cabral not on the court. Gooden, we don't know if he's playing, possibly not playing. Two big guys who are going to affect what's happening with both these teams, and it'll be a really big game for teams that are looking to clinch.
It's going to affect what's happening indeed, John. Very interesting picks indeed, gentlemen. But it's time to send you courtside for some men's basketball action. The Ithaca College Bombers are about to take on the Skidmore College Thoroughbreds on a foggy evening game here on the South Hill, where Devin Jarvis and Jack Behan have the call with CC Gabriel sideline reporting. From the studio, John Frieders, Anthony Levante, Max Raymond, Nikita Lohman, and I'm Ethan Lefebvre. We'll see you at halftime.
World where policy changes our everyday lives, it's important to stay informed.
With our ever-changing government,
on an international stage,
around the United States,
and right here in Tompkins County.
Evening in America brings you real news, insightful conversations, and the facts you need to know. Tune into ICTV's premier political news show, Mondays at 8:30 p.m.
are taught, you don't talk about your problems with nobody because you could get in trouble. And I've been through a lot. Anxiety, depression, sexual assault. When I decided to get help, my life changed. And the mental health box, that was one of the big tools. Accepting help means that we are allowing somebody to bless our life. It's freeing. We got stronger together. Love your mind.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you important entertainment news. The Director's Chair is now in its 28th season and is airing on Tuesdays at 6 p.m.
The Director's Chair has a group of brilliant panelists to discuss your favorite movies and exclusive interviews with local filmmakers who dive deep behind the scenes about their projects.
We also have an exceptional news team to bring you the latest about the film industry. And who knows?
Maybe you could be on the Director's Chair.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Greetings, weary traveler. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. What is it, you ask? Oh, well, it's game over. ICTV's one-stop shop for gaming, tech, and entertainment news. On it Wednesdays at 7:30. Now, good luck, adventurer.
Late February means snow all around the ground here in Ithaca, New York. But with March right around the corner, you can start to smell springtime. And with that, playoff basketball. Just one more regular season weekend to go here in the Liberty League regular season. And with that, you got Skidmore and Ithaca coming up. So great to have you with us here on Bombers Live. Devin Jarvis alongside Jack Behan, and coming up shortly, CeCe Gabriel courtside. But it's pretty simple for the Bombers this weekend. Win and in.
Yeah, for the Bombers, it all comes down to this weekend. You need to handle business. You can get a multitude of things from hosting a playoff game to going on the road this coming Tuesday. A lot of upcoming scenarios, but the first matter at hand is taking care of business tonight.
Let's check out the playoff path for the Bombers, because it's been a long journey so far, but pretty simple. You get a win today or tomorrow, you clinch a playoff spot. If you get the Skidmore win, that means you're the 4 or the 5 seed, and you'll play St. Lawrence. Bombers feel pretty good about the way they are. If they win both of the games this weekend, they still have a chance to host a Liberty League tournament game. But you see the standings so far this season. It is pretty top-heavy. Top 3 in the standings, RPI, Union, and Vassar. It goes down. That's where you find St. Lawrence, Ithaca, Skidmore, and beyond. It's been quite the season so far. But if you look at those standings, it's pretty top-heavy, and the Bombers, who have struggled against those top 3, are going to have a long road.
Yeah, for the Bombers, it's going to come down to who can knock off those top 3 contenders. Those middle 3 at the bottom, there's the guys that are going to be the underdogs coming into this Liberty League playoffs. For the Bombers, they're going to look to play spoiler, whether it is at home in the first round or on the road.
Beyond that as well, you have to look at the matchup up hand tonight. We talked about these two teams. The importance of this matchup for Ithaca is huge, Jack, because if you win, you're in. If you win, you also get that 4 or 5 seed. But tonight, the players who we're expecting to watch are Evan Cabral and Jacob Gooden. 2 and 3 in Liberty League scoring, Gooden and Cabral respectively. However, we weren't sure if they were coming into this game healthy. Turns out Cabral healthy coming off the bench. Gooden, who hasn't played since January 31st, will stay benched in today's game.
Yeah, for Ithaca, getting Evan Cabral back, even in some sort of capacity off of the bench, is so huge. That's your leader. That's your offensive production protection, #1 option right there. And for Skidmore, they've been dealing without Jacob Gooden since the 31st of January. Now they're continuing to get better. They've won 3 straight games without him, including a huge senior night victory over St. Lawrence last Saturday. Now the Thoroughbreds look to continue to keep going as they also look for a home playoff game this coming Tuesday.
Quite the big game today and tomorrow for the Bombers. And with more, we send it courtside for our sideline reporter in CC Gabriel.
Well, thanks, guys. I was talking to head coach Mike McSloy of Ithaca this past week, and he was just saying that since the last home game here at Benlight Gymnasium against Clarkson, there's been a lot of improvement, but with improvement comes a sense of urgency as the season winds down. He also touched on Evan Cabral missing the last couple games due to injury, but now it's about understanding that the team has been able to fill gaps with not just one particular person scoring, but several people scoring. Now it's about solid pressure defense, being able to have some easier baskets, and then also continuing that fast-paced brand that they always know of. Back to you guys.
It's radio silence.
And with that, we bring you back. Thank you very much, Cece. What a game today. These two teams faced off quite a little while ago, all the way in December, Jack. It feels like forever, but you know it's like a stake draft in fantasy. Well, that's the same thing as the Liberty League basketball season. You got this coming up. The last time these two teams faced off was all the way on December 6th. It was a 96-70 victory, and at that time, the first conference win for the Bombers, and a big win at that. They had only had faced Hamilton before, and now you got to see the Bombers take another game today against Skidmore in just as an important one.
Yeah, for the Bombers, this is such an important game, such a big one to get, and for Skidmore, a look to upset on the road, a big-time win needed. The Thoroughbreds have clinched a playoff spot already. The Bombers looking to do the same tonight as we are about to get underway.
The starting 5 for Ithaca, similar as always. Laces slots in as Skorick is going to win the tip, and it's Clarkson who begins with possession. Nick Padilla gets the start, only his 5th start this season, but he's been incredible. He was fantastic last time against the Bombers when these two teams met just about 3 months ago.
Yeah, 15 points for Padilla, his career high at the time.
And the back one, starting first for Aiden Roy. He's second on this team in points per game, has been fantastic. How about we get those starting lineups for you here in just a moment. Going underneath, Zenker spins, kicks back out for Tommy McKiernan, getting his first starts as a Bomber. He's been fantastic, has moved away all the way up to 4th in scoring in the team. O'Neal, ball stripped out by Padilla. Padilla's going to step on the background right there, and it will stay with the Bombers.
Yeah, quick instincts and great hands there from Padilla. Padilla stands at just 5'7", always one of the shortest players on the court. Does a great job here of getting his left hand right on top of that ball and stripping it away. It will remain Bombers' possession, though.
Just barely stepped out. Moving screen for McKiernan. Too strong. Bomber O-board. They've been fantastic, are toward the top in rebounding in the country. Zenker's going to try a 3 again, but it's O'Neal's magnet right there. He's gotten both of these last 2. McKiernan tries again. Ball slipped out, stays with Ithaca. Baseline for McKiernan, reverse leg. Good defense by Roy, and Skidmore gets it back, leading by a bucket.
Already some great hustle plays on both sides.
Good defense by the Bombers there. Pushing fast is O'Neal, down the right alley, off the glass window, too strong. And once again, ball out of bounds, goes back Clarkson's way.
Yeah, and as already mentioned, Nick Padilla standing at 5'7". Jalen O'Neal already trying to attack that, trying to take that size that he now has, standing 6'1", over the top of Padilla. You saw that him already getting 2 offensive rebounds. That's number 55 and 56 on the season for Jalen O'Neal, top 5 in all of the Liberty League.
It'll stay with Clarkson, and Bombers, of course, with their full court press, ready to go. Roy to inbound. And good job by McKiernan on the deflection right there. I mean, for a guy like Tommy McKiernan, who's making his first starts just as of recently, entering this game, had only made 2 starts, and those both came last weekend. Roy searching, finally gets it out just before the 5-second buzzer. And they'll bring it across fast this time. McKiernan's been fantastic on defense. He's a great 3-point shooter. McSloy says the best passer on the team, as once again we get it from Roy.
Yeah, as you mentioned with McKiernan stepped up in such a dramatic way with the absence of Evan Cabral, as you mentioned, making those first 2 career starts. But he has played such an X factor for this team all over on both ends, whether it's making the right passes or scoring the ball, especially from outside the 3, or getting some big rebounds.
Yeah, tried for it again right there. Ball loose, can't get it. Snatched up by Lagarde. Bombers still scoreless. And now Skoric at the basket, mismatch against the smaller player in Lasith, and he wins that battle as a timeout comes from Mike McSloy as the charge of the Thoroughbreds come galloping out here in Ben Light Gymnasium. A hot start in this one as Skidmore leads 8-0. Let's check out those starting lineups for the Ithaca Bombers.
York. I'm McKiernan, Cider Mill Elementary School.
Cole Wissink, Amity Middle School, Bethany.
Matthew Zanker, the Beekman School.
Chris Lakesass, Aquinas Institute.
This is a lineup that has been solid. I mean, you look what they've done so far without Evan Cabral, as he's going to step in this game eventually. They kind of run those hockey shifts, 4 minutes per. Still the starting lineup right now, but they've been solid. Without Cabral so far in these games, 1 and 2, a loss to Clarkson and a loss to the #1 team in the conference in RPI. This one a must-win for this team, though. As you see Skidmore's right there, Padilla, Phantom, Roy, Lagarde, and Skoric foul at the basket. We'll get a couple shots here for Jalen O'Neal.
Yeah, once again, O'Neal attacking the smaller Padilla, getting him underneath the basket. Padilla that time unable to get his hands on the ball, gets hands on Jalen O'Neal's body, and now Jalen O'Neal will go to the line for 2 free throws, as here comes number 15, Evan Cabral, getting ready to check into the game along with Nick Lemon and Alex Penders.
For those avid Bombers Live viewers, you last saw him when he last played against St. Lawrence. He hasn't played a minute since then, as O'Neal gets his first and breaks the ice for the Bombers, their first point of the day.
You know, I was watching Evan in warm-ups because I was interested to see if he was, limping around a little bit, being hesitant with that right foot. He didn't look that at all. He looked like he was ready to come out here and play hard. He looked like he was ready to come out here and play all 40 minutes tonight. Now, he's not going to do that, but it is great to see Evan Cabral back on the court.
Foul in transition from O'Neal. Doesn't love the call, and that will bring the subs on for the Bombers. Cabral on the floor. He's joined by Lemon and Penders as well, who check off from the bench. See this one more time in transition. A little too handsy there from O'Neal. Wasn't really that bad, though. Nevertheless, the first foul against the Bombers this evening will be against Jalen O'Neal, as it so often is. How about Lemon here in transition? The steal and the bucket. Bombers get their first field goal of today.
Nick Lemon has improved drastically throughout this season. Went from a guy where he would step into the game strictly a three-point shooter. Now all over the place, making plays on both ends.
And you see this defense causing trouble already. How about this shot, though? A chance in the corner. Phantom, no good. Ball on the ground. Who's got it? It stays with Skidmore.
Yeah, and you see there, that's Evan Cabral swiping that ball away. That's what we're used to seeing. Almost 3 steals a game for Cabral, one of the tops in the entire country in that statistic, including a 10-steal game way back in the first game of the season for the Bombers against Brockport. Evan Cabral, known for picking pockets, just picks Skoric there, but it remains thoroughbred possession.
Other side, Padilla creates space, thinks about the 3, dumps it off to Lagarde instead. Spin to the basket. How about that defense from Penders? O'Neal now moving fast to the corner. Chance for Lemon. Yes!
Just because I said he doesn't do it all the time doesn't mean he can't. Nick Lemon letting it fly from beyond the arc. It's a hot start for number 3 as the Bombers are back in this one.
And Roy, who's been solid so far in this game, he's been fantastic. 3rd in the Liberty League in minutes so far this season. Already 6 points. You see why he gets so many minutes so far this year. 6 of the 8 points Skidmore has so far tonight. And overall, top of this team as many as possible as we check out the standings once again right there. RPI at the top. They have important games this weekend, but it's kind of St. Lawrence, the only other team in the conference that we're watching this week, Jeff.
Yeah, St. Lawrence has kind of been hanging around this entire time. Ithaca beat them a couple weeks ago. Skidmore upset them on their own senior night this past Saturday. That was a very excellent game as well. St. Lawrence been hanging around in that number 4 seed. Now this weekend a huge one as they face the top 2 seeds in the Liberty League in Union and RPI. And if they lose out and the Bombers or Thoroughbreds win out, they get the home game.
And that'll be Cabral's first foul.
Yeah, you're talking about Aiden Roy. The one thing I want to mention as you hear Coach Joe Burke screaming on the sideline, Joe Burke truly loves and trusts Aiden Roy, and that has been true since Aiden Roy walked on campus. Since his freshman year, Aiden Roy has averaged 30 minutes per game. So this top three in the Liberty League in minutes is nothing new for Aiden Roy. He's used to being out there. He's also top 5 in assists. So that shows you he's able to set up his teammates at an extremely high level as well.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. Second one won't go from Lagarde right there. And Regev swatted away at the basket. This team is fantastic in blocks per game for good reason. You see it in the conference, overall second in the conference and 26th in the nation in swats per game.
Yeah, and it's not just swats, it's the paint defense in its entirety. This Skidmore team gives up nothing easy around the basket.
Bombers are open to use that to their advantage, though. A little bit smaller of a roster. Dave Luberoff not going to be playing in this game, so offensively, you've got guys who can score away from the paint. If you get that perimeter going, you'll find this team in Skidmore having a little bit of trouble. Pass underneath, beautiful, Skoric, bucket.
Joey Skoric, that's that 6'10" size that we were talking about. Big Dave Luberoff not playing tonight would have been useful there.
Another foul comes, and we've been looking at this battle, you could say, at the big position. Ithaca's been so deep in forwards, which in history for this team, you look when they win a Liberty League championship a year ago, that wasn't the case. But now they do. Penders and Lasith both been really solid this year as McKiernan gets his ball tipped out.
Yeah, and for both guys, Chris Laseth in general, the stats don't show the typical dominant numbers as they did last year, but a big-time production increase tonight with no Big Dave. Had a very strong game against RPI as well this past Saturday.
Only 5 minutes for Dave in that one. Had to come out, was dealing with some injuries. The floor general McKiernan, shifty moves, space, the foul, nearly got the bucket. It won't fall.
Yeah, that's Tommy McKiernan just recognizing his size again. McKiernan standing at 6'4" over the 5'7" McKiernan, or Padilla, excuse me, behind the back, and then the beautiful crossover. And Padilla there, just too much hand contact on the waist of McKiernan that draws the foul.
We were just talking about that. Without Dave Luberoff in this lineup, you've seen a lot more of Chris Lasith as well as Alex Penders. These are two guys who had big minutes just a year ago. Lasith, the Liberty League Rookie of the Year 1 season ago. Penders played an integral role as well in the Liberty League Championship, and they've been solid. Of course, those stats don't really jump off the page, but they're players who provide big impacts, and all the forwards for this Ithaca team average just around 15 minutes and split those shares.
Yeah, and if you combined all of them and look at it together, you see that the Bombers run such a good rotation of big men, and all of these guys play such different roles. You see Alex Penders there. He's that stretch big. He's the guy who can extend to the three-point line, make some outside shots. Chris Laseth, he's probably the best rebounder pound for pound on this team. The ability to go up aggressive and attack the ball is something that we don't see that often. And Big Dave, he's just an outlier being 6'9". He stands above everybody else and has beautiful touch around the rim as well.
A little bit lower scoring so far, 11-7. The battle we have at the moment between the Bombers and Thoroughbreds. 2 shots coming up for Tommy McKiernan at the charity stripe. McKiernan so far this year, an 86% free throw shooter, 3rd on the Bombers in that stat. Beyond that, leads this team in assists. And he's just been flourishing here in his sophomore season as he misses that first free throw. Let's take a look at his stats. 7.4 points per game. That is 4th on the team. Of course, solid in assists, leads the team there, and is 2nd on the team in three-point percentage as he makes his second and splits the pair. That's kind of the flourish you get from freshman to sophomore typically. And it's been great for the Bombers this season. Coach McSloy was talking to us about him and said he didn't see him throughout preseason because he was hurt. Played his first minutes against Cortland. Was like, who is this guy? And feels great about that addition. Lagarde underneath, can't get it to go, had 2 tries. Bombers gonna get it pickpocketed. Roy, cookies, and the finish.
Aiden Roy says, give me that. Steals it away from Nick Lemon and gets the easy 2 to go along with it.
Cabral with his first chance. It's going to hit off Skoric and go away. Cabral seems to be fine on the court. I think that's always a big thing, especially when you're dealing with ankle injuries, which is what Cabral is dealing with. You're going to be a little bit less mobile, especially for a guy like Cabral who loves charging at the rim as he gets a shot here off the inbound, too short, and it's picked up by Daphnis. Thankfully for Cabral, though, he's not a shifty side-to-side guy. It's really his north-south movement that counts for him.
Yeah, totally. But it's a big mental game when you're coming back from injuries, especially for Evan Cabral. You just want to see him look like himself.
Phantom pockets that one. 38% three-point shooter so far this season. A doubling lead right now for the Thoroughbreds. In trouble for the Bombers. They usually start quicker than they finish. This one not a great start for Ithaca. And Regev can't finish that one either.
5 straight missed shots for the Bombers. They need to find some momentum. This Skidmore team is very good at getting early leads, though. That is their strong suit as well.
Phantom again. How about that? Charlie Phantom, Aiden Roy. Doesn't matter who you got out there. They've been fantastic. That was Phantom's second 3 of the ball game. McKiernan to respond. Pockets that one.
Tommy McKiernan catching fire early as well. Nice shot there as Nick Lemon with the steal.
Good job by the Bombers. Again, that defense just trying to work well. Phantom, 3, air ball. Lagarde the closest, goes up his Skoric. Here's a chance for the Bombers. You don't want Cabral in transition. Dives toward the basket. Foul, won't get the harm. Rather, will get the harm, won't get the hoop. And takes 2 shots coming up here.
Wonder if it was just me or if Coach McSloy was feeling this too. When Evan took that fall there, I took just a little bit of a deep breath just to make sure he was okay. Obviously, the first real contact that Evan Cabral has taken. Beautiful drive in. You see him plant on that right foot. That is a very good sign that he does feel okay, and then pops right up with the help from his teammates after that.
And 4-sub switch.
That's that hockey subs we were talking about. Some new guys into the game. A bit of a bigger lineup with Laseth, Lawrence Brady, and Matthew Zenker, along with Cabral and McKiernan in the game.
Second one no good for Cabral. Roy, shifty move, in and out, second chance. Ball still loose, Bombers gonna get rid of that one. McKiernan in transition, he's just developed, I mean, we keep talking about him.
Yeah.
Developed so much as a point guard. Cabral here, who's been that floor general for Ithaca. Physicality, dishes to the corner. McKiernan in and out. Little toilet bowl action. Daphnis falls to the ground. Bombers gonna try and force a tie-up, and they do.
Nice job there from Cabral, but as you mentioned, big Tommy McKiernan there, a beautiful job, just doing all the little things right. And as you mentioned, taking over a lot of that point guard role. Jalen O'Neal was doing that quite a bit at the beginning of the season. Now McKiernan really stepping up as he's seen minutes increased, and Coach McSloy has seen McKiernan running this offense. He's been able to trust him more and give him more point guard touches.
What a move. Space. Laseth couldn't get it in his first start. Does get fouled in the process.
Nick Padilla very, very much saying that he did not make a foul there on Chris Laseth. Again, such a tough job there for a 5'7" guard to be facing off against 6'5" Chris Laseth. But they're not going to call that a shooting foul, it looks like.
Stays on the floor. It was a late whistle, must have been right after on the rebound. Ball gets into Zenker, spin, loft, too short.
It's where they try to improve Zenker's game, is getting him more post touches. He's been really, really good in there, but tonight's going to be a big struggle with the guard at 6'8" and Skoric at 6'10".
And a foul in the process against Lawrence Brady. That going to be only the third team foul of the half. Bombers have been disciplined defensively on the other side. Skidmore have already racked up 5. Inbound coming here from Weisberg. Looks around. A lot of time wasted, and that's going to be a foul on O'Neal. His second, likely heading to the bench.
That's such a tough one. O'Neal just trying to make a play on the ball, and just then too much contact. Little late reaction there from O'Neal. It costs him there. Now he sits at the bench.
Lemon to check in. He's on defense now. Skoric, a mobile forward, getting action up top. How about Amadin to the basket? Tips out, gets his own board. Is able to reset with Weisberg. Daphnis, spin, kick. Wirtz again. Good half-court defense by Ithaca, but the floater by Weisberg, pretty.
Yeah, that's the type of play that Weisberg can bring. A D1 transfer from Loyola Maryland brings that sort of energy to the court every time he plays. He's a winner, and he just loves to play defense. That's one thing you really see when you watch him play.
McKiernan, kind of that nucleus right now, passing it around. Instead, calls ISO. Great move, space, dishes it off. Laseth, second chance, yes!
Great put back there from Laseth. A lot of contact on the first go around, but Laseth, great concentration to put the bucket back in.
Stealing the inbound, another great pass from McKiernan. Ball tapped in and out. Daphnis has to get it away, and he does. 3-on-1. Laseth on an island. Weisberg himself swatted away.
Big Chris Laseth says, give me that. How about that block from Laseth?
And Laseth feeling good about his own defense. Open man underneath, though. Wirtz, floater in the paint. No good. Ball tipped out. Weisberg's got it. Skoric, 3-ball. No good.
At 6'10", he is not afraid to shoot those. Over 42% from the three-point line this season.
Which is incredible, mind you, for a guy that stands at 6'9". Zenker 3 can't get it, and Skoric just keeps it in bounds. Wirtz, floater won't go, and Zenker's got that one. Foul in the process, or a buzzer at least. Now this coaching battle couldn't really be more different, Jack. You have on one side a guy in Mike McSloy in his first season in the Liberty League, and on the other, a guy who could not be more experienced. 16 years in the Liberty League for Joe Burke. He spent 6 years at Navy and 6 years at Cornell as assistant coaches, but brings a wealth of experience, multiple Liberty League titles to this team, and has just been fantastic. 6 NCAA appearances. He's one of those deep culture guys, a foxhole guy. Players want to die for him, and he's just been incredible. Only 51 years of age and has had so much success in this conference, and really had a team that he was gifted at the start of this season that hadn't made the playoffs for a couple seasons. But what you look like what he's done with him. He's a win away from making the Liberty League tournament for the first time in quite a few years. Yeah. Just shows the talent of his coaching ability.
It shows the talent of his coaching ability. It shows the way that he's been able to progress these players to make them great players, because for a lot of these guys, even though they're listed juniors, they have been starting for so long. As I mentioned, Aiden Roy started every game of his 3-year career so far, playing over 30 minutes a game in all 3 seasons. Also guys guys like Joey Skorick and Charlie Phantom have started consecutive games for 3 straight seasons for this Skidmore team. This has been a long process in the making for the Thoroughbreds, and now it's finally starting to pay off, and it really does help when you get a star freshman like Jacob Gooden for most of the season.
And they weren't sure what Gooden was going to be when he came to campus, but they knew pretty quick after he played in some preseason games, as Wirtz gets his first. It was pretty clear when you were going through those early September, October practices that Gooden was going to be the best player on this team. You don't often have that as a freshman. He's been labeled potentially a first-team all-conference guard, and now he steps in here, has a fantastic season, sidelined for what could be the final 7 games of the season.
Yeah, and what's been so impressive for me is the way this Skidmore roster has been able to carry the momentum that Jacob Gooden helped this team get and to win 3 straight games and put themselves in a position to be in the Liberty League playoffs.
Tough shot there from Lemon. It's too strong. Bombers still yet to find their rhythm offensively.
Yeah, just an ice-cold performance so far from the Bombers. 15 points in just a half of this first half. Very low number for their mark.
Good defense there. A lot of contact, but Wissink gets the bucket. Ball dribbled off his foot. Who touched it last? And they say it's against Skidmore. See that one more time. It's quite close. And just didn't catch it there, but instead they give it to Skidmore. Up top, Lagarde. Finds it to Weisberg, kicks around. Big man Lagarde underneath again, and he wins that battle with a beautiful touch.
Yeah, Lagarde getting on the scoreboard there, his first field goal of the game. Beautiful touch around the basket, one of the most efficient players on this Skidmore team.
Still a 9-point lead for Ithaca with 9 to go in the first half. Cabral with the ball, yet to get going so far, only 1 shot attempt. Missed both of his free throws when he had a trip there. 9 seconds to shoot. Great defense right now. Thinks about the mid-range, bounce underneath. Finds a cutting Penders to finish.
Beautiful concentration and a great cut from Alex Penders. Understanding his defender went and helped. Wide open, 2 points.
And look at that. Momentum might be brewing for the Bombers. Weisberg steps out. Ball brings it back to Ithaca. Bombers so often reaching to their depth as much as possible. Regev, a guy who's in the game right now, who's one of those players. McKiernan, at the start of the season, he was, an 8th man on this team. He's a starter now.
Yeah, McKiernan really elevated just his overall minutes production throughout the season. Helps when you get healthy.
And who's getting healthy? Evan Cabral. His first points back after a lot of absence. And another turnover for the Bombers. How about that? Over 3 possessions, rather 4, you've had 2 Bomber points and 2 Skidmore turnovers. Couldn't ask for much more, Jack.
You couldn't, and that's the Coach McSloy way. That's what he loves to do. He loves to get those turnovers, create easy baskets for the team, and then after that, just continue to build the momentum from that. We'll look to see if they can do that here.
Cabral spins around. It won't go. Tries to get his own change. It was his last touch against him. Cabral trying to plead his case. He says no way. 19.1 points per game for Cabral. 4.5 rebounds. Steals not pictured there. He is leading the conference in steals.
Yeah, what's crazy is he's averaging more steals than assists, which isn't even to say that Evan Cabral is a bad passer because he's great, but that's how good of a steal merchant this guy is. He creates havoc on both ends.
Everyone seems to be doing all right. Couldn't get the finish from O'Neal. Bombers clean up the change. Regev swings it outside, and they slow it down. Thinks about the corner. Open 3. Penders usually money, and he is tonight.
There's that stretch big from Alex Penders. That's what he provides for this team. And just like that, this is a 1-point game.
Down to just 1 point. 3 consecutive turnovers for Skidmore offensively. Have not gotten a shot off. Far side corner. Has to swing it out to Weisberg. Dashes underneath. Corner. Free chance. Amadin. 3-pointer. Laces it.
Will Amadin, that's not his game, but steps up with confidence and knocks down the corner 3.
Bombers to respond. Wissink, can he do it? Tipped out, another O board by the Bombers. They dominated Skidmore in rebounds last time these teams played. They try again, Wissing can't get it. Joe Burke looking for a travel call, not this time. Another one, McKiernan can't get it. The 3 shots from the Bombers all ungood.
Just love the hustle. These shots, those are ones that you think are gonna fall at some point. Just keep shooting them with confidence and keep hustling to get these offensive rebounds.
Offensive foul, McKiernan draws that one. And with that, we send things to immediate timeout. More courtside with CC Gabriel.
It's been the first-year guard, Nick Lemon. He has been the main shooter for the Bombers, 7 points so far. And he went from only a couple minutes in the game to now 17 minutes per game, plus averaging seven points. And when talking to Coach Mike McSloy about who's a player that has actually been pretty similar to you so far that you've seen, he actually said it was Nick Lemon. He said they're pretty even-keeled off the court, but as soon as they step on the court, they put in some fire. And he also had wrapped up by saying that we have a lot of plans for Nick in the future if he keeps on working. So here he is, 7 points so far. We're going to see how he does in the rest of the game. Back to you guys.
7 minutes to play in a 4-point ball game. Did not start out like this, though. Bombers have been brewing back here. A couple turnovers, a couple threes, and they keep it close.
Yeah, the Bombers, that's what they do. They're able to stay tight in a lot of these games. It's their play style, it's their aggressiveness on both offense and defense. It can cause you to get down in some deficits, but you have the ability to build them back up. That's exactly what the Bombers are doing now. That was a big 3 from Skidmore to try to halt the momentum, but for the Bombers, it was a successful few trips on offense and on defense, forcing some turnovers with the press, looking to continue that momentum to end this half strong.
So tell them for replays, okay?
Lasith to inbound, gets it into McKiernan. A little mirror action going on. Taste of your own medicine. Skidmore bringing out the press. Let's see if Ithaca can break it. Zenker thinks about it, won't go.
I feel like a team that runs a press should be able to beat a press too.
Zenker's 3, too short. Ball tipped out and taken away by Roy.
Great hustle from all guys there. Just Aiden Roy able to beat Lasith to the ball.
Roy trying to do it all himself, can't.
Officials letting them play. A lot of contact there, but no call.
Quick response, McKiernan, yes! Back to a 1-point game.
Big Tommy McKiernan once again. That's his second made 3 of the night. See if he can start to get going a little bit. He went cold.
Ithaca trying to shift it away. Daphnis underneath, what a move, oh! Can't really do anything against that, Jack.
Up and under, and then the jelly of a finish. That is just beautiful basketball. If you're the Ithaca Bombers or you're Coach McSloy, really, you can do nothing about that. You tip your cap and you say, great job.
3-point game, Bombers can tie it with a bucket. Instead, they dump it up underneath. And that's just pretty from Zenker. He's kind of got that shot patented, uses the backboard well.
That's a beautiful post play as well, because you have Lasith down there setting a screen on the big Skoric that creates space for Zenker to be able to get his shot off comfortably over the 6'10" Skoric.
And I'm a big fundamental guy. Tim Duncan.
Yes.
Got to use the backboard.
Oh, of course.
The white square is there for a reason, ladies and
Exactly.
gentlemen. Shift around from Wirtz, can't get it. Dishes up top. Finds Skoric, he is a threat from 3. So is Roy. 3 seconds to shoot, Daphnis has to heave. Way off the back iron, ball still loose, his own rebound. Ball tipped out, Zenker can save it and he does. Dish underneath, O'Neal finishes at the rim. Looking for a foul, nothing called. O'Neal wanted it. Bombers get their first lead of the game as well.
Yeah, big job from Jalen O'Neal to force that turnover. Zenker hustles down to grab the loose ball, and a beautiful dish to number 2.
Lagarde for the lob, fouled and gets the bucket. Lagarde with the huge one, up 31-30 now. And they're trading blows. Last time these two teams met, it was only 1 lead for Skidmore the entire time. That came really early. Bombers dominated throughout. Clearly, they're stepping up in this one.
Yeah, that was a Bombers team that was looking for that. They needed momentum. This Skidmore team now, they've really taken a step forward. And now they're playing better basketball than especially they were in December and early December. That's before Christmas and the New Year's break. A lot of changes happened to both squads since then. We're seeing a tightly contested battle right now, just as we expected between two 8-8 teams in conference.
Lemons slips out. Three-point play couldn't be converted by Lagarde, but this offense again trying to find some rhythm. Wasn't able to do so for a little while there. Lagarde again. Against Lasith and wins it again.
That's just a beautiful little left post hook. That's just fundamental basketball, as you said, getting it right over the front of that rim. When you're in front of the rim, that's what you want to do instead of really going off the backboard. A nice job there from Lagarde. He's finding his touch.
Cabral has space, got the pass, has to relieve pressure. Lemon at the basket, blocked in the process. It's Skorik who gets quite a few of those each game.
Yeah, you look at this Skidmore team, especially compared to what their improvements that they have made this season. It's in a large part due to what Jacob Gooden's been able to do, and then you look at what everyone else has been able to do. And you look at this comparison to last year. Skidmore last year was one of the worst teams in all of the Liberty League. 6-19, a 2-16 conference record. You look at it now, 12-11, 8-8 in conference play. You see the dramatic difference in just a lot of these shots, specifically field goal percentage and points per game, up 5 points per game from last year and shooting 3% better. That's a big difference when you look at a difference between 1 year and 2 years. That's in a large part due to Jacob Gooden and Nick Padilla, along with other guys taking steps forward.
I mean, it's incredible. Coach talked about Burke, that is, his struggles over the past couple of years, and it said a lot had to do was recruiting during COVID. That's not an easy thing to do. It really inhibited this team. They weren't able to bring in guys they wanted, but once again, they're finding that rhythm. They're able to find guys who fit their culture. Jacob Gooden being one of those guys. You can see him almost in the back there, trying to peek his head over. Not quite, but he's just been fantastic. Again, 19.1 points per game. Yeah, he's on the left side of your screen right there in that little tracksuit varsity jacket.
And he's always there. He's supporting his teammates. I could see him earlier laughing, joking around with his teammates. He still loves being a part of this team. I know he wishes he could be out there. It'd be interesting to see if he can return at some point during these last few week stretches of the season, and that will be fun for Skidmore if they can get him back.
I mean, you got freshmen all over. Bombers are freshmen of their own, and Nick Lemon, who's been fantastic so far this season. I mean, you often can't rely on these guys, but for Lemon specifically, 7 points per game, 2.3 rebounds per game, and he seems to have been only getting better as he has some chances at the line right here. Bombers also now in the bonus with 4 minutes to go in the first half. I mean, Nick Lemon, you can only expect what he can do next year, too, as he continues to develop himself.
Yeah, it's about finding consistency for Lemon. You look at just this past weekend, career high 17 points versus Bard on Friday, then 1 for 10 shooting, including 0 for 4 from 3 on Saturday. Finding those continuous great minutes and finding those shots to be able to go down consistently will be so crucial for Lemon's development if he wants to see significant minutes in this Bombers rotation.
3-point game cut to just 1. Ball slipped out, Skorik at the rim, tipped away by McKiernan. They call him for a foul right there.
Interesting call. Skorik was looking up like he was almost going up for the jam there. I'm interested to see how much contact there is as we'll take a look here.
It's hard to see. It looks like he just tapped the ball out of the back. You really don't have any other option the way the ball flies out like that.
Yeah, that's such a tough call. McKiernan definitely could have gotten ball or could have gotten some arm there. It's tough with the guy at the 6'10" frame of Skorik. He typically might get some more calls when you see him rising up for the basket.
First one good from Skorik. Next one as well. Skorik 6'10". He doesn't look like that. He fills out his frame a little bit more to where he's a little bit more intimidating of a presence, and of course can do a lot as a player. His brother a player for Skidmore as well, back in the late 2010s.
Dominant player for the Thoroughbreds back in his day.
Bombers trying to work around. Space up top. Pass wasn't the greatest to Cabral. No look dump to Zenker. Spin, backboard good.
for Zenker, his post bag is improved. This is a guy that leads this team in three-point percentage. I'm shocked to kind of see the reliance of paint touches for Matthew Zenker so far this season, but he's been so good down there, especially as of late. It really isn't a surprise to see him continue to be down there, as he has really excelled in the paint.
I mean, they've kind of had to use him in that way, too. With the lack of Dave, you put him in this almost forward role. That one's good.
And they're scoring, as I mentioned, 40% from beyond the arc this season for a 6'10" center. That is almost unheard of.
No look to the corner again for Zenker. Big shot. He can't get this one. Phantom in transition. A statement basket as the foul comes offensively. You got to see if those feet are set. We can watch it right here once again. Cabral, a guy who likes to take charges. Those feet, I don't know.
The feet were moving, but the extended arm contact really drawed that foul. The ref sees that. He's going to call an offensive foul 9 times out of 10 unless Cabral's completely out of bounds, which he wasn't. He did a nice job there. And then the too much of a push-off with uncontrolled contact gets the offensive foul.
Score on pace for a double-double so far tonight. 6 points, 6 boards. Another pass. Bombers making good work with those extra passes. They get it right there with Zenker and McKiernan as the disher.
McKiernan, Cabral, O'Neal, they're finding the gaps right now, finding guys in the paint, whether it's Laceth, whether it's Zenker. They're doing an amazing job of making the right reads to get easy baskets around the basket.
What do they want, though? They want the halftime lead. Skidmore with it right now. Daphnis can't get it. Bombers a chance to at least tie it. Can take the lead with a 3. Zenker nearly thought about it. Cabral on the far side trying to plead his case. Finally, he gets the ball, swings it around to Lemon. Cabral. Patient underneath like Le'Veon Bell as a running back, but can't get it. Kind of just waits for his moment. And the Bombers still down by a bucket with 1:30. Weisberg. Great dish. Lagarde, beautiful. You can't beat that execution on the pick and roll. Lagarde and Weisberg have doing a solid job.
That was pretty from Weisberg on both ends. This is what he does. The D1 transfer makes those big-time plays.
Steal in transition there by Phantom. Daphnis with contact. Beautiful again.
Hakeem Daphnis is making some tough shots tonight. The little up and under, and now this fadeaway, my goodness.
Zenker can't get it. Second chance there by Penders will give the Bombers 2 shots here. Zenker's been solid so far this season, has increased in points per game in his absence. Penders at the line right now, just trying to continue to find that rhythm. Has just been more of a leader off the court in anything. He's the guy who meets everyone at center court, 5.6 points per game. You can see his stats right there, but you could argue he brings more off the court than he does on the court. He's no shabby player, saying that too.
Exactly. Alex Penders, like we've mentioned, just an amazing extended three-point shooter now. That's kind of the role he's been playing on this team. But as you mentioned, off the court, Alex Penders, he's a wonderful guy to talk to, a great personality, and his teammates truly love him. He works so hard for this team. And as you can see now, as he's running over to the bench, hyping his teammates up, trying to get them going, getting them in this one. Now a 4-point game.
Under a minute to go. Those string of buckets made it close, far rather, for Skidmore. Bombers get this turnover below the basket. Let's see if they can get it. Little OBJ catch from Rigev. Outside, swing to McKiernan. Big 3, can't go. And an over-the-back foul on the rebound. Skidmore in the bonus, a 1-and-1 coming up for the Thoroughbreds.
Yeah, it's a tough foul in the 1-and-1 there, giving up 2 free throws. You were just getting this lead cut down. Now you're going to give up 2 opportunities to add on to this lead. On an over-the-back call, it was a good box out by Ahmedin, and then Lawrence Brady just too much over the top there.
Only 62% for Ahmedin on the year, and reaches the odd 38% right there. Bombers down by 4. Can't get the 1-and-1. Play this possession out. Kiernan thinks about the 3 again. Drives to the basket, underhand shot, and Ahmedin called for it there. McKiernan has been so fluid. Not the most efficient game for him so far. 7 points, 2 for 8 from the field, but you can see he's just making stuff happen. I mean, if you haven't watched Tommy McKiernan in a few weeks, he looks like a different player, Jack.
Oh, completely. You look at this guy and the improvements that he has been able to make on both ends of the floor. If you had told me that Tommy McKiernan was going to be the guy to really step up for Evan Cabral in his absence, I would have been totally shocked. But Tommy McKiernan has done just that, if not more.
But why does that happen, Jack? Because you have guys who are like, you know, let's say level 5 all season, and then just because they're getting a little bit more playing time, they seem to act different on the court. What leads to that?
I think Tommy was always the secret weapon. I think he kind of got laid a bad hand a little bit. As you mentioned at the beginning of the season, missed a lot of the preseason with an injury. That really hurt, especially with a new coach coming in, a new system to have to learn, to not have that entire preseason really hurt McKiernan at the beginning of the season. Now, after some getting back from that injury, around coming back from break, he has really taken a step forward in his entirety of the game, and I think it's just his confidence level as well.
5 seconds for Skidmore. Padilla with it on the outside. He's going to have to take a shot. Fading away, he does. Air ball, and that's your half. Finishes a lot better with the Bombers than it started.
Yeah, for the Bombers, a nice end to the half, down by 2, but gonna need to continue to do more as you see this last shot here from Padilla. Got Lay set the jump up in the air, but then tried to fade away from him there and misses by a wide margin.
We send it now courtside for Coach Mike McSloy and CC Gabriel.
Coach, thank you for your time here. You have 4 players that are over 6+ points in scoring so far. What are you liking about your offense right now?
Yeah, I think we're doing a good job of sharing the ball. I think we're, playing unselfishly offensively. I don't love that we're settling for so many threes. I never thought I'd hear myself say that, but I wanted us to take the rhythm threes, not the out-of-rhythm threes, because I feel like that benefits Skidmore.
And on the other side with Skidmore, they also have 4 players that are 6+ points so far in scoring with each of them. What are your priorities defensively to be able to limit that in the next half?
Yeah, I think we got to still apply the same pressure in the full court, and then I think once we sprint off the press, like we have to sit down and have a willingness to defend. We're letting up way too many easy threes, and we got to get more committed to the defensive glass.
Coach, thank you.
And with that, what a half for the Bombers. Coach Mike McSloy always going to want that improvement going into the second half. From your perspective, what can they do better coming up?
Yeah, it's just about maintaining possession of the ball, continuing to push that pace. It feels like they're kind of playing back a little bit. I'm interested to see if that press can continue to ramp up as the second half begins and they can force more turnovers to cause a little more chaos for Skidmore.
Skidmore, one of the most well-coached teams in the Liberty League, have got Joe Burke on their side. What's he telling them right now at half?
Just to continue to play their game. They are used to these close games, these tight environments. They faced 3 straight of these. They're won the past 3 straight of these as well. They can continue to make their money on offense in the paint and get stops efficiently in the paint. They will be just fine.
42-40 the score as the Bombers lead. With that, we take a break here on Bombers Live and bring things to halftime. We'll see you in just a moment.
3 first-year college students adjusting to their new lives, then bam, all student IDs malfunctioning. Inconceivable. Unless it were an act of sabotage. I, Private Eye Lucian, am going to unveil the truth, and it's going to happen today.
Dear Lord, what is going on here?
We're wasting time. We have to get a move on.
Oh, right. Watch the show.
El impacto de una comida va mucho más allá de alimentar nuestro cuerpo. porque cuando las personas se alimentan, sus futuros se nutren. Todos merecen una vida plenamente llena. Y con tu ayuda, podemos acabar con el hambre. Únete al movimiento en feedingamerica.org/haz tu parte.
Nick, we have to get back.
Back? Back to where? Like at a specific time or something?
I'm talking about the show, Nick. Roommate Rumble. Sundays at 7 on ICTV. The show where two sets of roommates square off to see which pair of roommates will go down as champions in college television history. We're gonna be late.
But I forgot my roommate.
Where we're going, you won't need. No, we might actually.
Welcome back into the ICTV studios for Bombers Live men's basketball halftime coverage. Ithaca is currently losing to the Skidmore College Thoroughbreds 42-40. Max Raymond, Nikita Lohman, and I am here at the desk. I'm Ethan Lefebvre. Guys, who's balling on each of these teams in this game?
Well, to start off on the Ithaca side, someone who's really played well within his role. He's grinding, he's battling for loose boards. It's Alex Penders. Very impressed with a 7-point performance, has not missed a shot from the floor. I mentioned he's gritty, scrappy, 4 rebounds. One vision that's flashing into my mind is him crashing into the corner, grabbing a board, throwing it away before falling out of bounds. That's the kind of intensity that we need. And you see he can cut to the basket. He's a high IQ player. He knows where he needs to be to get open looks and help out his teammates facilitating.
And Nikita, how about the freshman Nick Lemon? He's got 9 points shooting, 60% from the field, 2 steals as well to go on top of it. The freshman, this could be his breakout, truly his breakout game.
Yes, I mean, Nick Lemon, very impressive. We saw a few games ago against Bard. He really sort of started to click offensively. I think we have to anticipate here down the stretch that his role continues to grow. We're going to shift gears now, though. I want to talk about Skidmore, a Skidmore guard who we talked about in the pregame. You know, he kind of shut me up here. My game plan for stopping Aiden Roy was to let him shoot the threes, play under on screens, give him a chance. He comes straight out of the gate. He pulls 2 threes, 2 bombs. He put Skidmore up big early. Now the lead has been cut down a bit, but that big jump out, that big advantage is what has put them in the lead because the Ithaca settled down very well later in the half.
Absolutely, and then also to go with that, Nikita, how about Skoric and Charlie Phantom? Phantom's got 6 points shooting 40% and 2 rebounds. Skoric, he's got 9 points and 6 rebounds. This is a team effort from Skidmore as to why they have the lead.
Yes, they have played exceptionally well from beyond the arc, and that's something that Ithaca needs to look at as we go into the second half. Skidmore, overall in the game, they're shooting right around 40-45%. But from 3, everything is falling. I mean, they're 6 of 11. This is a big difference from what we saw the last time these two teams played. You have to think that Ithaca is going to try to make an adjustment there because if the threes fall like this, it's tough to win.
Yeah, guys, you said it perfectly. When these big players are out and they're hooping for their respective teams, they're getting the job done. But I think it's time that we turn our attention out of the Ben Light Gymnasium and into the Liberty League as a whole, where our Liberty League men's analyst John Frieders has us covered. John, what do you got?
Thanks, Ethan, and let me tell you, there's tons of action around the Liberty League with multiple must-watch close games. Let's start with a game that's not so close right now, with the Bard Raptors down big to the RIT Tigers. A double-digit deficit for the Raptors as nothing is falling for them, but everything seems to be falling for RIT. The Tigers shot both 50% from beyond the arc and 50% from the field. Josiah Turner has 17, and the Tigers are rolling early. Let's swing the ball over to Clarkson, where Union is taking care of business on a weekend which determines whether or not they play on Tuesday. Plesser and Tedesco continue to dominate with a combined 16 points, add 17 from Matthew Garside, and Union is rolling. A huge advantage on the glass, out-rebounding Clarkson 28-16. The score at the half is 43-30 in favor of Union. Let's continue passing the ball around the perimeter over to Hobart, where the Statesmen lead by 3 points over 2-ranked Vassar. Shea Fitzgerald leads all players 12 points, but the big difference has been on the glass. Hobart is out-rebounding Vassar 23-14, including an advantage of 8 on the offensive glass. Vassar has the lead for most of the game so far, but anything could happen in the second half, and I'm here for it. Remember, Vassar could play Wednesday if they lose tonight. The next game being played on the Liberty League is RPI and St. Lawrence, with the Engineers up 31-22 at half. The difference so far? 3-point shooting. The Saints are shooting 0 of 10 from beyond the arc, 0%, with absolutely nothing falling. RPI is led by PJ Scalisi, who has 8, and the Engineers have gotten out of the gate quickly. Those are your scores around the league at half, and I'll see you post-game with your final wrap around the league tonight.
John, it looks like there are not a lot of close games in the Liberty as a whole, but now it's time that we get back to our own game at Ben Light. Fellas, if you were head coach Mike McSloy, what would you do to change the system to have Ithaca pull ahead?
I'd focus on the defense and tell the Bombers that they've got to step up, especially on the three-point shot. Skidmore shooting 54% from 3. You've got to find a way, if you're Ithaca, to at least contest it. The Bombers, they're doing a good job in the turnover game. 3 turnovers to Skidmore's 11. But again, with Skidmore shooting at such a click, 54% from beyond the arc, you've got to find a way to get stops there.
Yeah, and if you put that piece of the puzzle together, it's going to be complementary basketball because we've seen down low, it's 6 blocks. Chris Lasith's got 2. Alex Penders, who I previously mentioned, he's got a block. Guys are making their presence felt in the paint, but yeah, that three-point game can kill you. If it becomes a three-point barrage in the second half, good night, lights out, Skidmore's going to win. What I'm looking at offensively for the Bombers, you need to settle down and speed up at the same time. That might not seem like it makes a lot of sense, but Ithaca is being very careful with the basketball. You heard Jack Behan say it at the end of the half. You know, they're not getting their good looks. Coach McSloy said, and he said, I couldn't believe him saying this. He was saying they need to settle down and stop shooting so many threes. He never thought he'd say that. You need to relax a little bit. Let the offense come through you more naturally.
Absolutely. And again, another big point that I'm really focusing on, we talked about it in the pregame. Last time out between Ithaca and Skidmore, Ithaca dominated the rebound game. Well, right now, Skidmore's up in the rebound 29-22. So that's another big factor as to why Skidmore is leading for Ithaca. They've got to come out hot and ready to go, especially because we know that historically they've kind of struggled in the second half.
Yep, they need to start winning in the paint, and I think a player who can do that for the Bombers, Matthew Zanker, kind of was shaky in the first half. I know a little bit of a surprise that we are seeing Evan Cabral tonight. It's clear it's in more of a limited role. We'll see how often he plays in the second half, but there is definitely a minute restriction there. You need to get your number 1 guy tonight going. Zanker in the first half went 3 of 10, just 6 points, 2 rebounds, but we saw him cutting into open lanes later in that half. I think if we see more of that, some more designed plays, swinging the rock more, just move things around a bit, I think Matthew Zanker could be instrumental.
Yeah, Nikita, Matthew Zanker needs to step up to fill that void with Cabral, and that's all the time we have for this halftime report. At the half, the score is 42-40. Ithaca College is trailing against the Skidmore College Thoroughbreds. For everyone here in studio, John Frieders, Max Raymond, Nikita Lohman, and I'm Ethan Lefebvre. We'll see you in the postgame. It's time to send it courtside to Ben Light Gymnasium, where Devin Jarvis and Jack Behan have the call with sideline reporter CeCe Gabriel. The Bombers and the Thoroughbreds next.
Hey guys, what should we do tonight?
We've got playoff baseball going on. We got to tune into that.
What? No, we should definitely do a poker night, guys.
Guys, we should go to the movie theater. Come on.
Guys, come on, grab your trunks. Let's go to the beach.
Where?
What beach?
Where?
The beach is right there. Come on, it's 30 minutes down the road.
You know what we have to watch? Hold that thought.
Oh.
That's it. We should all tune in Monday nights at 8 p.m. to Hold That Thought for live sports debates.
And then Kinderar.
It's true. It's happened, and it's coming back.
Yeah, okay, when? Thursdays at 6:30.
Sure, and where is this happening?
ICTV.org and Spectrum Channel 16.
Big Red Face-Off. It's back. So lace up those skates. It's time for Big Red Face-Off.
One of my favorite things about being a newscaster are the people you meet along the way. Seems like everybody has a story to tell.
Of what their lives were like in the past.
Or what they want tomorrow to be.
So you can get to know your community a little better.
And every week we get to share these stories with you.
Good Day Ithaca on ICTV News 607. Every Friday at 10 a.m. and Sunday at 6 p.m.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Eleanor Patterson.
And I'm Sydney Watson.
Newswatcher is live every Thursday night at 7:30, keeping Tompkins County residents up to date on all things local and national news.
And bringing you your weekly local weather forecast.
And all the latest sports on the South Hill, East Hill, and nationally.
Thanks for watching and have a good night.
World where policy changes our everyday lives, it's important to stay informed.
With our ever-changing government.
On an international stage.
Around the United States.
And right here in Tompkins County.
Evening in America brings you real news, insightful conversations, and the facts you need to know. Tune into ICTV's premier political news show, Mondays at 8:30 p.m.
When people are fed, futures are nourished. They can connect with the world around them, unlock endless possibilities, and thrive. Join the movement to end hunger. Volunteer. Advocate. Donate. Go to feedingamerica.org/act now.
Back. Been quite the game so far. 42-40, Skidmore leads at the moment. Devin Jarvis alongside Jack Behan. But this game important for both sides. For each team, win and in, but specifically for the Bombers, they need this one badly. A win against Skidmore today clinches them at least a 4 or 5 seed. And right now, that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, and for Ithaca, the importance of the 4 or 5 seed is if you're the 4 seed, you get to host the playoff game. If you're the 5 seed, you're traveling to St. Lawrence, a team that Ithaca has done well against this season. That's a positive matchup compared to, you look at, you're getting that 6 seed, you're going against one of those top 3 teams in the Liberty League. That's a very dangerous and hard first-round matchup to have to go with. A win tonight guarantees a easier playoff game. With that being said, nothing comes easy in the Liberty League at all.
They've been having to go through these final couple games without their main guy in Evan Cabral. But you've had a trio of Zenker, McKiernan, and O'Neill who have been incredible. They've just been solid so far. That's what you've needed from them, and that's exactly what you've gotten. So far this season, we've seen these guys step up as much as they can. Zenker doing really good right now, 15.5 points per game. McKiernan stepping up big time. These three guys are 3 of the 4 top scorers on the Bombers roster.
Yeah, and with Evan Cabral being out this past week up until today, it was a lot more of McKiernan, Zenker, and O'Neill. Jalen O'Neill, a slow game so far today, just 4 points, but making his money at the rebounding level and with his passing, 5 rebounds and 3 assists so far for O'Neill. They're flying around right now, just need to get more consistency offensively.
Roy just rims out, and it's now going for O'Neill. To the corner, Wisink gets it to go.
Cole Wisink, a big-time 3 there, his first shot of the day. That's a guy who they're going to need. Wisink is great defensively, but offensively, there's been struggles for Cole. I'm interested to see if he gets going. Nice job from McKiernan, but offensive rebounds, again, that's what Coach McSorley talked about. They need to shore up the defensive glass. Now the 11th offensive rebound for Skidmore tonight.
Bombers down by just 1, an offensive foul. Wisink has to go the other way.
And just feels like a little too much pace right there from Wisink. Like to see that shot go down. An unfortunate turnover, just a little too ahead of himself on that one.
Ball tipped on the inbound, and another foul there. That's what the Bombers don't need so far on this season, averaging a solid amount of fouls per game, 275th of around 400 total schools in the country in fouls per game.
And when you're a press team, that's never something you want to do because fouls slow the game down. For Coach McSorley, he wants to play as fast as possible. Keeping the ball in play is so important.
Lead at just 1, now 4 for Skidmore. Aiden Roy, once again, big step up for him. Had 6 points of the first total 14 that were scored for both sides. Gets his first bucket in quite a while right there. Good extra pass from Zenker. Lasith fouled on the way up.
Beautiful positioning there from Lasith. He gets around, that is Phantom, gets around him, gets positioning, and forces Phantom to make contact with Lasith and sends him to the line. Now, Lasith hasn't been amazing from the foul stripe this season, as we see a replay here. Yeah, just over the top there from Phantom, contact on that shoulder. But for Chris Lasith, he struggled from the free throw line this season, just 60%, 3 of 4 last weekend. He continues that going, making the first one.
Lead cut down just a little bit. Bombers still trail by 3. Lasith gets his there, and back again to a 2-point game. Bombers overall 8-8 in conference. Skidmore the same. These two have been quite mirroring each other as this season's gone on. In transition, Lagarde swatted away on the back end by O'Neal. Now the Bombers want to move it fast. 3-on-3, O'Neal gonna slow things down. Ball nearly turned over. They're free. Chaos, but Zenker calms it down.
And calm is the perfect word to describe Matthew Zenker right now. He was 0 for 5 from 3, sees no fault in shooting that shot, just calmly steps up, knocks it down, a big-time 3 for the Bombers.
Bombers now get the 1-point lead. They've only had 2 so far this game. Get it back now. Push underneath. At the basket, Skoric, he's got it.
And that's another offensive rebound now for the Thoroughbreds. That is up to number 12 on this game. Too many if you're the Bombers. You can't give up that many second opportunities. When you forced missed shots, you need to be able to get stops, finish it, to be able to go play offense. Giving up these second chance points and now giving up free throws to Joey Skoric is important.
Skoric so far this season's been very solid. His first of 2 free throws, good. Just under 10 points per game. Of course, 7 rebounds per game leads the team in that stat, as well as being 5th in the Liberty League overall in rebounds. But his block's really where he shines. He's been incredible there, first in the conference in blocks as he splits the pair and keeps things tied at 48 apiece. Zenker thinks about the long-range 3. He loves those. Swings it around to Cabral. His pass intercepted, does struggle with turnovers despite being a solid passer for this team. Padilla trying to do it all himself, and he does. Nylon on his jumper, and back to a 1-bucket lead for the visiting Thoroughbreds.
Great balance from Padilla, knocking that shot down while just after stopping. A nice job.
Cabral's 3 just off. Padilla's got the board. Still got 17 to play in this one. It's been a long one so far. Wirtz, hook shot. Is that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar down there, or is that just Will Wirtz?
That's just Will Wirtz, man.
Okay.
That's what
Just
this guy
sure.
does. Will Wirtz is awesome. I got a little story about him a little later, but Will Wirtz is incredible at what he does. He does everything for this group on offense and on defense. Great communicator as well.
McKiernan hasn't been able to find much success from 3. Now 2 for 7 overall, still shooting solid. Trying to step back on defense. Bombers without buckets for a couple possessions here. 5-0 run for Skidmore. That one loses its flair, and Bombers going to have numbers on the way back. Slow it down. 4-point game for Ithaca, trying to string a lead as much as possible. They've had 6 of them. Their largest lead of the game, though, just 1 point.
Yeah, it's just been back and forth for so much of this game. Skidmore pulls away at times. Ithaca then climbs back in, just unable to truly grab momentum of this game.
Zenker denied. How about Padilla? Screen set from Skoric at the top. Gonna get it back on the deflection. 10 to shoot now for Skidmore. Spin from Roy. Shimmy. Hook shot, no good. Bombers moving fast. O'Neal himself. Reverse layup, good. Unreal. You know who loves that? His grandmother in the crowd, Simone.
Oh, she is clapping. She is feeling good. What a shot. I think Hakeem Daphnis just got beat by Jalen O'Neal. You can see her up in the top right.
Top right corner.
Dancing up and down. We see this replay. That's 6'10" Joey Skorick, and not to mention, that's also 6'3" Will Wirtz on 6'1", 175-pound Jalen O'Neal. That is a $1 million finish there from Jalen O'Neal.
More info courtside with CeCe Gabriel.
Team's defensive style. You can see that this is a close game, 52-50 Skidmore, but with the style of the play that they have, said that a lot of people think of our play and they say that it may be like pickup basketball where it's super disorganized, but he said that's not the type of play that we have. In fact, we have to take just as much time because we make so many quick decisions to actually go ahead and execute, and we have to be very calculated and we have to be very, very organized. And with the final thing that he said that we have to play with a lot of emotion, but we cannot be emotional. Being emotional costs us bigger plays in the game. We cannot be turning over the ball. We can't be drawing fouls. So in such a high, tense game, he expects all of his players to play with emotion, to go ahead and get charged up and supporting each other as teammates, but making sure that they don't let all of their emotions cost them in the game. Back to you guys.
McSloy getting his guys going. It's been this back and forth game. Ithaca not able to kind of climb that hump, get over it, if you will, to take this game in their control. I mean, you look back to December 2.5 months ago when these two teams played, it was domination all around. Not finding that same success today.
Yeah, it was domination all the way around, but specifically in the second half, it was still a tight game entering halftime of the Skidmore-Ithaca game back in December. But in that second half, it truly became a barrage. Ithaca shot 5 of 12 from 3 in that second half, one of their best percentages from the season, holding Skidmore to 0 for 6. They can do that similar stuff. They won't have a problem.
Wirtz trying to dance underneath, can't get it. Rebound, Regev. O'Neal, fresh off of a fancy layup, keeps his dribble alive, nearly lost it there. One thing that probably makes a bigger difference, Ithaca being out-rebounded by 7 boards right now. On the other game that these two teams played, they out-rebounded by 29 as Penders finishes at the rim to make it a tie ball game once again.
That is absurd. Out-rebounding a team by 29 is almost unheard of. That is impressive stuff from the Bombers. You don't expect to get that same level of excellence rebounding again, but you would like to see this at least be tighter, if not the Bombers squeaking ahead in that rebounding advantage.
Coach McSloy emphasized his team's ability to rebound defensively in the second half. Has not been the best so far as Padilla trips over Cabral right there. And let's see who they call for the foul. Going to be against Jalen O'Neal, it looks like. And Skorick so far this game been very solid to this point. Leads Skidmore in points, 12 overall, 9 boards, just 1 off of a double-double. But Padilla getting some shots at the line here, 2 to come.
Yeah, also 3 blocks for Skorick. He's been absolutely dominant in the paint. Had 6 blocks this past weekend on Friday versus Clarkson, and then had a game-winning block on senior night on Saturday to seal off the Saints in that 57-54 win for the Thoroughbreds.
Padilla can't find the bucket on his first one. Stays tied at 52 each. On the floor for Ithaca only. 1 starter in Tommy McKiernan. Rest of the crew off the bench. Padilla's second, also not good, but Lagarde keeps it alive. Possession stays with Skidmore. Lagarde saving the rebound, trying to do it himself this time. Against 2, a foul against Lawrence Brady on their way up. Bombers now at 6 team fouls with 14:20 to play. And this, Jack, not exactly what you want.
No, not at all. 6 fouls already, going to be in the bonus from here on out. This one, yeah, you see there, just Lawrence Brady coming down, reaching over there on Lagarde, sends him to the foul line. But misses the first.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not hitting free throws, it's not going to be much use. 5 for 13 is Skidmore right now.
Not pretty. The Bombers 11 of 14, one of their best free throw per shooting days of the season so far.
Now 7 for 14, or excuse me, 5 for 13. They remain. Brady kicks outside, finds Lemon in the corner, and that one is good. Bombers get a 2-point lead, a full bucket. Finally, they have more than just 1 point, Jack.
And it's a big thanks to Nick Lemon, a spot-up shot. 6'10" Joey Skoric jumping in his face, unfazed as Nick Lemon knocks it down smoothly.
Padilla can't get it. Skoric tries again, no good. Bombers have a chance to make this a 2-possession lead for the first time tonight. Regev jolts right to the basket, denied. Ball stays with Ithaca.
That's that paint presence. That's that paint defense for Skidmore. You're going to see it here. Just a Yoav with the right-hand drive and just runs into a wall. That is 6'10" Skoric and 6'8" Lagarde that you just ran into. Not really going to find much success there.
Lemon with it out here. He's been solid this game. Ball tipped away, though. A turnover right there. Roy doing it all himself. Back to a tie ball game at 55. McKiernan doesn't want to take this slow. Oh, my goodness. Disgusting.
Teardrop off the glass. That fundamentals, as you say, use the white box, and that's beautifully done as a turnover here for the Bombers.
Again, Ithaca keeping it themselves. Turnovers this game. It's been mostly just the Bombers and Nick Lemon again.
Here we go. Nick Lemon starting to catch fire. This is when he can really turn his stone.
He's got 15 points. Padilla with the quick response.
Nick Padilla, much quieter game than the last time these two teams play. He can get hot at any time as well, though.
Bombers still lead by 2. Good response by Skidmore and Padilla. McKiernan's chance off the mark. Padilla swings it around. Again, he's been fantastic this game. Padilla so far, 5 points, but a great facilitator too. Slips one underneath. Beautiful touch to Skoric. Fouled in the process. Skoric now going to take a trip to the line, but more importantly, Skidmore in the bonus.
Yeah, and that's a big foul for Yoav there. That did look like a foul. We are going to see this here as a beautiful pass from Padilla, and then, yeah, just too much hand contact up top. A late whistle again, but a correct one sends Skoric to the foul line once again.
First one is good from Skoric. Seeing those season stats again, Skoric having a solid game today, already a double-double. 13 points and 10 rebounds. Make that 14 points. Floor general in McKiernan bringing it up. Only just getting awarded that title recently, if you will. McSloy says he's the best passer on the team. And a great cutter, too. Can he finish the job? Not this time. McKiernan really struggling from 3 after hitting 2 early in this one.
Yeah, McKiernan just can't find that rhythm offensively right now. Making up for it defensively, but just can't find the three-point shot.
Still spreading the ball really well. Padilla, what a move against the big man, and Brady. Doesn't matter. 5'7" versus 6'4". It's Padilla winning that battle right there.
So quick, so efficient getting to the basket. A gorgeous spin move, great footwork, and the $1 million finish again.
McKiernan, great shove pass outside. Lemon no good and goes out of bounds. Skidmore taking their lead back. And the Bombers with it. Ithaca working through it here. 11:30 to go in the first half. Skidmore up by 2. Skoric's been fantastic, as we mentioned. 9.3 points per game, just about his season average. And still trying to push forward and make this happen. It's really what stands out there is his field goal percentage.
Yeah, and even looking more recently than that, Skoric averaging shooting 71.1% over this last few stretch of games. Absolutely dominant, including a 24-point performance against Clarkson and 21-point performance against Clarkson, and another double-double against St. Lawrence this past Saturday. Skoric has been awesome without Jacob Gooden, really taking a step forward on the offensive side of the ball.
And Gooden, who may come back, maybe won't come back. We heard there's maybe chances, and just trying to work their way forward here. Gooden was kind of the engine to this offense. He goes away. That completely changes things. It's kind of how Ithaca had to deal with Cabral.
Totally, but that's the adversity of a season. And I talked to Coach McSloy just about how they want to continue to build this team, especially with Evan Cabral coming back from that injury, Big Dave Lubarov being sidelined currently. What do you want to see from this group to continue to push towards the playoffs? And Coach McSloy said, I believe this group has everything it takes to make a run in the playoffs with or without some of the stars.
I mean, even with that, as Skorik nearly gets the lob in the air, blocked away by Zenker. That's not an easy task. Ithaca going to get the possession back. By the way, Ithaca doing fantastic right now, not turning the ball over. 6 total turnovers this entire game. They're averaging about 15, and as I say that, you could call that a broadcaster's jinx.
Just a little bit of one there as Skorik gets the easy 2 on the beautiful dish. Just an unfortunate possession there as it's back to a 2-possession lead for the Thoroughbreds.
O'Neal trying to make some magic work. Cabral's not been as aggressive offensively, dishes it away there. Bombers trying to keep it alive. Tipped out, it's like those Dennis Rodman rebounding drills, but doesn't go in favor of the Bombers.
Looks like when you're struggling in the mic and drill, just trying to put it up there, just very, very tough from Chris Laseth, unable to get the roll.
Roy on the outside. Steps to his right. Good swing, deflection though by Brady. Can't keep it in bounds, stays with Skidmore.
Great hustle there from Brady to try to keep that one in bounds. Unable to as his right foot stepped out. But a great job, great hustle from Brady. Those are the type of minutes you're going to really see him play. Just bringing the energy, bringing the hustle, especially on the defensive end.
Ball lobbed in, intercepted. Ithaca's still down by 2 possessions. We're 3/4 of the way through this one. Make it just 1. Zenker, the finish at the basket, continues to step up. Zenker now 11 points, 3 in double figures for Ithaca. McKiernan, Lemond, and Zenker.
Another guy who's just finding his way specifically in the paint, not really doing much from 3 today.
Another lob comes into Skorik. This time it's good to go. Stays back at 4, 66-62. Cabral's turn. Gives it up instead, sidestep. Great space right there from Zenker. Good shot, couldn't fall. Little chair pulled, back outside. Opportunity for Weisberg, no good. And a foul on the floor. Who's it against? Going to be against Amadon right there on Skidmore, and Ithaca's going to stay with it as we watch this again. I mean, the Bombers are, again, slowing down offensively. Their defense has been really solid this game, though. So far in the second half, have allowed just 24 points.
Yeah, the problem arises when you're giving up 4 offensive rebounds so far. That's just too many second chances. You're getting the stops. You need to finish these possessions.
O'Neal dashes to his left. Bombers trying to pass the ball as much as possible. Kicks it to the outside. Cabral thinks and gets fouled on the way down. 2 quick fouls for Skidmore right there. Bombers haven't fouled since they reached the bonus about 4 minutes ago.
Yeah, but still the foul discrepancy is there. 7 fouls for the Bombers, just 3 for Skidmore. They have a little bit more to play with right now. We'll see how long that lasts. They got to be careful still.
McKiernan slows things down. Keeps these players on their toes, swings it outside. 8 to shoot here for Lasith. Muscles his way there, draws the foul, 2 shots coming.
Just some big body work here from Chris Laseth. You're going to see the replay here. Just uses his strength on Amadon, backs him down, and then gets him to jump over the top of him, forces the contact there. A nice job by Chris Laseth. He'll now get 2 opportunities at the line.
First one good right there from Lasith. Now down to a 3-point game as Lemon checks in. I mean, wish we had some plus-minus stats here because it seems like when McKiernan's on the floor, the offense flows better. You don't often see it unless you're really paying attention to it on how good of a passer Tommy McKiernan is, as Lasith gets set for his second and hits it.
Yeah, it's just because he makes a lot of smart passes. He doesn't do anything crazy. He never tries to do anything out of this world with his passes, but he's just trying to make the smart plays. And I think that's something that you really see from McKiernan, where that's another part of his game where he has improved dramatically from last year to this year.
Padilla swings it around to Weisberg. Top of the key. Kick to the corner for Roy. Can't like the shot. Has to give it up. A little pull chaired on him by O'Neal, and a foul right before McKiernan called for it. So instead, they bring it the other way, and what we thought was going to be, okay, they call a foul on McKiernan for what didn't look like a foul.
Not one bit there. That's a very, very interesting call. That's a tough one to really even talk about because it looked like McKiernan was away from the ball. Ref did apparently see some contact that was too much for him, but to each their own.
First of the one-on-one good there from Amadin. McKiernan's going to have to come off now after the foul. That will be his fourth. A huge guy to leave on the bench now, and Ithaca's surely going to miss him. Second one no good, a 67-64 score. Good swing outside. Chance in the corner for Regev. His three-pointer up and out. Lasith again, swatted away. Great defense there by Skidmore.
Beautiful paint presence. That's that paint defense they continue to talk about. Just so dominant in there with whoever mans the paint.
Roy saw that floater the entire time. Another foul called. Next foul after this one, as the Bombers are at 9, will put Skidmore into the double bonus.
And that is also number 4 on Jalen O'Neal. A huge foul for him, as that now leaves both him and Tommy McKiernan with just one foul to play for the rest of this last 8 minutes. It's a dangerous game to be playing right now as the Bombers look to continue to hold this one out.
3-point game. Let's send us courtside for CC Gabriel.
You saw Penders talking to Lasith, and he was having a conversation with him saying, okay, we need you to crash the glass more. Lasith already has 6 rebounds on the day, but he said, we need you to be a little bit more aggressive in the paint so far. And that's when we saw McSloy come over, and he was saying, guys, we need to push the pace. As soon as we get possession, we need to go in, we need to be hot so we can go ahead and get that streak and secure a dub because of our offensive prowess. We're going to see how they continue that in the next half. Back to you guys.
Back here on Bombers Live, 67-64 the score. And Ithaca continuing to try and stay in this. The offensive rhythm not there, though.
Yeah, the offensive rhythm just a little bit lacking right now, especially from beyond the arc. Now foul trouble is becoming a problem as well with both McKiernan and Jalen O'Neal with 4 fouls, not to mention Lawrence Brady with 3 and Matthew Zenker with 2. Just gotta be careful right now, and also 9 team fouls already.
Some shots coming up here for Roy as he was fouled in the process of driving. Can make this more than a one-possession game. And he will. Roy on this season, 78.3% from the line. Very solid. And again, Ithaca just really in foul trouble. You got 2 of your best players on the bench with McKiernan and O'Neal both having 4 fouls. Second one good from Roy. It's a 5-point game now.
McKiernan staying in this game with 4 fouls now.
Cutting Regev, intercepted by Penders. Penders from Foxborough. He maybe doesn't want to get the influence from Tom Brady. Solid quarterback, of course.
Oh, a little bit. Not bad.
Some may say.
Yeah.
I think Patrick went home. No, I'm kidding. Top of the key. Padilla. Big shot right there. Now an 8-point game. The largest the lead has been since early half number 1.
Now double digits for Padilla. A guy, as I mentioned, can get hot at any moment.
Bombers going to need big ones here. McKiernan back in the game. Remember, he's got 5 fouls. Penders swings around, hands it off to Regev, to the basket, an empty lane, the red carpet rolled out. and he takes his picture at the rim.
It's the most wide open I've seen the paint all night long. Skidmore, the first time they've really let that paint wide open, Regev able to take it, and nice finish.
Can he get it again? Too short. Bombers boxed out. Big rebound there by Lagarde. Could be a dagger. Oh, just short. That would have been huge.
Weisberg was trying to absolutely drain this crowd out of it, put them away, it would feel like, but unable to there on the deep one.
In the corner for Penders, no good.
It's an unfriendly roll there, just a little bit short off the front of that rim, a little bit more, and we got ourselves a different ball game.
6 minutes to play. Bombers down by 6. Roy to his right. Bombers sticking with that man defense that they have most of this season. Switching often, though. Padilla, oh my! At the basket, and a timeout called by Joe Burke.
Nick Padilla is absolutely cooking right now. His body control with the ball, his balance attacking the rim. It has been so awesome to see his ability as a 5'7" guard. I know I keep mentioning that, but it's so impressive that his ability to be able to get to the basket at such a high level for a small guard, one of the smallest in the entire Liberty League.
It's an 8-point game. Not over yet, far from it. And even after the game ends, we still got stuff going on. You can see left to right there, Ethan Lefebvre, Anthony Labonte, Nikita Lohman, Max Raymond, and John Frieders hard at work. Looking to break this game down for you guys as we get going here. But Bombers, once again, a lot to play for. If they win today, they're in the postseason. And if they don't win, things become a little scary.
Yeah, definitely it becomes a restless night of sleep for the Bombers if they're unable to pull this one out. You would need some help, or you could use some help around the league to lock up a playoff spot tonight. But as I mentioned before, that 4 and 5 seed is all important, and a win tonight officially locks that up for the Bombers. They need to find these 8 points in these last 5 minutes and 45 seconds.
Padilla just been incredible. Hit the final shot right there. Only 6.3 points on the season per game, but I mean, he's had his work cut out for him against Ithaca. Last time these two teams played, 15 points for Padilla, 3 shy of Jacob Gooden. Of all players playing today for Skidmore, it was Padilla who led in scoring.
And that's been the case ever since Gooden's left the lineup as well. 31 minutes and 15 points a game since Gooden left the lineup.
Good cut, good basket right there. A lot more of a facilitation day for Cabral, a little bit limited offensively.
Yeah, facilitation day for Cabral and a post day for Matthew Zenker. Nothing really going from beyond the arc, 1 of 7, still finding his money in the paint.
Rim shaker. Jalen O'Neal cuts it to a 4-point game and a quick foul right there.
And he gets the crowd on their feet, including his own grandmother, trying to get him back into this one, get some energy going at Ben Light Gymnasium. Going to see a replay here. Just the ups from 6'1", Jalen O'Neal. Absolutely wonderful stuff there. The athleticism for such a small guard for this Bomber team. It's so impressive. There's some guys on this bench that remind me a lot of Jalen O'Neal. Tyler Okai-Coy, a young freshman on this team, has that athleticism. As Aiden Roy misses the first free throw, now the 10th missed free throw for the Thoroughbreds tonight.
15 points so far for Roy. They've left quite a few points on the floor through free throws. Pockets that one right there to make it a 5-point game, but a lot closer than that 8-point game it was just a moment ago. Bombers offense moving. Little triangle offense, 90s Bulls action. Left wing, Cabral with it. He's been the best player on the Bombers for all of this season, dealing with injury though. Hand off to Cabral. Good spin move. Mid-range fade away. In the air. Back into Padilla's hands and tipped out to Roy.
Unlucky roll there on the rebound. Great effort from Layseth, but it falls in the hands of Padilla as the Thoroughbreds come the other way. Can extend this lead now with just over 4:30 to play.
Thinks about the 3. Back to Padilla here. Pender's set to check in on the next break. 4:30 to play. Padilla, long 2 ball. It's out and it goes Ithaca's way as the guard touches it last.
A lot of contact there from multiple guys. There was contact on Lagarde in the back and then contact with Lagarde on Evan Cabral there. A very tough play there, but it goes the Bombers' direction.
4 minutes to play. Bombers down by 5. Need a rally late here. Wissink swings it around. Zone defense right now from Skidmore and a kicked ball violation against Lagarde. See Skidmore bringing this zone defense out. The main team in the Liberty League that Ithaca has seen play zone defense, of course, St. Lawrence. Ithaca was fantastic offensively when they played the Saints.
Yeah, it was great ball movement from the Bombers that really helped them just disinfect or digest that St. Lawrence 2-3 zone.
Another foul again, and we get Zenker to check in the game.
These are really when those hockey subs that Coach McSloy talks about really come into play, is late in the game, trying to get as many fresh legs in as possible.
Well, he just also subs for offensive or defensive possession quite a bit, too. It's Wissink, Brady, and Lasith on defense, and you bring in Zenker or McKiernan or guys like that on offense. Lasith on the elbow. Big possession right here for the Bombers. Can it be finished by Zenker? It can. Back to a 2-point game. Matthew Zenker. In transition, Lagarde, quick response, he does. Bombers got to get back up on defense. That's what they're known for usually. Four points the differential. A cutting O'Neal gets the foul, doesn't get the bucket. And two shots coming up with a trip to the line. This Bomber team has gone through a lot. They win the Liberty League Championship 1 year ago, have to take in a guy like Mike McSloy to step in. And, oftentimes you look at a record, you see it in that bottom right of the scoreboard, 8-15 for Ithaca. You don't love the record, rather 9-14. You gotta find a way to keep pushing forward, but Coach McSloy has a history of this. He's been able to reinvent teams. His first season with Drew University in 2022-23, 13-12. Not the most glamorous. You followed that up with 2 huge seasons right after.
Yeah, and it was improvement each season. That 13-12 in 2022-23, 5-9 conference record, missed the playoffs. Then in 24, went 13-3 in conference play, lost in the semifinals, and then finally last year at Drew University, Coach McSloy 18-0 in conference play, winning the landmark conference championship and getting Drew University to the NCAA tournament last year. There's improvement that can be had for this Bombers team with McSloy.
Matt Zenker of Ithaca transfers from Drew as well, was in that NCAA tournament team with McSloy a year ago. Here's his last 3 games, 15.6 points per game. He's been very solid. Without Cabral in the lineup, of course, has had to take a little bit more of a important role, if you will.
Yeah, Matthew Zenker, he's improving from all different levels of his game. You saw just made a huge 3 there. It hasn't been his day from beyond the arc, just 2 of 8 now, but he's finding his money in the paint, so he still has 16 points leading the Bombers tonight. It has been beautiful to watch what Matthew Zenker can do on both ends, specifically on all different levels offensively. Zenker continues to improve in his junior season.
O'Neal still with 4 fouls, got fouled, so he has a trip to the line. His first of 2 is no good. Bombers free throws, they've been great so far. Now 13 for 17, even with the miss. But on the game so far, 8 points for O'Neal, 8 rebounds, nearly at a double-double, as his season stats are right there for you as well. Is able to hit the next one, so 77-74 the score. Bombers going to need a turnover, and they get one. O'Neal going sky high, kicks it out to Lemon. Space for the Bombers. Patience is the key here. You can't get it all back in one possession.
Find the best shot possible here if you're the Bombers. Don't force anything.
And that's what they do. Zenker underneath, not loving his post opportunity. Has to go out to Penders, heaves one, and he finds Mike McSloy. Not the right target, even though he's dressed in blue.
Yeah, not the right guy in blue, not the right Bomber you want there. Penders just fading out of bounds. There's a little too much air underneath that one. Lofts it over the head of McKiernan. I think he was kind of trying to not have a live ball turnover, something Coach McSloy has really said that they hate having with the way they play defense.
Bombers again staying disciplined defensively, and my goodness, can a guy like Tommy McKiernan turn your game around? Bombers, again with the help of Tommy, get the ball back.
I'm interested to see this replay here from Padilla. Oh yeah, he just takes another shuttle step too soon before putting the ball down. Easy travel, great recognition from the referee there to make that call.
Outside to O'Neal, space for Penders, a shot to tie it, and he does!
We said AP doesn't do it all on the court, where he's doing some right now. A big-time three from Penders to tie this one up at 77.
Able to bring the ball across half court, very, very slow. Waste 10 seconds. They've only got 15 to shoot now. They just started their possession. Hard screen from Lagarde. Moving three from Roy. Backed out. Snatched out of the air by Skoric. He gets the hoop and the harm.
And the story of the night for the Ithaca Bombers. Too many second chances for Skidmore. Roy misses on the three, but Skoric, using his 6'10" frame, gets the rebound and then the hoop and the harm. That is now the 16th offensive rebound for Skidmore tonight. Way too many for Ithaca. Those are possessions that you aren't ending, and you're giving up second opportunities off of missed shots.
Joey Skoric with a shot here to make it a three-point game. And he does. Skoric, incredible. 21 points, 11 boards, and 3 blocks. Bombers down by 3 with 2 to play. Haven't shown the ability to rally late, can do it here. O'Neal trying to start things out against this Skidmore zone. Get it inside. Ball having a little bit of trouble staying secure for Ithaca. 10 to shoot for the Bombers. Space for Zenker. Swatted at the basket. Lagarde gets a finger on it, and it gives it back to Skidmore. Trouble in the area. Finds Skoric, and they slow things down.
Very close to a goaltending violation there. Coach Mike McSloy wanted one. No such call from the referees. We play on. Now getting to a minute 30 to go.
Outside. Up and under, Padilla.
Oh, you're kidding me, Nick Padilla. How do you do it so often? Just blows by Lemon and then makes him pay.
Needs this three, can't get it. Ball still loose. Skidmore taking over. This is where Ithaca needs baskets real bad. Down by 5, open for Phantom. And that's a well-timed timeout as it just flips back to Skidmore. They lead by 7.
Such a dramatic turn of events, so fast for the Bombers. This was a tie game a minute and 28 seconds ago. Now it's a 7-point Skidmore lead. A heartbreaking end, as just not enough going right now, especially offensively for the Bombers. They need to find rhythm in this final minute 10.
7 points going to be hard to rally back from. Only 3 possessions, but nevertheless difficult. What do you see from Ithaca doing here? They're might going to have to foul. Of course, double bonus is not the most friendly, but can only work with the hand you're dealt.
Yeah, I think that double bonus really does hurt the Bombers because you're giving Skidmore 2 free throws no matter what. This is a Skidmore team, hasn't been great from the foul line today, just 13 of 23. If you could have missed one, if you could get a miss, you can get a rebound and push the other way. Now you're going to be guaranteeing 2 shots on any foul for the Bombers. They need to start hitting some threes. Just 11 for 35 tonight.
And Roy with just some big shots. Huge 3 right there in motion. I mean, he's just been incredible this game overall. 16 points overall. 4 total in double figures for Skidmore, with Skoric leading the way.
Yeah,
can't really do much.
Yeah, it's been a mixed bag of a lot of different players for Skidmore tonight. They have not been afraid to go to the well with a lot of different guys, whether it's Skoric, Roy, Padilla, Lagarde. ton of different guys finding buckets for the Thoroughbreds tonight.
O'Neal brings it across midcourt. Bombers have just over a minute to play with. Down by 7, need buckets fast. Lemon, big three, too short. Bombers got to get the board, and they don't. Now you get difficult. 30 seconds on the shot clock. That can leave really just 2 possessions.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game that you're playing now. You're going to need a quick turnover, if not a foul. Try to get this ball back.
Up ahead to Padilla. Fantastic pass in from Phantom. Ball knocked loose. Ithaca doesn't want to foul. They're going to have to, though. McKiernan for that one, so he's fouled out of the game. And 2 shots coming up for Padilla.
Yeah, Padilla's just been everywhere so fast. You saw him completely beat by Jalen O'Neal, one of the fastest players on this Bombers team. Completely beats by him along the sideline, able to get open and then just use his speed to take some time off the clock, get fouled, and now look to seal the game at the free throw line.
First one good from Padilla. That's a huge one. Still a 3-possession game for the Bombers, but you see McKiernan is just going to have to reach around and grab him there. Padilla's next. Also good. Overall up to 15 points now. He had that many last time against Ithaca as well. Zenker has an opportunity, finds Lemon for 3, pockets it, and a timeout called to make it a 6-point game. That's big.
Yeah, that is very big. That cuts it down back to a 2-possession game. Now you are probably, if you can, force a turnover. If not, continue to foul. Hope you get some missed free throws in there, and then try to get some baskets in your favor. Only 47.6 seconds. It's not a lot of time, but this game is not over yet.
Picture perfect world. You get a turnover, immediately hit a 3, and then you can play defense. You don't have to foul.
Totally. Once it gets down to that 1-possession game, it's any man for himself. With the shot clock still on, the Bombers will get a possession back. They would just need a stop defensively and also not foul in that instance, as you can't send them to the foul line too late in the shot clock to make it a 2-possession game.
It'll be Phantom inbounding here for Skidmore.
An interesting look here from Skidmore. All the players past their opposing 3-point line.
If he was going to want to foul, they just can't get to Padilla. Finally, Zenker's the one to make the play. That'll be his 3rd, and 2 shots coming up for Padilla. Bombers didn't really try and force a turnover off the inbound.
Yeah, they really had light pressure there on Padilla. Padilla cuts in through the middle. They kind of let him get the ball, and they look to trap. Padilla uses that speed, as I mentioned, to get around the trap, and then takes even more time off the clock, and now gets 2 free throws.
And he's hitting the shots. That's big, too. Padilla hasn't missed one yet. Rather, has missed 2 this game. Was 0 for 2 going into his last trip. He's been 3 for 3 since. Next one from Padilla is good. Hitting these free throws at good timing. O'Neal the ball in his hands. Steps up looking for a shot. Goes outside, open 3 for Penders. Gets it to go again. Down to a 5-point game. Bombers trying to force turnovers. Can't do it. Can they get the jump ball? No, a timeout called by Padilla before they do so.
Oh, so close to getting that all-needed turnover. Unable to there. Very smart play by Padilla to call the timeout.
And Padilla just doing exactly what he needs to. Saw the trouble, got away from it, and did what he needed to by calling a timeout. Down to 5 points, though. Do you see Ithaca maybe taking a different approach of trying to force a foul, or rather an inbound steal?
Yeah, I could very well see that extra level of extra level of pressure on the guys receiving the inbound pass. It could very well be more pressure there, or we could see the continued look of less pressure on the immediate pass in and then a trap immediately after.
33.4 seconds to go. We'll see how Ithaca approaches this. The 5 they've had on the floor to this point have been O'Neal, Brady, Lemon, Zenker, and Rikev. It's instead Penders out there for Brady. For all 3-point shooters, all guys who can hit from deep. It's really the focus of the lineup right now. Padilla gets it in quick, trying to trap him. Coming around, need to foul, they haven't yet. Ball lofted out, it is too far, out of bounds. Oh, he calls a timeout midair. And the refs seem to have a disagreement. How are they gonna call this one?
A deep explanation here from referee to referee.
And they say it's going to be a timeout on Skidmore. You can see this one back. It's quite close. Would have been huge for Ithaca.
Try to do some lip reading here.
Good trap by the Bombers. Ball lofted out. His foot wasn't on the line. I mean, it didn't look like he had the 2 hands to do it.
He didn't have the 2 hands to do it. He did say it with his voice. If the ref heard that and granted it, that is a timeout. And he did say it before he had stepped out of bounds. That first right foot landing inbounds was crucial to keep him in. But another just so tough scenario for Ithaca, so close to getting that turnover. This pass was nearly out of bounds entirely.
You can
that
see
right foot
Yell's
stays
right
in bounds.
there, yeah.
Exactly. So a great job from this referee. I'm interested to know what that conversation was about, just to see what the other referee's perspective was there. Probably didn't hear him. Probably just questioning, making sure everything was done correctly. So smart job overall, but a timeout called by Skidmore. They stay alive now. Just 25.4 seconds to go. That could have been a huge turnover to make this a 1-possession game.
Another inbound coming here from Phantom. Only 1 turnover in this game. Padilla's likely going to be the target they want to bring the ball into. Score it close. And we're going to get a brief pause once again. Now set to go. Just shifting it over a little bit, it seems.
Just getting McSloy out of the way. That's what it seems like.
Phantom looking for a man. Gets it to Padilla. Big move right there. Foul comes fast.
Yeah, it's just once again, it's just Nick Padilla running around the screens of almost every other Skidmore player, getting past Jalen O'Neal using his speed, getting wide open, and then forcing the foul. Now going back to the foul stripe for his 7th and 8th free throws.
He's hit the shots he's needed to. Can he continue to do so? Does for the first. Skidmore and Ithaca have kind of put the ball in Padilla's hands. And Skidmore in full drop coverage if this ball rings out. It doesn't, though. Back to a 7-point game. And here's where you get analytical. If you're Joe Burke, start fouling in transition. You're just in more profitable scenarios, not allowing a 3-ball.
Yeah, you want to trade the 2s for 2s. So if you're Coach Joe Burke, the free throws, you can only get 2 points at the max, where, as obviously a 3-pointer, you get you 3.
Did have a foul to give. Ball knocked loose there. Goes up top for Lemon. Could be a backcourt. It's not. Tipped away by Daphnis. Burke wanted it. Lemon steps into a 3. Backboard, no good. Padilla has it. And he's fouled. And with that, it all but shuts the door against the Bombers. 7 points with 7 seconds to go. Far too many for Ithaca to recoup. And the Bombers in a really must-win game drop one against Skidmore.
Now, as like I said earlier, this is going to be a restless night for a lot of these Bombers. Now the big focus being tomorrow night against Vassar.
Splits the pair. 5 seconds to go. Zenker gonna pop the three and not get it to go. With that, it rings out, and the Skidmore Thoroughbreds have defied expectations and clinched a playoff bid.
And not only that, Skidmore now puts themselves in a golden opportunity. They can win again tomorrow to put themselves back in Saratoga for a home playoff game, hosting St. Lawrence again.
Depends how tiebreakers shake out. Bombers still have the opportunity to seek the 5 seed. And Ithaca just with a chance to go here. Let's look at some scores around the Liberty League. Hobart takes down Vassar. That's going to eliminate them from first place contention. St. Lawrence drops one against RPI. RIT beats Bard handedly, and then Union beats Clarkson. Now, Ithaca in trouble because with the Hobart win over Vassar, if Hobart again will beat Bard tomorrow and the Bombers lose, then all of a sudden Ithaca are going to have to hope the tiebreakers stand in their favor to hold on to a playoff spot.
Yeah, once again, a win-and-in situation tonight. It's going to be a win-and-in situation again tomorrow. Really going to need it tomorrow.
More on the sideline. Joe Burke joins CC Gabriel as we've got a post-game interview, and Joe Burke confirms a playoff spot in the Liberty League.
Coach, you got to win. Congratulations. Talk about some scoring versatility. You had 4 players with over 12 points. That's not something you usually see in college basketball. What does that say about your team's ability to go ahead and really dig at it? You see that Jacob Gooden's been out since the end of January. What does it say about your team?
Well, I got to tell you, I think that's what we've become. You know, losing Jacob was undeniably a huge blow for us. He was a heck of a year. We had to rally, and everybody had to rally, and everybody had to give more. And now we just have become more balanced. And I think every guy stepped up. We have a bunch of guys that are very capable. They all had different roles before Jacob went out. Now that he's out, their roles have elevated, and they've all stepped up to the challenge. We're playing pretty good basketball right now, which is fun.
We saw that Jalen only had 4 fouls at the end of the game. Tommy McKiernan fouled out towards the final minutes of the game. How were you able to use that to your advantage to secure the dub tonight?
Yeah, I just think it was we went in, the game plan was to be ball tough. I think it creates mayhem, to be honest with you, with the way they play and pressure. You got to be ball tough. You got to eliminate the turnovers. I think we did a better job of that in the second half. And you got to fight through their, you know, I don't want to say they're fouling, but they're clutching and grabbing. They're all over you, and that's how they play. And it's respect to them. We have to be tough with the ball. We were tonight. Thought we were able to pick up some fouls because we kept driving it. We didn't settle for threes. We kept driving the basketball. And when you do that against pressure, you have a tendency to get to the foul line, which we did.
Final thing for you here, you have one last game regular to end the regular season. What's your mentality?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're going to the playoffs. We know that. We just want to continue to play good. Like, we had to reshuffle the deck, make ourselves into a new team here in the last couple of weeks, and we're progressing. It's just fun to watch. Like I said, we got guys stepping up. We got to go on the road again tomorrow at Rochester and play well. And if we play well, I'm confident we'll win a game. If we don't, Rochester is very capable. So we want to keep the momentum heading into the playoffs, and that's the biggest thing.
Coach, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you, guys.
For those who have never talked to Joe Burke, that's your little taste right there.
Yeah.
He's a fantastic human being and obviously one of the better coaches in the Liberty League, as he showed today.
Yeah, definitely a big-time performance from this Skidmore group. Fighting through adversity, Evan Cabral comes back for the Bombers. The Skidmore Thoroughbreds still able to manage a win tonight. They're now 9-8 in conference play, put themselves in a golden position for the Liberty League playoffs.
I mean, they have clinched it now. They have the opportunity to let this team go on a run. Ithaca never a team you want to see, but Skidmore did a fantastic job, and in really a must-win game for the Bombers, they did not win, and now things get scary. We've seen this time and time before. 2 years ago, the Bombers had a solid team. They could not make the playoffs, and it's just Aiden Roy's shots that really made the difference in the end. Skoric had a fantastic game. You look to tomorrow, the destiny not in your hands at this point. You win and in, but this is a Vassar team that's fantastic. That did drop a game today, though.
You're going to need to give it your all. You're going to need everything out of this starting lineup. You're going to need more from Cabral. You're going to need more from everybody around the arc on offense and defense. This Vassar team is so good. Need to be able to take care of business.
Thanks so much for watching us here from the court. On behalf of Jack Behan and CC Gabriel, I'm Devin Jarvis saying so long from Ben Light Gymnasium. We'll be right back.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you important entertainment news. The Director's Chair is now in its 28th season and is airing on Tuesdays at 6 p.m.
The Director's Chair has a group of brilliant panelists to discuss your favorite movies and exclusive interviews with local filmmakers who dive deep behind the scenes about their projects.
We also have an exceptional news team to bring you the latest about the film industry. And who knows?
Maybe you could be on the Director's Chair.
Greetings, weary traveler. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. What is it, you ask? Oh, well, it's game over. ICTV's one-stop shop for gaming, tech, and entertainment news. On it Wednesdays at 7:30. Now, good luck, adventurer.
I'm a different kind of threat. You can't call the cops on me. I don't even have to break in. I'm invited.
Three first-year college students adjusting to their new lives, then bam, all student IDs malfunctioning. Inconceivable. Unless it were an act of sabotage. I, Private Eye Lucian, am going to unveil the truth, and it's going to happen today.
Dear Lord, what is going on here?
We're wasting time. We have to get a move on.
Oh, right. Watch the show.
Nick, we have to get back.
Back? Back to where? Like a specific time or something?
I'm talking about the show, Nick. Roommate Rumble. Sundays at 7 on ICTV. The show where two sets of roommates square off to see which pair of roommates will go down as champions in college television history. We're gonna be late.
But I forgot my roommate.
We're going. You won't need. No, he might actually. Let's go.
Mom.
Welcome back into the ICTV studios for Bombers Live men's basketball post-game coverage. Ithaca lost in a tight one, 91-83 against the Skidmore College Thoroughbreds. Max Raymond, Nikita Lohman, and I'm Ethan Lefebvre here at the desk. What a game indeed, gentlemen. What are our immediate reactions to this very tight contest?
Well, the first and foremost thoughts, it was a gut punch. A gut punch type of loss. We'll get more into the playoff implications that come because of this game. But it hurts so much because really, I think Ithaca played pretty well. There were a lot of guys who stepped up who maybe you didn't have penciled in, like Alex Penders for one. Penders, we talked about him at the half, but on the day he finishes 15 points, 5 of 6 from the field. He was fighting for rebounds. He played well. A lot of other guys like Nick Lemon, who had one of the best days of his season. Skidmore simply just played better basketball today. They deserve to win.
Skidmore, they really just showed up and showed out. And when we look at the second half and what they were able to do, just in general, all game long, shooting 47% from the field and 47% from three. Out-rebounding Ithaca 51-37, practically flipping that rebound total from last time out. For Ithaca, though, there are some positives, and a big one. The second half, they actually outshot themselves in the second half compared to the first. First half, they were shooting 33% from the field. Second half, 42% from the field. From three, 25% in the first half, 40% from three in the second half. So you know what? This was a rough loss, but when we talk about looking towards the future and when we talk about especially tomorrow and trying to secure the playoff spot, which we'll get into, but especially looking ahead, that is a great sign to see that this Bombers team turned it up in the second half.
Yeah, Max, there really was a lot of flipping the script where you saw, again, we talked so much about the second half struggle. They really did play better in the second half. You have to wonder if part of that was they played a bit slower in the first half. They took a lot of shots. They didn't take a lot of time off the shot clock. But what they did do was they didn't turn the ball over a lot. You have to wonder if maybe they were trying to re-emphasize a different focus of trying to have a little less on the gas pedal, still playing hard, but not too hard so that they could go in the second.
Yes, Nikita, not playing too hard definitely showed out. Again, they started off the game very slow, but they slowly wheeled themselves back into it. Ithaca has lived and died by high-volume shooting all season. How did it contribute in this one? Max, we'll start with you.
Well, certainly it found its way into this one with just the point scoring. Again, they kind of struggled shooting as a team, 37 from field, 32 from three, and yet somehow putting up 83 points and making this a really competitive game. So the volume definitely played a factor at the end of the day. But guys that kind of got hot late, we talk about Penders, 83% from the field shooting today, as well as Matthew Zanker, 16 points to end the night. So definitely the shooting department, much improvement still needs to be found there, but the ball movement, that was certainly great. I see 22 assists to Skidmore's 14. They did a great job moving the ball all over the night. So when we look at how they were able to score, it was that ball movement, and you're seeing right here in this clip exactly where they were able to produce these points.
Yeah, they sure did facilitate well. Guys knew where to be. It really seems like there's more comfortability in this system offensively, where, look, it's been an entire season. It may be something unique, but this is encouraging to see, not just for today, tomorrow, potential playoff games going forward. I know it's a loss and it can be hard because this one hurts especially. But as Max said, the 22 assists, I love. The ability to play together as a unit stronger. To see guys like Alex Penders, Nick Lemond. Nick Lemond, by the way, a freshman, finishes 18 points, 50% from the field. To see those guys build some confidence, it almost, I don't want to say outweighs. I think the reality of the situation is that in this season, development is going to come above results in some situations, so you have to like what you saw. But I mean, again, Skidmore played a heck of a ball game for 40 minutes tonight.
They did. They played a very, very good game. But guys, I want to recall what Mike McSloy has said since the beginning of the season. It's a brand new system that he's implementing. He's implementing a shoot-first mentality. And I want to say that we kind of saw a glimpse into the future of what this mentality can bring and what it could do for Ithaca College basketball. What do you see from the future of that? And what do we see from this game moving forward about how Ithaca should respond?
You know, one thing that I think actually might get tampered with a little bit is they're learning. They are learning how many threes they want to take. I mentioned it at half. Coach Mike McSloy said in the interview with CC that, you know, he thought they were taking too many threes. They finished the day with 38 attempts. They hit on 13 of those. So the efficiency, look, you can live with it with that many attempts, but they're still trying to figure it out. Maybe you see tomorrow, instead of 38, it's more like 33s, and they give more time for the offense to develop. The passing was tremendous. But I think we're going to see them find more comfortability in a sense of what to do.
We'll see them develop that indeed, but we're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, we'll break down the rest of this one.
Hey guys, what should we do tonight?
We've got playoff baseball going on. We got to tune into that.
What? No, we should definitely do a poker night, guys.
Guys, we should go to the movie theater. Come on.
Guys, come on, grab your trunks. Let's go to the beach.
Where?
What beach?
Where?
The
Where?
beach is right
Which
there.
beach?
Come on, it's 5 minutes down the road. You know what we have to watch? Hold that thought.
Oh.
That's it. We should all tune in Monday nights at 8 p.m. to Hold That Thought for live sports debates.
And then Kinderar.
It's true. It's happened, and it's coming back.
Yeah, okay, when?
Thursdays at 6:30.
Sure, and where is it happening?
ICTV.org and Spectrum Channel 16.
Big Red Face-Off. It's back. So lace up those skates. It's time for Big Red Face-Off.
Welcome back from that break. In case you missed it, Ithaca lost against the Skidmore College Thoroughbreds. The final was 91-83 at Ben Light Gymnasium on the South Hill. Max, who was the player of the game in this one?
For me, I'm going with Skidmore's Nick Padilla. 21 points, 4 rebounds, and an assist. But something that isn't on the stat sheet is his dribbling and ball movement skills. You can see it right here, spinning to the basket, but also when we look at late in the game, killing the clock for Skidmore, he was just doing donuts all over this court, running circles around the Bomber defenders who were just trying to foul him. Ithaca struggled to simply foul Padilla. I talked about him again in the pregame, how he's red hot, and he's continuing his red hot run with 21 points today.
Yeah, Max, there were so many great players to choose from the thoroughbreds today. I mean, you saw that tape right there. That's just filthy. That is alien body control, the way he spins, the way he has those off-balance looks. It's Kyrie Irving-esque. But I'm going to shift to the front court. Nick Padilla, 21 points. Matching him, Joey Skoric. We talked about him on the Open coming into the day. David Luberoff being out meant they were going to have to step up. Joey Skoric was potentially due for a big-time day. He delivered. You see the big man down low. He grabbed boards. He put up 21 points, 12 rebounds, 3 blocks, shooting over 50% from the field. This is just a continuation of what he's been doing over his last 3 games now, averaging well over a double-double. 18 points, 12 boards. Oh, yeah, he can bruise you down low, but he can shoot threes, as you saw just there a few moments ago.
Nikita, a very close one on the South Hill indeed, but what happened around the Liberty League this weekend? We're going to send it to our men's Liberty League analyst, John Frieders, to find it all out.
Ethan, what a night of basketball inside the Liberty League on the final regular season Friday of the night. One of the best nights of the entire season, so let me catch you up on everything that happened. We'll start with the game that has no playoff implications. The RIT Tigers defended their home hardwood, keeping Bard winless in conference play this season. The final score was 85-58 in favor of the Tigers. Joshua Turner led all scorers with a season-high 27 points, alongside Zach Ditzel, who added 19. Good game for the Tigers. The number 2 ranked team in the conference took care of business when it mattered most, converting free throws when all eyes were on them. With the win, Union secures a first-round bye and will get a chance to give Plesser and Tedesco time to recoup. The tandem combined for 40 points, helping pad Plesser's case for Liberty League Player of the Year. One of the better games tonight, final score 83-77 Union. Now the game of the night, Hobart hosting Vassar, with Hobart fighting for a postseason spot. For Vassar, it was Shea Fitzgerald's show, again tallying 26 points alongside 7 assists and 7 rebounds. Unfortunately for him, Hobart had 4 in double digits, including Alice Mesh, who had the game-winning fadeaway shot with 1.8 seconds remaining. Hobart controlled the glass and converted one more big shot. Thanks to that win, they might have a spot in the playoffs tomorrow if they can win at Bard and get a bit of help in the Vassar versus Ithaca game. We'll end it off with the game many Bomber fans had their eyes on, RPI and St. Lawrence. The Engineers took down the Saints thanks to team basketball and a +6 in the rebound category. Adam Dazinski's 20 points was not enough to carry the Saints to victory, and RPI had 3 in double digits and played one of their most complete games of the entire season, securing a first-round bye in the process. What a night of Liberty League action, and let me tell you, tomorrow will be do or die for a few teams, so get a good night's rest, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
John, thank you so much as always. One of those do-or-die teams will be for the Ithaca College Bombers. They have to win that one tomorrow. We've been avoiding it all night. The elephant in the room, or should I say the thoroughbred in the room. The Ithaca College Bombers have to win tomorrow if they want to secure that postseason spot. Let's talk about the playoffs, guys. Max, we'll kick it off with you. What needs to happen for these Bombers fans at home so they can find out?
Ithaca has to win. Well and truly, the ball is in their court. It's in their hands. They have control of their destiny. Ithaca wins tomorrow, and they're into the playoffs. It's plain and simple.
But that being said, when you look on the other side, if Ithaca loses, they will need Hobart to lose. Hobart plays against Bard College. As you can see on the screen, look, it's tough. Skidmore, has clinched a 4th or 5th seed. And part of what makes this loss so crushing, not only did Hobart win, but St. Lawrence lost. So if Ithaca had won this game, come through in a game where they did play pretty well, they would have had a shot at hosting a playoff game at Ben Lake Gymnasium. Now you look and you're sitting there, and honestly, I think if we are doing some playoff percentage, if someone has a model out there to get the formulas, I think Ithaca is more likely to not make the playoffs than make the playoffs at this current moment. And man, does that hurt considering where we were just 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, where we were 30 minutes ago, indeed. It looks like they had a giant shot at winning this game and beating the Thoroughbreds. But Max, I want to go back to another point. And Nikita, you talked about this formula. You talked about the formula earlier. Highlight some of those points real quick, and then Max, tie it all back around for what Ithaca needs to do.
Well, I think the formula for success is just continuing to play your game, continuing to swing the rock, facilitate, play fast and loose. It may be a must-win game, but you can't really treat it in that sense. Some guys play better when the lights are brightest, but most guys really are better when they're playing within themselves, not trying to do too much. I want to look very briefly at this Vassar team that the Bombers are playing tomorrow. Look, they only lost by 3 points on the road last time. We're pretty doom and gloom right now at this desk, but it's far from over, Max.
Absolutely, and again, when we talk about guys on Ithaca stepping up, we see O'Neal, the 9 points, but also 8 rebounds, 7 assists, and 5 steals. Lasith, 6 points, 7 rebounds as well to go with it with 2 blocks. Zanker had 2 blocks. McKiernan had a block and a steal. When we look at guys trying to fill in the hole and fill in the production that Cabral is leaving behind, we're definitely seeing some positives with this Ithaca team. So for tomorrow, again, it's got to be a team-focused mindset of everybody's got to step up and contribute in order for the Bombers to win.
Well, guys, the Bombers need to step up indeed, and that just about does it for our Bombers Live men's basketball postgame. The Bombers lose against the Skidmore College Thoroughbreds. Tune in tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern for Bombers Live pregame coverage of the women's and men's team taking on the Vassar College Brewers. For everyone here at the ICTV studios, for Bombers Live, Jonathan Falco, John Frieders, Anthony Labonte, Max Raymond, Nikita Lohman, and I'm Ethan Lefebvre saying so long. And Bombers Live coverage comes to an end as Ithaca loses 91-83 to the Skidmore Thoroughbreds.
One of my favorite things about being a newscaster are the people you meet along the way. Seems like everybody has a story to tell.
Of what their lives were like in the past.
Or what they want tomorrow to be.
So you can get to know your community a little better.
And every week we get to share these stories with you.
Good Day Ithaca on ICTV News 607. Every Friday at 10 a.m. and Sunday at 6 p.m.